they said in unison, their eyes meeting briefly before quickly looking away. Xin An, the handsome young man wiping her feet, was so alluring, she even fantasized about massaging her shoulders and legs. Her thoughts were too terrifying to look directly at Tang Mo. Tang Mo, the scene of serving an old rich woman was indeed frightening, but the scene of serving a beauty was truly captivating. The more he looked at Xin An, the more beautiful she became. If he wouldn't mind. Wang's gaze swept back and forth between the two. Did you quarrel? No. Tang Mo stood up. I have something to do, I'm going out for a walk. He turned back to Xin An at the door. Want to go together? Oh. Xin An stood up, grateful to Tang Mo for saving her from her mother-in-law's interrogation. She hurriedly followed him out. After taking 3 deep breaths outside, her mind gradually cleared. Suddenly, she felt that the embarrassment was unnecessary. She hated herself for being so weak, almost being manipulated by a young man at her age. What are we doing today? Tang Mo also gradually regained his senses. His legs, which had been strong after the meal, were gradually returning to strength. He also felt that the embarrassment was unnecessary. This was his wife, after all. Although they hadn't formally married, she had entered his bridal chamber, and she was his legally recognized wife. He had almost been manipulated by a young woman. It was really wrong of him. I need to find Steward Yang to ask him some questions. He had many things to do next and would need to run errands quickly. He was also thinking about Erhan. Manager Yang came very quickly. After a few words of concern for Tang Mo, he talked about the situation of Ershan's family. There are many children in the family, and it is inevitable that there will be times when we can't take care of them. That boy is a stubborn boy. He is always unconvinced by the family's favoritism and goes against the family again and again. But what's the use of being unconvinced by a child? In the end, he has to be beaten because he is said to be inconsiderate. As for his cousin Xiar, she truly is a pitiful girl. Though not particularly striking in appearance, she works diligently without shirking her duties. Unfortunately, her parents had 3 daughters before finally getting a son, so naturally they cherish him like a precious jewel. The 2 older girls have already been married off, and they originally planned to secretly sell Xiar, but that brat Erhan reported it to me. Everyone on the estate signed indentured contracts. His Royal Highness the Prince, in his mercy, permits them to marry freely but forbids selling them. So the estate people brought her back. Since her return, life has grown even harder. The 13-year-old girl is skin and bones, her body covered in deep wounds and fresh cuts. I've spoken to her parents about it, but they promised to improve things only to beat her again the moment I left. Chapter 53 Tang Mo sells servants. Steward Yang, somewhat kind-hearted, expressed regret for Xiar. Tang Mo frowned. Each family's situation was different, and he couldn't offer a judgment. He didn't like people with messy household arrangements, fearing future trouble, but he did indeed value Erhan and felt that with proper training, he would definitely be useful. Go tell these 2 families that I'm taking Erhan and Xiar with me. Give each of them 2 taels of silver. Steward Yang knew exactly what was going on and went to carry out the task with a smile. The Zhao family were overjoyed to learn that their child had been chosen. Ershan's father even wanted to replace Erhan with his brother, but Steward Yang scolded him, and he gave up the idea. Before the servants arrived, Tang Mo had already given Xiar to Xin An. She's just an extra. You can arrange things as you see fit. In terms of seniority, Xiar wasn't even considered for a position in the Marquis's mansion. Xin An mentioned that the Xin family's house, once renovated, needed cleaning and maintenance. Take them back to the manor and teach them for a while, then send them over. Xiosher Courtyard couldn't accommodate any more maids. This servant, Zhao Erhan, kowtows to the young master. Steward Yang moved swiftly, and an hour later, Erhan, dressed in nearly new clothes, knelt before Tang Mo with his clean cousin. Their clothes were clearly ill-fitting, one too big and the other too small, indicating they weren't their own. This servant, Zhao Xiar, kowtows to the young master. Xiao's voice trembled. She didn't dare raise her head. Her cousin had said he would take her to live a good life, but she thought it was a dream. Kneeling here gave it a sliver of reality, yet she worried about being sent back if she didn't perform well. Tang Mo hummed in acknowledgement. Steward Yang brought up their indentures, instructing them to be diligent in their duties and never have any ulterior motives. Erhan kowtowed heavily. Yesterday the servant said that as long as I can serve under you, young master, alongside my cousin, I will never have any disloyal thoughts. If I harbor any thoughts of betrayal, may I be struck by lightning. His kowtow was truly loud. Seeing her cousin like this, Xiao wanted to say something too, but she couldn't imitate him, so she could only follow suit. This servant will do the same. Her voice was much louder than before. Get up. Tang Mo tossed Erhan to Lai Lai, asking Lai Lai to teach him the proper etiquette. Study hard, so you can serve well. He then said to Xiar, you will be arranged by the young mistress. Go. Go? Xiar was flustered, not saying where she was going. Lai Lai stepped forward. Come with me. I'll take you to kowtow to the young mistress. Erhan, you come too. Xin An was watching the gardener digging up jasmine. She planned to take some back to plant in the Xin family's house. Lai Lai led the people over to kowtow to her. Seeing that Xiar was truly pitiful, she asked Chun Yang to take her to wash up again. From now on, you'll learn manners from your sister Chun Yang. Study hard, and as long as you don't do anything wrong, you won't be punished. The poor girl's exposed wrists still showed marks, the color of which indicated they were from the last 2 days. Xiar happily kowtowed again, her eyes shining. In terms of appearance, she wasn't particularly beautiful. She was somewhat dark-skinned, perhaps due to long-term labor. Her fingernails were full of dirt, and the backs of her hands were rough with cracks between her thumb and forefinger, making it impossible to tell that she was a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She could only start as a cleaning maid. Chunyang and Lai Lai each led someone away. Xin An continued to keep an eye on her jasmine. She was too sleepy in the afternoon and took a nap. Tang Mo said he would be back tomorrow. After his nap, he would go for a walk by the lotus pond. As for what new things to eat, he dared not. The two still slept in the same bed, mainly because there was nowhere else to go. After half a day, they both recovered and kept quiet about what happened that morning, returning to the harmonious appearance that Chunyang had in his eyes. In the evening, after sunset, the two went out for a walk together, followed by Lai Lai and Erhan. A group of children were playing on the ridges of the fields. Finding it interesting, the two stopped to watch. Just then, a little boy came running towards them, shouting brother-in-law before he even got close. Tang Mo even turned around, thinking someone was coming from behind. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. The dirty-looking boy ran closer, looking up at Tang Mo. You're my brother-in-law. Tang Mo? Xin An? Before the two could react, Erhan stepped forward and slapped the boy on the bottom. Who taught you to shout like that? This is the young master. Your brother-in-law isn't here. The boy burst into tears, shouting, It's my brother-in-law. It's my brother-in-law. Mother and father said that third sister went to be my brother-in-law's concubine. It's my brother-in-law. His parents said it was the girl's good fortune, that a Taoist priest had said the girl was blessed, and that when she became successful, he would give her all the money so she could live a good life. He hadn't misheard. Erhan was furious. He slapped her hard across the face. If you dare to talk nonsense again, your third sister will be a maid, sweeping and washing clothes in the Marquis's mansion, you know? Your parents are just talking nonsense. He turned and knelt before Tang Mo. Young master, it's all this boy's nonsense. Please don't blame Xiao she. Erhan gritted his teeth in hatred. Xiar had finally escaped this hellhole, and he was terrified that the young master would send Xiar back in a fit of anger. As for him, he would naturally have no chance. How could someone of the young master's status be short of servants? Tang Mo was so angry he laughed. A maid who came as an extra, whose face he hadn't even seen clearly, had already smeared him. Did he think he would be interested in just anyone? He glanced guiltily at Xin An, who remained expressionless, then coldly stared at the wailing boy. What could a 7 or 8-year-old know? It must have been something his elders told him. Utterly delusional. He addressed Chao Erhan in a chilling tone. Go inform Steward Yang. Sell off this entire family. Don't let them get in my way again. Dreaming of being his father-in-law? What a load of rubbish. Some of the bolder onlookers gathered around, their expressions shifting between realization and schadenfreude, finally settling into a sigh. How smug the Zhao couple had been yesterday, boasting that their Xiar had caught the young master's eye and might have a bright future, even citing a fortune-teller's prediction of Xiar's good fortune. They said Xiar worked in the fields all day. Where had she ever seen the young master? How could he have taken a liking to her? Turns out, she was going to be a lowly maid. But even a lowly maid was better than being in the Zhao family. Poor Xiar. Without hesitation, Erhan quickly went to find Steward Yang. Tang Emo turned and left with a cold face, completely losing interest. Steward Yang acted swiftly, and with his men, they quickly tied up the Zhao couple and gagged them to prevent them from making a sound. This family was the most outrageous in the entire village, always disliked. The man stole grain, the woman stole eggs, and they had even been punished before for stealing crops from the fields together. Now they dared to covet the young master as a son-in-law. Steward Yang was furious. From now on, everyone in the village depended on the second young master for their livelihood. Who would benefit from these two delusional fools offending him? Chapter 54. I'll be driven to my death by you sooner or later. The villagers were saddened by the sale of the Zhang family, but they didn't feel wronged. They all thought they deserved it. Old Master Zhao wanted to plead for them, but Erhan stopped him. In the eyes of the Zhao family, Erhan now had influence with the young master and would be needed by him in the future, making him the most promising member of the family. His words carried weight. After weighing the pros and cons, the old man gave Erhan a long speech of concern before returning home. To convince Tang Emo that most people on the estate were honest, Steward Yang dealt with the Zhao couple as quickly as possible and then rushed to Tang Emo. He first apologized, then explained the couple's problems, including their joint theft of grain. Stealing grain. Stealing grain is a serious offense in the village. How do you steal it? Steward Yang said, even the most careful farmer can't guarantee that all the grain will be stored away. For example, when harvesting wheat, the stalks are brittle, so the ears of wheat easily fall off. Kind-hearted families will allow people to go down into the field to pick up the fallen ears of wheat after the harvest. What they pick up is theirs. But the harvesters deliberately drop more ears of wheat so that their own family members can pick them up. That's a form of stealing grain. He added that most people in the village are honest. Although no one is perfect, it's rare to see people like the Zhang couple. They are all honest and upright. Even if some families favor their sons, they are still quite good to their daughters. At least they don't mistreat their daughters. There are several families in the village whose daughters are very beautiful and lively. I used to think that aside from some petty theft, he wasn't a big problem. How he treats his child is his own business, not something I could easily manage. I never imagined he'd be so brainless as to have such thoughts. This is the young master of a marquis's mansion. What kind of beauties hasn't he seen? Not to mention the distant ones, this second young mistress is so beautiful that the servants dare not look directly at her. The Zhao couple have lost their minds. A new broom sweeps clean, and the second young master is bound to set things up this time. They're probably still looking for a pretext, and they just walked right into it. Serves them right. Steward Yang's attitude was sincere, but he felt uneasy. Fortunately, Tang Emo didn't pursue the matter further, only saying that he would never tolerate such things happening on the estate again. Although the matter was over, Tang Mo's anger remained. He was still angry when he went to bed that night. Xin An was speechless. Why are you so short-tempered? Don't get angry so easily. It's not a big deal. It's not good for your health. Today, you also established your authority and achieved your goal. You turned misfortune into a blessing. You've been driven crazy once. Why can't you change? Tang Emo, who had been lying down, sat up abruptly and said fiercely, "Take this good fortune if you want it." A handsome and noble young master from a noble family, yet he's rumored to have become the son-in-law of a farmer who sold himself into servitude. It's infuriating. Your man is being eyed by someone with yellow teeth, and you're not angry? Can you put yourself in his shoes? What if someone with slanted eyes, a bulbous nose, yellow teeth, and an underbite claimed you were his wife? Wouldn't you be furious? Xin An paused, then couldn't help but laugh. Before she could speak, Tang Mo became even angrier. You can still laugh? We've shared a bed for a few days now, haven't we? Where's your heart? I came here this time to find an excuse to assert my authority, but not like this. Xin An suppressed a laugh. Who doesn't want to get ahead? It's just a dream. Besides, the yellow teeth only mean he's eyeing you as his son-in-law, not that he's coming to kiss you. It's not worth it. What did you say? Tang Mo was even angrier and disgusted. I'll be driven to my death by you sooner or later. Xin An rubbed her forehead. She finally understood that this person was indeed good-looking and capable, but he was petty and short-tempered. To avoid being driven to death by him early in life, she patiently comforted him. All right, you've already sold him out. Even if you're angry, are you going to chase after him and beat him to death? Tell me, when have the people in the village ever seen someone as handsome, dashing, and wealthy as you? It's understandable that they have some fantasies. In the end, it's all because you're too outstanding. Just standing on that ridge, how many men and women do you charm? Tang Mo was not comforted at all. Xin An leaned closer. You know what, you really have to admit, this young master is indeed very handsome. Even this old lady is smitten. Her words immediately reminded Tang Mo of what happened that morning, and his expression turned strange. A woman with such a glib tongue, humph, I'm going to sleep. Xin An chuckled. Aside from her brother, this was the first time she'd ever coaxed a man. Suddenly, she understood Princess Qianghua from her past life. Her princess's mansion always had many handsome young men, and she'd often tease a group of young people, filling the mansion with laughter. It was getting more and more interesting. Seeing her still laughing even after lying down, Tang Mo looked suspicious. What are you thinking about? Xin An turned to face him, seeing that he was indeed handsome, and reached out to touch his face. Tang Mo froze, his eyes widening in anger. I told you weren't thinking anything good. Damn it, he'd been teased. How dare this woman? Xin An laughed, a hearty, unrestrained laugh. Tang Mo sat up in exasperation. You naughty thing, don't think such things. Xin An laughed even harder, tears streaming down her face. Oh dear, what am I going to do? I can't stop laughing, my cheeks hurt from laughing so much, haha. Seeing her laugh like that, her face contorted, Tang Mo's anger quickly vanished. He sighed helplessly. This woman was really crazy. Xin An's laughter was so loud it reached the next door. Wang Shi was itching to eavesdrop. If it weren't for years of upbringing restraining her, she would have definitely gone to listen in. What was so funny? Chunyang, who had overheard, was completely bewildered. She hadn't said anything, so why was she laughing like that? Could it be that the second young master had performed some kind of acrobatic act? Xin An, exhausted from laughing, rubbed her sore face. Tang Mo said irritably, if you keep rubbing, you won't be able to look at me anymore. You'll look awful. Seeing his face, Xin An wanted to laugh again. She herself hadn't expected to laugh so heartily. Turn over and sleep. Don't face me. Seeing you makes me want to laugh. Tang Mo rolled his eyes. The Xin An in front of him was completely different from the Xin An in his memory from his previous life. In his previous life, she was almost like a nun, dressed like a widow, always expressionless or scheming. He had never seen her laugh like this before. He even doubted that the person who had returned was the same one. I'll face you, I'll make you laugh to death. Xin An laughed again, her lips still slightly upturned even in her sleep. Tang Mo, half asleep, was woken up by a thud from his arm and sighed helplessly. Even in her sleep, she couldn't stop laughing. After a good night's sleep, Xin An was radiant and dressed quite beautifully. Tang Mo teased, who will see you on the way back by car? Aren't you tired of dressing up like this? Xin An turned her head. Just tell me, don't you think I look good? She winked at Tang Mo. Don't you think I'm elegant, refined, and stunningly beautiful? Let me tell you, even if I get seasick from the bumpy ride, I'll still be a haggard, sickly beauty. Her hair was meticulously styled, adorned with exquisite hairpins. Her eyes were bright, her teeth white, and a pearl necklace made her fair neck appear even more slender and delicate. Tang Emo looked up and exhaled, having to admit, she was indeed quite beautiful. Chapter 55. Feeling indignant for mother. Grandmother, you must come back soon. Yes, we're worried about you so much. Before leaving, the group repeatedly urged the old lady, none of them truly at ease. The old lady didn't seem to care. I practically brought everything from the manor. The doctor is here, and we brought plenty of medicine. What could possibly go wrong? Let's go, let's go. They didn't want to delay her fishing. The group boarded the carriage with worried expressions, praying that the old lady would be safe and sound and return home smoothly. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't be able to maintain their positions in the manor. After the carriages had all left, the old lady breathed a sigh of relief and said to Ganlu, "None of them are easy to deal with. They rarely go out, and they want me to go back so soon? I'm not going back. Going back would mean being confined to that small world again." Even with all the treasures in Chuanrong Hall, she'd seen enough of them after so long. Besides, the manor was far from peaceful, if not chaotic. She wanted to live a few more years and didn't want to concern herself with the younger generation's affairs. I know they're all eyeing my things. When I get back, I'll divide among them myself, so they won't have to subtly hint at their existence when they talk to me. She was referring to Tangang, a son she had no regard for. He was a real headache. Ganlu lowered her voice, just received news that the Marquis has taken another maid, without giving her a title. I'm afraid he's waiting for Madame to return and decide. The old lady frowned, wanting to go back with her. That scoundrel knows how to pierce people's hearts. Ganlu also thought Tangang was muddle-headed, yet still held on to hope for Madame Wang. Madame has always been magnanimous, she should. It's the one who doesn't make a fuss that's problematic. The old lady saw things clearly. If she really doesn't care at all, then she's truly given up. When a woman's heart is dead to a man, she only cares about interests. Ignorant men will only feel smug, thinking the woman is sensible. Taking a deep breath, she had said everything she needed to say these past few days, and helped that scoundrel as much as she could. They were all grandfathers. How much more could she, as an old mother, possibly do? The old lady went fishing, but her mind was elsewhere. Inside the carriage, Madame Wang spoke highly of Tang Emo to Xin An, telling them to do whatever they wanted, and to come to her if Tang Gang tried to stop them. She had become indifferent to such things now. I used to value my reputation so much that my second son suffered a lot because of me. I won't do that anymore. With me here, no one can bully you. Xin An nodded with a smile. Mother, tell me about the situation of various families in the capital. I should be going out to travel soon. I can't be completely clueless. I do need to tell you properly. There are many taboos here. Let's start with our trip to the Duke of Angguo's mansion next month. Madame Wang didn't hold back and told her everything she knew. Xin An listened attentively. She knew she had suffered from this in her previous life. Madame Wang hadn't been kind enough to tell her much back then. Most of the information came from Aunt Kai, but Aunt Kai was just a servant and knew only a limited amount. Xin An, lacking information, had made a few embarrassing mistakes when she went out, which made Tang Rong dislike her even more. As evening fell, the carriage arrived at the Marquis's residence. The steward greeted them eagerly and secretly sent someone to inform Tang Gang that without the old Madame and Madame Wang in charge, Tang Gang had been living a carefree life these past few days and hadn't returned at all last night. The Marquis is out on business and hasn't returned yet. He must be overjoyed to hear that Madame is back. Madame Wang said with a smile, having long since given up on Tang Gang, she was even more adept at putting on a show. Since the Marquis is busy, then don't disturb him. Has anything happened at the residence these past few days? Everything is as usual, the steward said with a smile. Several families have sent invitations for banquets, and we need Madame's decision. We also have basic account books to review personally, and next month's allowance is ready." Madame Wang acted as if nothing had happened, immediately busying herself with household chores upon returning home. Tang Mo, who had been in a good mood, changed his expression, inwardly scorning Tang Gang and feeling that his mother was living a miserable life, secretly hating his own incompetence. Before even reaching Qiushi courtyard, he saw the entire courtyard of servants waiting at the entrance. Standing at the front was Nanfeng, and he thought that if Nanfeng dared to covet him again, he would teach her a lesson. As soon as Tang Mo approached, Nanfeng smiled and walked towards him. Tang Mo frowned slightly, about to explode, but Nanfeng cheerfully curtsied to Xian and, "Young madam is back. You've worked hard, young madam. The hot water is ready, and the small kitchen has started stewing bird's nest. It will be ready soon." Nanfeng had been managing Qiushi courtyard for the past few days, and seeing her expression, Xian knew nothing had happened. She smiled and said, "It's tiring, but seeing you smiling so happily makes it all worthwhile. Prepare a few light dishes later. I've already given the order." Nanfeng attentively served Xian, not giving Tang Mo a single extra glance the entire time. Tang Mo's face darkened further. Did he still have any standing in Qiushi courtyard? Everything seemed normal at Qiushi courtyard. Xian, having washed up, reclined on the chaise longue and inquired about the situation in the manner these past few days. Nanfeng, having spent years in the Marquis's residence, was adept at gathering information and told Xian everything in detail. The situation next door didn't surprise Xian. The husband's family and her own family were different after all. It was perfectly normal for her to invite her mother over to talk while her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law were away, and it was also normal for her to see a few close friends. However, Tang Gang sleeping with a maid was utterly absurd. Tang Mo almost exploded, but a look from Xian calmed him down. After clarifying everything, the bird's nest soup was ready. As Xian ate, she said to Tang Mo, "That's your father. Are you really going to interfere in his private affairs? I just feel it's unfair to mother. Why had his mother gone out to relax, and yet his father not only failed to reflect, but became even more excessive? It was disgusting." Seeing Xian still calmly eating her bird nest soup, Tang Mo frowned. "You're not angry at all?" Xian wasn't angry. She looked up at him. "The world has never been fair to women. Do you think this only happens in a Marquis household? Go outside and ask around. Even men in their 70s or 80s still keep young concubines. They say it's a sign of a man's enduring strength, a source of pride. Whoever asks what the women think. If you make a fuss publicly, they'll just say you're ignorant and unfilial." Tang Mo took a deep breath, genuinely curious. So women are really that magnanimous? If they're not, what choice do they have? Xian set down her bowl. The slightest complaint earns the label of jealousy and lack of virtue. And that reputation affects your children too. Unless a woman truly cannot bear children and fears being left with nothing, which woman would willingly let her husband take concubines? All those beautiful dreams eventually turn into merely living together. Once it becomes just a partnership, expectations change. If he behaves well, you hope he lives long. If he doesn't, you hope he dies early and stops blocking your way. As she spoke, she even encouraged Tang Mo. If you want your mother to live with dignity, then you must work hard. If you become powerful enough, even your father will have to consider your feelings. Then he won't dare take concubines so easily.
Tang Montag's lips twitched.
So in your eyes, I'm just here to work, am I? What a realistic woman. Chapter 56. Tao Iran's displeasure, a realistic woman? Wang Shi was one as well. At this point, she no longer cared whether Tang Gang took concubines or not. What she cared about was that he had taken a maid from her courtyard. That was a direct slap to her face. After enjoying himself, Tang Gang didn't even want to take responsibility. The maid had shown signs of wanting to take her own life over the past 2 days. After speaking with her for a while, Wang Shi ignored Tang Gang's wishes entirely. She had the girl drink the concubine tea that very day, officially making her a concubine of the household. From then on, the Marquis residence gained a new Aunt Huan. Wang Shi arranged a small courtyard for her and assigned 2 young maids to serve her. A maid from her courtyard would not be ruined by Tang Gang for nothing. 2 new daughters-in-law have just entered the household. Before long, the Marquis will become a grandfather. There are things that should be done and things that should be avoided. I hope the Marquis keeps that in mind and doesn't become a laughingstock for the younger generation. Tang Gang knew he was in the wrong. Combined with previous matters, he felt somewhat guilty. In front of Wang Shi, he was no longer as domineering as before. Trying to show goodwill, he even attempted to stay the night. Wang Shi felt disgusted. These days count as Aunt Huan's happy days. The Marquis should go accompany her. I've been feeling tired lately and would like to rest more. Tang Gang didn't truly wish to stay either. After a few polite words, he left. Wang Shi lifted her teacup, the corner of her lips curling slightly. Men are cheap, she thought. When she spoke sharply to him, his attitude actually improved. Early the next morning, Tang Yong came to visit. Upon learning that Tang Mo had returned, he wanted to personally share Tang Yaoming's good news. He's already reported to the censorate. Your second uncle doesn't even know how to thank you. He hadn't held much hope at all. Yet things had succeeded, and it was such a good post. Your second aunt has prepared some food and wine at home. She'd like to invite you and your wife over for a simple meal. Are you free today? Yes. Tang Mo was even happier than Tang Yong. Tonight we'll have a good drink. Cousin's big success deserves celebration. Tang Yong also wanted to invite Wang Shi. Tang Mo agreed on his mother's behalf. Second uncle, head back first. We'll prepare and come shortly. Good. Tang Yong didn't stay long and left cheerfully. When Wang Shi heard the news, she was surprised and couldn't help feeling proud. Her son had grown this capable. I'll have someone prepare a congratulatory gift. We'll go together shortly. After receiving the news, Xin An also prepared a gift. The family of 3 left the house chatting and laughing. Not long after they left, Tang Rong and Tao Iran from Chunhua Courtyard received word of it. Do you know what it's about? Tang Rong asked. Tao Iran shook her head. She had never cultivated relationships with the household servants, so no one proactively brought her news. Tang Rong, bedridden and recovering from injuries, was equally unaware of outside affairs. Only Xin Mo, still limping from his own beating, hobbled about gathering information. At that moment, Tang Rong realized the problem. Once he had been laid up, Chunhua Courtyard had practically gone blind and deaf. They knew nothing, not about the outside world, not even about affairs within the residence. The managers of each department need to be regularly rewarded. Don't let yourself become so passive. He hoped Tao Iran would shoulder this responsibility, but Tao Iran disdained such behavior. In her view, servants who had signed indenture contracts already belonged to their masters, body and life. It was only natural for them to share their master's burdens. Doing their jobs well was simply expected, unlike the neighboring courtyard, where servants received rewards for running errands that, in her opinion, would only spoil them and encourage bad habits. Tang Rong continued advising her. The managers throughout the residence cannot be neglected. When it's time to give rewards, don't be stingy. Tao Iran felt impatient. Life had already become this disappointing, and now she was expected to curry favor with household servants? In her view, that was lowering herself. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Tang Rong took her hand. In the future, when I begin work at the Ministry of Rights, I won't be home every day. The affairs of the household will depend on you. You should visit grandmother daily to pay your respects. It won't take much time. And you'll need to build relationships with the wives of other families. As long as you and I are of one heart, we'll naturally have a bright future. Tao Iran forced a faint smile. She neither agreed nor refused. Tang Rong had always been the refined gentleman admired by noble young ladies in the capital, skilled in both literature and martial arts, tall, handsome, dignified in bearing. Every gesture carried the grace of a noble son. She had believed that marrying such a man meant a carefree life, Romantic evenings beneath flowers and moonlight, harmonious companionship like an immortal couple. But now Tang Rong was asking her to manage servants, socialize with matrons, flatter grandmother, engaging in petty social maneuvering. It felt unbearably vulgar. Tang Rong, however, felt much better these past 2 days. His body didn't ache as much. Thinking that Tao Iran had been working hard caring for him, he decided to spend time with her. Last time you said you wanted to paint together with me. How about today? A husband and wife painting together was an elegant, intimate pastime. Before Tang Rong had been beaten and his face injured, Tao Iran would have gladly agreed. But now his face had not yet healed. It was far from pleasant to look at. How could she possibly have the mood to paint? The physician said you need more rest. Painting may not look tiring, but it drains one's spirit. Rest first. There will be time later. She hit it well. Tang Rong didn't realize he was being subtly rejected. Instead, he felt touched that she was thinking of his well-being. Meanwhile, Tang Mo had already arrived at Tang Yong's residence with Xin An and Wang Shi. The family welcomed them warmly. Tang Yaoming had even rushed back from the censorate to join them for lunch. Thank you, cousin, for going to such lengths. I'll never forget this kindness. If you ever need my help, speak without hesitation. Tang Yaoming formally expressed his gratitude. Tang Mo quickly reached out to steady him. Cousin, you're being too polite. We're brothers. It's only right that we support one another. There's no need to be so formal. Turning to Tang Yong, he added with a grin, honestly, I didn't expect it to succeed either. It's a happy surprise for me too. You know me, second uncle, I've never been much good at anything. Who would have thought I could actually get something done? That's self-deprecation. Tang Yong patted his arm. You've always been clever and sweet-tongued. Mischievous at times, yes, but kind-hearted. Your friends must be the same. Boy, you're capable. Among family, Tang Mo didn't bother being modest. His pride nearly reached the ceiling as the three men laughed and entered the hall together. You sure spoke cheerfully with Wang Shi. For Yaoming's matter, we were worried sick. After so many years of hard study and finally passing the exams, we just wanted him to make something of himself. When we couldn't find help anywhere, we were losing hope. Who knew things would suddenly turn around? Your son is truly capable. When he came personally to speak with us, his second uncle was moved, but we didn't dare hope too much. So many families in the capital seek official posts for their sons. Even the Marquis couldn't manage it. It seemed even harder for him. Who would have thought it would actually succeed? Sister-in-law, I thank you for raising such a good son. Yusher was genuinely happy. Not only had her son secured an excellent post, but she had gained a capable nephew to rely on. The family now had hope for the future. Wang Shi's nose tingled with emotion. He's your nephew too. We're one family. Other matters aside, something this important. We naturally do our best. If the brothers prosper together, they can support one another and go further. Exactly. The two sisters-in-law had never spoken so warmly before. In the past, their exchanges were polite but distant. Today was the first time. Chapter 57. Tang Rong's sense of crisis. Look how happy I am I've neglected my niece-in-law. Madam, you held Xianan's hand affectionately. I thought this girl was outstanding the day we had tea for your new daughter-in-law, and seeing her today, she truly is 1 in 1,000. Our Mo boy is so lucky. Xianan smiled and said, Second aunt, you're too kind. Seeing you so happy makes me happy too. I enjoy listening to mother and second aunt talk. Madam, you introduced her daughter-in-law to her. This is Yaoming's wife. Knowing you were coming, she specially had someone buy Wen Suzhai's pastries. You two sisters-in-law can have a good chat while eating pastries and drinking tea. Madame Gu was slightly plump, with almond-shaped eyes under her curved eyebrows when she smiled. There are still 2 incense sticks before the banquet starts. Sister-in-law, please come with me to sit down. Xianan nodded, and after exchanging greetings with Madame Wang and Madame Yu, she followed Madame Gu to the corridor. There was a square table in the corridor, with fruits and pastries on it. A cluster of roses was also very lush and in full bloom. Please sit down, sister-in-law. Madame Gu smiled beautifully. I didn't know what kind of snacks you liked, so I bought a little bit of everything. See if there's anything you like. But it's hot, so snacks might be a bit dry. Try these grapes first. They're sweet and sour. Thank you for your trouble, sister-in-law. Xin An smiled and sat down, taking the grapes Madame Gu offered. She peeled one, tasted it, and immediately squinted her eyes and shivered. Madame Gu quickly asked, "Is it very sour?" "I tried two this morning. They weren't very sour." To verify, she ate one and almost choked on the sourness, quickly spitting it out. She looked awkwardly at Xin An, and then they both burst out laughing. "Really? They weren't sour when I tasted them this morning. How come they're so sour now?" Xin An took a bite of water chestnut cake to suppress the sourness. "Is it not from one bunch?" Gu Shi was also eating water chestnut cake. "No, that bunch had sparse grapes, and the quality wasn't as good as this one. I specially picked this best-looking bunch because I knew my sister-in-law was coming." With the sourness gone, Xin An smiled and said, "Grape bunches are only sweet when they're sparsely packed and the grapes are large." Gu Shi said she'd take her to pick a bunch herself later. There will definitely be some sweet ones. "Did you grow them yourself, sister-in-law?" Gu's father worked at the Imperial Observatory and enjoyed gardening, especially grapes. Gu was particularly good at growing them, and 2 grapevines were part of her dowry when she married into the family. They bore abundant fruit every year. Isn't it strange? My father's grapes are of better quality and taste even better. I follow his methods, but I can never compare. Not only are they not as good, but I also don't have as many grapes as he does. Xin An immediately wanted to see her dowry grapevines, and Gu promptly took her. The two became quite friendly over a bunch of grapes. Wang and Yu, watching from nearby, smiled. Young people really do get along well. Yu is very curious. "All right, I just want to know the details." It wasn't convenient to ask before, but now that they've come to me, I can't help it. She lowered her voice. "How are you and your daughter-in-law getting along?" Wang Shi, having been cooped up in the mansion for so long, also wanted to talk to someone. She smiled and nodded. "Yes, I think that boy has turned misfortune into blessing." The young couple get along very well. Their personalities are similar, both talkative and cheerful. I see that the boy is extremely attentive to his wife. Didn't you see how Tang Mo treats his father-in-law and how he takes Xin An out to play? Even this time when I went to the estate for a short stay, it was all thanks to my daughter-in-law. Yusher's face was full of gossip. It's clear that this is a perfect match. Husbands and wives should be compatible in temperament. Who says otherwise? Tang Yong, having finished discussing Tang Yaoming's matter, brought up Tang Mo in the hall. Tang Mo smiled and said he was going to the Northern Army. Tang Yong frowned slightly. He had heard about the Marquis's impeachment of the Northern Army. "I've heard that Commander Liao is righteous and vengeful. If you go at this time, I'm afraid." He knew his elder brother was biased, but he didn't expect him to do something like this at this time. If possible, find a middleman to arrange for Commander Liao to come out and apologize so that this matter can be put behind us. He thought for a moment, but couldn't think of anyone he knew who had a good relationship with Liao Ji. Tang Mo already had a plan in mind. "I've already made arrangements for this matter. It's just a matter of putting in some effort." Tang Yong nodded and added that the household had already prepared the money. Tang Yaoming's matter couldn't be done without spending money. Spend what needs to be spent. I'm afraid of things that don't cost money. It's not easy to owe favors. Tang Mo didn't refuse. After all, it really did cost money. "I'll arrange a dinner later. My cousin and I will go together. We're both entering officialdom now and will inevitably have to drink and socialize. It's always good to get to know more people." Tang Yaoming stood up and bowed to thank him. This wasn't just about finding him a job, they were also introducing him to connections. Only someone who truly cared about his brother would do this. Tang Rong only got the news from Qing Mo that afternoon. "You said Tang Yaoming went to the censorate to become a supervising censor? That's a real post, and a powerful one at that. How could Tang Yaoming go to such a good place?" Qing Ma nodded. "It's been 2 days already, and it was still Lord Liu, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who personally delivered the appointment document to the second master's residence. I heard from the people at the second master's residence that the second young master acted as a go-between. Tang Rong sat up straight. Is that true? Qingma had spent money to find out this news. It should be true, otherwise the second master wouldn't have come to invite the second young master to the residence so early this morning. At this moment, Tang Rong felt extremely complicated. First, he couldn't accept that Tang Yaoming had gone to such a good place to work. Second, he couldn't accept that it was Tang Mo who recommended him. Didn't he know what abilities Tang Mo had? Tang Mo could even help others get official positions. Didn't that mean he was more capable than him? Suddenly, he remembered that the Lu family was related to the Qing Marquis family by marriage, and the second young master of the Qing Marquis family, Yan Shimao, had a good relationship with Tang Mo. Could it be that he went through this route? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Qingma stood there, not leaving. Is there anything else? Qingma smiled awkwardly. I wanted to ask the young master for some silver. He had spent his own money to gather information today. Tang Rong told him to go to Tao Iran to collect it. Get a lot of money. Keep an eye on things outside lately. Tang Yaoming had already been working at the censorate for several days before he received the news. The news came way too late. He couldn't help but think that his previous news hadn't been this delayed. Something must have gone wrong. Tao Iran disliked servants asking her for money. Qingma was Tang Rong's servant, so it was as if Tang Rong was asking her for money, even if the money she had was originally given to her by Tang Rong. Qingma felt very aggrieved after receiving the silver. Logically, since he had been beaten along with the young master and continued to work despite his injuries, the young mistress should have given him some reward money as a token of her appreciation. Not only did she not give him any, but even getting his own silver was so difficult. The way she looked at him earlier was like she was looking at something dirty. Chapter 58. Now, take me to make her acquaintance. After leaving Tang Yong's residence, Tang Mo and Xin An first escorted Madame Wang back home. Then the two of them headed straight to the Xin family's townhouse, announcing that they wouldn't be returning for dinner that evening, living up to the idea that it's easy to leave home, but hard to come back. Madame Wang not only didn't object to their staying out, she even encouraged them to have dinner early and stroll through the night market. The summer heat is stifling. The night market is the most lively at this time. Just bring 2 guards. Recalling Xin An's previous frenzy of shopping at the night market, Tang Mo decisively brought 4 guards this time. Seeing their broad shoulders and sturdy builds, he felt quite satisfied. They looked strong enough to carry things. The Xin family townhouse was preparing for renovations. Wang Jin and his son Wang Fu had been busy there recently. A preliminary renovation plan had already been decided. If we want a larger garden, we'll need to tear down one of the side courtyards, Wang Jin explained. There are plenty of rooms in the residence, so demolishing one won't matter. The son-in-law wants an additional corridor in the courtyard. We could combine it with a pavilion, this way it becomes another leisure area. Tang Mo had already invited craftsmen to inspect the property and discuss renovation plans. Wang Jin and his son had been overseeing the process closely, actively offering suggestions. Master Fu said the design drawings will be ready in 2 days. Once finalized, construction can begin. Tang Mo added that they should build a wine cellar to store fine wines. He also suggested making 2 large tables that could seat more than a dozen people at once. A greenhouse is a must, he said. In winter it can serve as a warm room. In summer it can be used as a resting place for the women. Xin An agreed. The residence was being renovated precisely to make future banquets convenient. Every detail had to be thoughtful and thorough. Once the Xin family members arrived in the capital, they would certainly host gatherings. Having space at home meant no need to book private rooms at restaurants. After all, conversation in one's own grand garden was far more comfortable. With Tang Mo and the Wang father and son handling everything, Xin An acted as a hands-off shopkeeper the entire time. Aside from paying for the renovation costs, she didn't need to worry about anything else. By evening, under a golden sunset, Tang Mo took Xin An out to dine. With both money and leisure at their disposal, they were carefree and content. Meanwhile, at that very time, Tang Gang learned that Tang Mo had helped Tang Yaoming build connections and secure a post. Tang Yong personally brought generous gifts to inform him. Originally, Tang Yong hadn't intended to trouble him, but since Tang Gang would inevitably hear about it sooner or later, he came to avoid misunderstandings. "I only meant to give it a try," Tang Yong explained. "I didn't expect it to succeed. Elder brother, rest assured, I've arranged all the necessary expenses and favors. I would never let the second boy help and then have to spend his own money on top of it." Tang Gang nearly lost his composure. If Tang Rong had accomplished this, he would naturally have felt proud and delighted. But it was Tang Mo. The son he favored was now hiding in his courtyard recovering from injuries, while the son he paid less attention to was becoming more capable by the day. Thinking of the harsh words Madame Wang had previously scolded him with, his cheeks burned with embarrassment. "I've always kept Yaoming's matter in mind," Tang Gang said stiffly. "It's just that this month the household has been busy, and I couldn't spare the time. I was planning to invite Vice Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rights to discuss it in a few days." It's a good thing the matter succeeded. The Censorate's investigation office is an excellent place. Tell Yaoming to serve well. If he encounters any difficulties in the future, he may come to me. Having barely salvaged some dignity for himself, and realizing that having a nephew who was a supervising censor was no bad thing, his attitude softened. After all, it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to offer charcoal in snowy weather. Tang Yong understood perfectly and felt a faint sense of vindication. Unaware that this matter had already unsettled both his father and elder brother, Tang Mo was happily strolling through the night market with Xin An. However, things didn't unfold exactly as he had expected. Since the goods were much the same as last time, Xin An's desire to buy trinkets was noticeably lower. Instead, her enthusiasm for snacks soared. Every curious-looking treat caught her attention. She would take a small bite of each, then hand the rest to Tang Mo. Tang Mo began eating from the very first stall. Halfway through the street, he declared that he could not swallow another bite. It wouldn't be proper to throw the food away, and giving half-eaten snacks to the guards wasn't appropriate either. "My dear lady," he pleaded helplessly, "these are all very ordinary snacks. Can we stop eating now?"
Xin An nodded decidedly.
After trying several, she found most of them quite average anyway. After strolling a bit longer, they were about to head back when Tang Mo's sharp eyes spotted Lu Mingyuan accompanying his wife at a small stall, speaking with the vendor. He quickly told Xin and raised her eyes. "Yan Wenhui? You know her?" The moment he said that, Tang Mo realized his earlier question had been unnecessary. In her previous life, Xin had been the Marchioness, constantly helping Tang Rong build connections. How could she possibly not know the noble ladies of the capital? "I do," Xin replied. The corners of her lips curved slightly. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice. "Now, take me to make her acquaintance." Tang Mo shot her a sideways glance, then smiled. "That was exactly my thought. Let's go." The instant they turned around, both of them put on perfectly composed smiles and walked toward Lu Mingyuan and his wife. When they were 3 steps away, Tang Mo greeted warmly, "Brother Lu." "Second brother Tang?" Lu Mingyuan looked surprised. "What a coincidence."
Tang Montag chuckled.
"My wife said the capital's night market is lively. We didn't get enough of it last time, so here we are again today." Then he cupped his hands toward Yan Wenhui. "Elder sister Yan." Yan Wenhui had met Tang Mo several times before and was fairly familiar with him. Since getting married, second brother Tang does seem more steady. "Why don't you hurry and introduce your wife to me?" Tang Mo laughed cheerfully and pulled Xin a step forward. "This is my wife, given name Xin. I hope elder sister Yan will look after her in the future." Xin performed a graceful curtsy. Young Madame Lu. There had been much gossip in the capital about Tang Mo's changed marriage arrangement. Yan Wenhui had heard it too. She had felt some regret that Tang Mo's bride had changed from a noble official's daughter to the daughter of a salt merchant. Later, she had heard from her younger brother that Tang Mo was very attentive to this newlywed wife, which piqued her curiosity. She couldn't help but study Xin An carefully. Her features were strikingly beautiful, and when she smiled, she was radiant as rosy clouds at sunset. Standing beside Tang Mo, the two looked like a perfectly matched golden couple. "You may call me elder sister, just as Tang Mo does," Yan Wenhui said warmly. Xin An readily complied, offering another polite curtsy. "Greetings, elder sister Yan." Only then did Yan Wenhui's gaze move from Xin An's face to her attire. With a single glance, she recognized the outer robe as rare fong brocade. Though Xin An wore only 3 hairpins, one jeweled butterfly hairpin stood out brilliantly, echoing the embroidered butterflies and flowers on her robe. At the tips of the butterflies, delicate antennae hung pearls that trembled slightly with movement, making her appear even more lively and graceful. Exquisite accessories were never inexpensive. The wealth of the Xin family was evident at a glance. Lu Mingyuan thought well of Tang Mo and was inclined to cultivate the relationship. He also knew his own wife had a playful nature. Seeing that Xin seemed similar, after all, what newlywed bride goes to the night market twice within her first month of marriage, he suspected the two women might get along well. Turning to Yan Wenhui, he said, "Those little trinkets I brought back last time were gifts from sister-in-law." Then he said to Tang Mo and Xin, "Your sister-in-law has been wanting to visit the night market again ever since. There are many interesting places in the capital. If sister-in-law wishes to go somewhere in the future, you may invite your sister-in-law along." Yan Wenhui instantly understood his meaning. The way she looked at Xin grew even warmer. "When you have free time, you must come visit and chat with me," she said kindly. Chapter 59. A couple who don't act like human beings. Xin wanted to befriend Yan Wenhui to make her way in the circles of noble ladies in the capital. Yan Wenhui wanted to help Lu Ming get on good terms with Tang Mo, and also felt that although Xin was the daughter of a salt merchant, she was beautiful and had an excellent temperament, so befriending her wouldn't be a bad thing. Thus, the two quickly became close and immediately started strolling through the night market together. Xin, who initially thought there wasn't much to buy, soon had Tang Mo carrying large bags and small packages, while Lu Mingyuan's hands weren't idle either. The two exchanged wry smiles, resignedly following behind and diligently paying. After Yan Wenhui bought 2 more items, she became curious. Had Lu Mingyuan suddenly become quite well off these past few days? "Sister, look at this." Xin held up a purse embroidered with green bamboo. "It's so beautifully embroidered." Distracted by her words, Yan Wenhui stopped pondering it and gently stroked the embroidery. "It's nice, buy it. You can use it yourself or give it as a gift." She really wanted to ask Xin about the inside story of the arranged marriage. After all, everyone has a gossipy heart, but the occasion wasn't right. "Sister-in-law, are you free in a few days? I've invited a few of my close friends to see a play in 3 days. Would you like to come along? If it's convenient for you to take me, I'd like to come. I've never heard of a play in the capital before." Xin had no reason to refuse. "I don't know many people in the capital. I would be extremely grateful if you would take me." Yan Wenhui laughed. "Then it's settled. I'll send someone to deliver your invitation tomorrow, so you can leave with a legitimate reason." Xin nodded with a smile. Yan Wenhui leaned closer and lowered her voice. "Sister-in-law should smile more. Even I, a woman, am mesmerized by your smile. Wouldn't second brother Tang's legs go weak?" Xin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled even more brightly, though her ears turned a little red. As the hustle and bustle of the night market gradually subsided, Yan Wenhui reluctantly prepared to leave. Xin waved to her, and Tang Mo helped her into the car. On the way, Yan Wenhui said, "My brother said before that Tang Mo valued this wife he acquired through marriage, and I didn't quite believe it. But after seeing her today, I know it's true. However, Xion's sister is so beautiful, it's normal for Tang's second brother to like her." Lu Mingyuan said that Tao Iran was no less impressive, a famous talented woman in the capital. The key was that the Tao family was an official family, which made a difference. "What do you know?" Yan Wenhui disliked Tao Iran, saying that she was always pretentious. The colors of her clothes are so pale that you can hardly see the color, like mourning clothes, as if she's afraid of not standing out. Tao Iran liked to wear plain clothes, and at every banquet, she stood out among a group of girls dressed in red and green, attracting the attention of most of the young men, which made many of the girls very angry. Lu Mingwan had no idea what the women were thinking. As a man, he naturally took a second look at talented girls, especially since Tao Iran was both beautiful and talented. Afraid of upsetting his wife, he quickly coaxed her, saying that his wife was prettier. Yan Wenhui snorted and asked about his finances. Why do you seem so well off these days? Lu Mingyuan was nervous inside, but laughed it off. Second brother Tang is paying for his wife's things. I can't let you pay for yourself. That would be embarrassing. I'm just gritting my teeth and bearing it. If you buy anything more, I really won't be able to afford it. Yan Wenhui didn't pursue the matter further and decided to ask her brother later. Tang Mo and Xin An had already returned to the manor. The moment they entered, Steward Zhang, who was beside Tang Gang, rushed over. Second young master, the Marquis requests that you see him as soon as you return. Tang Mo hummed in response. Seeing that he was heading in the wrong direction, Steward Zhang urged him again. Tang Mo said, "It's so dark. I'm worried about Madam. I'll take her back to Qiushi Courtyard first before going." Did he have to go immediately just because he was told to? No way. He reached out to support Xin. Watch your step, walk slowly. He acted as if Xin was about to become helpless. Xin suppressed a laugh, then suddenly her eyes darted around, and she cried out, "Ouch!" before twisting her ankle. "It hurts, I can't walk anymore." If Tang Mo hadn't seen the lingering smile on her lips, he would have believed her. He wanted to tease her, but remembering Steward Zhang behind him, he spoke with concern. "I told you to watch your step. How did you twist it? Is it serious?" Xin painfully said, "I can't walk anymore." Tang Mo took a deep breath, rolled his eyes, resignedly bent down and picked her up by the waist. After a few steps, he still gritted his teeth and whispered, "Eat less, or I'll kill you with your weight." Xin finally couldn't help but burst into a big laugh. It felt so good not having to walk herself. Be nicer. Who knows when this sprain of mine will heal? Tang Mo sighed. I owe you. You used to be like a nun, and now you're acting all delicate. Have you gone crazy? She doesn't look fat at all, so how come she's so heavy? Xin still smiled. Well, I haven't experienced it before, so I have to make up for it now. Tang Mo chuckled twice. There are so many things you haven't experienced, so do you have to make up for them all by taking them out on me? Maybe. Tang Mo sighed resignedly, quickening his pace. There was no other way. If he didn't walk faster, she would be even heavier. After finally getting him into the house, Tang Mo practically tossed Xin onto the bed, then collapsed to the side, panting heavily. You really need to eat less. You're as heavy as an iron egg. Xin rolled over, laughing heartily, and promptly kicked off her shoes, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed. Aren't you going to see your old father? No. Tang Mo had grown bolder. My wife sprained her ankle and is crying her eyes out in pain. Shouldn't I be with her? What good could the old man possibly want from him at a time like this? It must have been second uncle who came. He wanted to interrogate you. Xin laughed. You're right, but father wants to see you, so it wouldn't be right for you not to go, but there's a time and place to go. Tang Mo suddenly realized, then grinned mischievously. That's right, I'm a good son. How can I not go when father wants to see me? Xin got out of bed. I'll just wash up and go to sleep. Tang Mo was so envious. She was a new bride, liked by her mother-in-law, and her father-in-law didn't dare say anything to her. She could do whatever she wanted. Next time, I want to be a woman. Okay, then we'll be sisters. Just thinking about herself adorning herself in front of the mirror made Tang Mo shudder. She thought it would be better to be a man. Tang Gang couldn't wait for Tang Mo, so he sent someone to inquire and found out that Xin had sprained her ankle. Tang Mo was rubbing medicinal wine on her. He couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Thinking it was already too late, he simply washed up and went to sleep. Just as Tang Gang was sound asleep in the middle of the night, the inconsiderate Tang Mo arrived, shouting at the door, "Father, are you asleep? Your son is here." "Father, father." Tang Gang opened his eyes in the darkness. Wang Shi got up and lit a candle. "Second son, you must have something urgent." Tang Gang opened the door, throwing on his clothes, his voice thick with morning grumpiness. "What is it?" Tang Mo bowed respectfully. "Didn't father ask Steward Zhang to inform me to come over? My wife sprained her ankle, it's swollen, and she's homesick, crying her eyes out. I had to busy myself applying medicine and soothing her. It was only with great difficulty that I finally got her to sleep, so I rushed over." Chapter 60. This woman is quite cute. His morning grumpiness, accompanied by a strange anger, made Tang Gang's face quite unpleasant. Tang Mo, however, seemed oblivious, his attitude perfectly respectful. "Father, do you have something important to discuss with your son?" Tang Gang had nowhere to vent his anger. Was he blaming him for neglecting his father by treating his wife's injuries? Or was he blaming him for securing a job for Tang Yaoming without his consent? Seeing his father's expression, Tang Mo felt incredibly relieved and said considerately, "Father, I have something to tell you." "Go ahead. A few days ago, I heard that second uncle was troubled by my cousin Yaoming's matter. However, father has been busy with my eldest brother's affairs lately and couldn't spare the time. So, I took it upon myself to ask Brother Shermao of the Qingho mansion for help. I only wanted to try it out and didn't tell father. You know I don't have much ability, but who knew it would actually work out? It's truly unexpected," Tang Mo said cheerfully. "Second uncle is happy and even invited me to a banquet today." Tang Gang was even more furious that Tang Mo had said everything. What could he say? If it were said that he had gone to great lengths to make this happen, it would be better, but the problem was that he had just said one sentence and it was done. Who could he complain to? Since it's been accomplished, that's a good thing. Tang Gang didn't want to see Tang Mo at all at this moment. He had been planning to scold him earlier, but now he had no intention of doing so. "It's getting late, go back and rest." Tang Mo cupped his hands. "Since father has nothing else to do, then I'll take my leave." He turned and left quickly. Tang Gang closed the door and turned around to see Wang Shi standing not far away. He was startled. "What are you doing standing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Naturally, to see how the Marquis will show favoritism. Wang Shi, who no longer needed to pretend, sneered and said sarcastically, "If the young master has accomplished this, the Marquis will probably hold a banquet to celebrate." Tang Gang's lips moved, but he didn't say a word. He went straight to the bed, took off his shoes, and lay down. Wang Shi stopped talking, pondering what other good things the Marquis's mansion might have to give to her son and daughter-in-law. Just as she lay down, Tang Gang spoke up, "Don't always favor your second son's wife. You should also keep an eye on your eldest son's wife." Did he not see that Wang Shi had started to favor her second son's wife since her two sons got married? Wang said, "It's not that I'm biased towards my second son's wife. She suffered so much injustice in this marriage, yet she still started paying her respects morning and evening the day after the tea ceremony, showing utmost respect and filial piety. If I favored my eldest son's wife, would she even give me a chance? She only came to pay her respects twice, complaining of feeling unwell one day and having a headache the next. Now she's using taking care of my eldest son's injury as an excuse not to come at all. Tell me, how can I favor her? She never steps outside the Chunhua courtyard. She comes out as soon as I leave, calling her friends, but retreats again as soon as I return. As her mother-in-law, I haven't been biased towards her, I haven't mistreated her either, nor have I said a single bad word about her. Who is she trying to impress?" Tang Gang immediately regretted saying that. Wang was like a firecracker, ready to explode at any moment. He couldn't afford to offend her. He also thought that Tang Rong had somewhat disappointed him, unable to control his wife. Of course, the most despicable was Tang Mo, who had ruined his peaceful sleep. In a good mood, Tang Mo returned to Qiushi courtyard and slept comfortably. When he woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. After washing up, he went to find Xin An, who had just gotten up as well. After all, She had injured her ankle and needed to rest. Madame Wang had also sent someone early in the morning to tell her that she didn't need to pay her respects. Our breakfast isn't good enough. Seeing that the variety of breakfast options had decreased significantly, Tang Mo missed the days when the old lady was alive, when breakfasts were much more lavish than what was on the table. Xin An agreed wholeheartedly. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, and she was increasingly indulging in pleasures. Let's start spending some money from tomorrow, or have someone buy whatever you want to eat. Tang Mo nodded. The money is for making my life better, no need to be too frugal. In reality, neither of them were frugal at all. After breakfast, Tang Mo went out again with the money in his pocket. Tonight he was going to host a banquet for Lu Mingwan, and at noon he was going to host a separate banquet for Yan Shimao and his brothers. Could you prepare some hangover soup for me tonight? I'm going to the Northern Army tomorrow, and I won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. No problem. Tang Mo was happy to leave after receiving Xin An's promise, but Xin An stopped him. Aren't you going to the Northern Army? Make 2 sets of nice clothes. Don't move, Chuanlu will take your measurements. Tang Mo was a little surprised. In both his lives, only his mother would think of making clothes for him. He subconsciously said, I'll wear the same clothes, so I won't have a chance to wear them. Xin An looked up, then I won't make them for you. Yes, 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 Tang Mo said with a fawning smile. I was just trying to be subtle, you know. I love wearing new clothes, so make them nice for me. I'm already 7/10 good looking, and with the right clothes, I'll be absolutely stunning. His shameless manner made Chunyang and Chuanlu in the room chuckle. Xin An agreed with him. If you look handsome, I'll feel good too. Don't worry, it'll look great. Tang Mo happily spread his arms for Chuanlu to take his measurements, finding the feeling wonderful. After all, Tao Iran hadn't considered making him new clothes in his previous life. He didn't realize how good Tang Rong's life had been until now. Now it was his turn to experience such a life. Xin An, that fierce old woman, did have her endearing qualities. He'd only gone a few steps before turning back to Chanhua Courtyard, ostensibly to check on his brother's injuries, but really to admire Tang Rong's disheveled state. Brother's injury looks much better. He'll be fully healed in a few more days. Tang Rong's face had already recovered from the swelling, and the bruises on his face had faded considerably. Even though he was recovering quickly, Tang Rong was still anxious, wishing he could be fully healed right now. Thank you, second brother. I heard that second brother helped cousin Yao Ming get a position as an inspector in the censorate? Tang Mo waved his hand cheerfully. It was just luck. I never thought it would be so easy. That's why I'm going out today to thank my few cronies. Tang Mo was looked down upon in the household, and his friends were often looked down upon by Tang Gang and Tang Rong. Cronies was the name used to describe his friends. Tang Rong was speechless for a moment, but Tang Mo seemed completely unconcerned. Brother, you can rest now. I'll go first. Watching his smug back, Tang Rong gritted his teeth in hatred, feeling that Tang Mo's personality was becoming increasingly despicable, deliberately coming to him to show off. Tao Iran came out of the house. She saw Tang Mo's radiant face and recalled her mother's words, her heart filled with mixed emotions. He wasn't the heir apparent, but he had given Xin An the utmost respect, and now he had accomplished something Tang Rong couldn't, making her believe Tang Mo was capable. Didn't you say you were dizzy? Why did you come out? Tang Rong turned to help her. We should probably call a doctor. Tao Iran remembered that Tang Mo had bought Xin and many chi-tonifying pills and beauty-enhancing pills, showing genuine concern, and her resentment towards Tang Rong grew even stronger. Chapter 61. Tang Rong somewhat regretful. Upon learning that Xin wanted to make clothes for Tang Mo, Madame Wang was in high spirits. She opened her private treasury, selected several bolts of decent fabric, and secretly slipped Xin 1,000 taels of her own savings. Xin refused, but Madame Wang was so sincere in wanting to give it to her. I know you don't lack money, but this is your mother's heartfelt wish. You two need to spend a little bit here and there. You can never have too much of this. Xin had no choice but to accept. In a good mood, she inquired about the Wang family's situation. Madame Wang sighed, they've fallen on hard times. Only their two nephews are worth anything, and I don't know if they'll amount to anything. Xin An knew that Tang Gang didn't want the Wang family to benefit from his family's fame, but she still pretended not to know anything and asked about the situation. With father and mother's support, how could they have fallen on hard times? Madame Wang said that her father originally had a promising future, but fate was unkind to him, and he passed away early. The family's foundation was already thin, and none of my generation has amounted to anything. We can only rely on the next generation. Fortunately, we can barely make ends meet. The reputation of the Marquis' mansion always provided the Wang family with some assistance. Xin An asked so earnestly because Wang Shi had a nephew named Wang Shi, who had a stroke of great luck in the year Tang Mo died. He ranked quite high on the imperial examination list and was even favored by the emperor, becoming a protege of the emperor and enjoying immense prestige. If Wang Shi hadn't suffered such a severe blow after Tang Mo's death and hadn't become so despondent, she would definitely have been able to turn her life around with the help of her nephew Wang Shi. I was thinking of Second Master Tang. Suddenly, she realized she had no idea how to address Tang Mo in front of Madame Wang. Every form of address felt awkward. Second Master. Just call him husband, Madame Wang smiled. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you feel it's not proper enough, we can redecorate your bedroom, put on the clothes you wore on your wedding day, and reenact the wedding ceremony. Xin An's eyes widened. She couldn't believe they could do that. Well, there's no need for that right now. I just wanted to say husband. Madame Wang smiled. Yes, husband. Xin An sighed. Husband can help second uncle and the Wang family too. We're all family. We share the same interests and risks. I thought it was always good to have more options, Wang said, holding her hand with a sense of comfort. It's a blessing for our second son that you think this way. You've seen it yourself. The Marquis' mansion isn't very large. The eldest son isn't even my own, and our second son isn't favored by his father. He's practically alone and helpless. We should try to get more support. Among our relatives, if you think there are any suitable ones, you can definitely reach out to them. Besides relatives, you can also consider winning over those retired soldiers. Old Master Tang had distinguished himself in the military, but those distinguished achievements required his brothers to risk their lives for him. Although he no longer holds military power, the bonds of friendship remain, but those bonds won't last long. Most of the people who had fought alongside Old Master Tang were elderly. Some have died, some have fallen ill, and there aren't many left. If these people are gone, will their descendants still remember the old man? The Marquis' mansion has provided them with some assistance over the years, but as you know, the Marquis' mansion is in a difficult situation. The assistance is limited, and most of them are not having an easy time. Xin An knew this. If we go to contact these people, we will definitely not be able to hide it from father. Will father be willing? Madame Wang told her that she could rest assured. Leave this small matter to mother to handle for you. Xin An smiled contentedly. Having a mother who always thinks of us is our greatest blessing. Wang Shi was even more gratified, feeling that Xin An was born to be her daughter-in-law. With her, her life had become much easier. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quickly reached an agreement. After Wang Shi left, Xin An reclined on her chaise longue, feeling incredibly comfortable. Wang Shi delivered fabric to Qiushi Courtyard, but not to Chanhua Courtyard. She didn't want to hide such a small matter. Aunt Lu sighed, explaining that when Madame Tao chose Tang Mo, firstly, there was no better candidate, and secondly, he was the son of the Marquis' mistress, destined for favor. Although Tang Gang valued Tang Rong more, as a marquis, he couldn't control the affairs of the inner quarters of the Marquis' mansion. If Wang Shi had been more harsh, what good life would Tang Rong's wife have had? It was all fate. Why sigh, Aunt? It's just a few bolts of fabric. Tao Iran was reading a book when Aunt Lu stepped forward to advise, "Young madam, the young master's injuries have almost healed. You should go and pay your respects to madam first thing tomorrow morning. It will damage your reputation if word gets out that you're not going." Tao Iran's eyes flashed with impatience, and she was about to agree when Aunt Kai came over. "Young madam, you've worked so hard taking care of the young master these past few days. You should rest more now that he's better. Look how haggard you've become these past few days. Madam always says she's kind and understanding, and she'll understand your hard work." These words struck a chord with Tao Iran. She wouldn't be welcomed if she went, so why bother making a fool of herself? "Aunt Kai is right," Aunt Kai said smugly. Aunt Lu was furious. Their rivalry had ended in her defeat time and again. She thought about how Tao Iran was always lazy, gluttonous, and cunning. When she was little, she'd always say she wanted to read, learn chess, or practice the piano. As she grew older, she'd feign illness and weakness, claiming all sorts of discomfort. Now that she was married, she'd only gotten worse, and with that scheming old woman, Aunt Kai, she'd even stopped paying her respects to her mother-in-law morning and evening. Aunt Lu was getting anxious and immediately decided to go back to the Tao family to talk to Madame Tao. The second young mistress next door was thriving in her household, while her eldest young mistress never even left the house. How could this be? Tang Rong was unaware of these matters, and even if he did, he wouldn't say anything. Tang Mo's marriage had instilled a sense of crisis in him. He looked down on the Xin An family, but their money was indispensable. Money made things easier. He guessed that Tang Mo's success with Tang Yaoming must have been paved with money. Xin Quan must have secretly provided Tang Mo with financial support. Realizing this, he felt a pang of regret. His initial plan hadn't been thorough enough. If he could have made Tao Iran his wife and Xin An his concubine, he would have had both. Unfortunately, it was too late. Send someone to keep an eye on the second young master, see who he associates with. Qing Mo nodded in agreement, but didn't leave. Tang Rong looked up. Anything else? Qing Mo smiled ingratiatingly. Young master, gathering information requires money, and it can't be cheap. The amount of money directly determined the reliability of the information. As Tang Rong's personal servant, Qing Mo had never been short of money before. Since changing masters to manage the finances, he hadn't seen any cash. Didn't the young mistress give you any last time? Yes, she gave me the same amount as last time, nothing more. Tang Rong frowned slightly, took some silver from his private savings for Qingma, and brought it up when Tao Iran entered the room. Qingma is responsible for keeping an eye on things outside, so he needs a lot of money. Give him some more later. Tao Iran was uninterested in talking about money right away. Just give him 2 taels later. Chapter 62. Teaching Tao Iran a lesson. Tang Rong was somewhat weary. After being married for many days, he gradually discovered that Tao Iran was rather lazy and stingy. So far, apart from the people in the courtyard, no one in the manor thought she was good enough. She couldn't even win over the servants in the manor, so how could she help him win over those outside? Qingma needs to gather information, so he can't be without money. We should also try to win over some of the stewards in the outer courtyard. It will benefit us. He meticulously explained to Tao Iran the tasks that needed her attention. Tao Iran, however, grew increasingly impatient. Just leave these matters to Aunt Kai. Aunt Kai is an elder in the household and knows everyone there. Aunt Lu can also assist. With that, she called in Aunt Kai and Aunt Lu, asking Tang Rong to repeat what he had just said to them and let them handle it. Tang Rong was dumbfounded, a surge of anger rising within him. He thought that being Tang Rong's wife shouldn't be all about romance and trivial matters. Many things he couldn't do himself required his wife to take responsibility. Seeing Tao Iran's indifferent attitude only fueled his anger. Then let Aunt Kai handle it. Aunt Kai, please come to the study with me. Aunt Kai's status was unsuitable, and her experience was insufficient, but he had no other choice and wanted to use her to teach Tao Iran a lesson. Aunt Kai, Iran has just arrived and doesn't understand many things yet. I hope you can guide her more often. Aunt Kai readily agreed. Your Highness, please rest assured. The young mistress was spoiled at her maiden home and hasn't adapted yet. I will remind her. Tang Rong hummed in agreement. You've always been by my side, and I trust you the most. There are a few things you need to worry about. Aunt Kai immediately perked up. She knew the young master couldn't do without her. How could the young mistress, who only knew how to enjoy herself, help the young master? Young master, please give your orders. And so, Aunt Kai took control of Chunhua Courtyard. Aunt Lu could only watch helplessly, while Tao Iran was perfectly content. In her eyes, everything a servant had was given by their master, and they should serve their master diligently. If they didn't perform well, they could be dismissed at any time. What did it matter how capable Aunt Kai was? She was just a servant. Angered, Aunt Lu made up an excuse and went straight to the Tao family. Tang Emo wasn't there, so the person responsible for gathering information passed the news to Xin An. Xin An was selecting fabric for making clothes. Upon hearing the news, she was slightly taken aback, then smiled. In her past life, Tang Rong always said Tao Iran was noble, composed, and beautiful. When his desires weren't satisfied, he would be like a moth drawn to a flame. Even if his body wasn't there, his heart would remain. Now that his desires were satisfied, boredom would give rise to other desires. She wondered if Tao Iran could continue to fulfill his wishes. Aunt Wang set aside the selected fabrics, saying, "I've heard a few things these past few days. They say the young mistress never bothered with worldly affairs back in her maiden home, focusing solely on poetry and literature." Aunt Kai. She actually wanted to say that the mistress wasn't managing things, leaving everything to a mere steward. It wasn't a good omen. Xin An turned and sat down. "So, Aunt, I should be glad I didn't marry Tang Rong in the end." Aunt Wang nodded with a smile. She had initially felt some regret, but now she was extremely satisfied with Tang Mo. So what if he wasn't the heir? As long as he was good to her daughter and the Xin family, that was more important than anything else. Nanfeng said Steward Zhang had arrived. He said he has an invitation from the young mistress. Please invite him to the main hall. Xin got up, and Aunt Wang turned around and walked to the cabinet where the silver was kept. She took out a pair of silver coins of moderate size, cut off a piece of silver, and put it in her pocket. She also picked out a pair of heavy silver bracelets and a piece of fabric and put them on the tray, covered them with a red cloth, and then accompanied Xin over there. Reporting to the young mistress, the eldest young mistress of the Liu family has sent an invitation, inviting you to the opera at Baoyin Tower the day after tomorrow. Aunt Wang took the invitation and presented it to Xin. After reading it, Xin smiled and said, "Please ask Steward Zhang to reply and tell him that I will be there on time." Steward Zhang cupped his hands and said that from now on, her invitations would be sent directly to Aunt Wang. "Second young mistress, please ask Aunt Wang to convey any instructions you may have." Xin nodded. "I've heard that Steward Zhang is my father's right-hand man, and many matters, big and small, in the mansion cannot be handled without your help. It's kind of you to make this special trip today. I dare not complain about sharing the burden of my master." Steward Zhang was somewhat round and had a smiling face that made people feel at ease, but Xin dared not underestimate him. He was the person personally selected by old Master Tang for Tang Gang when he was alive, and he could influence Tang Gang's decisions. Moreover, he was not a servant who had signed a contract of servitude with the Marquis's mansion. "I heard from the servants that your old lady's birthday is in 2 days. Would you like to host a few tables?" Steward Zhang asked, bowing respectfully. "Thank you for your concern, second young mistress. We would like to host a celebration, but my mother says it's just a regular birthday. We'll ask the Marquis for a day off so the whole family can gather together for a meal." Aunt Wang stepped forward with a tray. "Second young mistress is so thoughtful. She says that the health and longevity of the elderly is a blessing for their children. She hopes that the old lady will live to be 100 years old. That's why she specially chose 2 gifts to share in this blessing. She hopes that Steward Zhang won't find them too offensive." The material wasn't any expensive brocade, but both the pattern and the material were very suitable for a steward's mother. The silver bracelet was exquisitely crafted. One could tell that the craftsmanship was more valuable than the bracelet itself. This gift was neither too heavy nor too light. Steward Zhang thought that Xin was indeed from a salt merchant's family. He could accept this gift without feeling burdened, and it was very practical, while also showing her thoughtfulness. He immediately bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your concern, second young mistress. My mother will probably be overjoyed and talking about it all day long." "Steward Zhang, you're too kind." As long as the old lady is happy, that's all that matters. Aunt Wang personally saw Steward Zhang to the door, handing him the tray and the silver coin. Steward Zhang, my young mistress hasn't been in the household for long and is still unfamiliar with many rules. I hope you'll guide and help her in the future. Steward Zhang smiled and said, second young mistress is exceptionally intelligent. I'm sure she'll learn many things with a little guidance. Please don't worry, the Marquis' household is small and the rules aren't strict. The masters are all easy to get along with. Aunt Wang nodded. Yes, my young mistress is grateful for the old lady's kindness and gentleness, and she also mentioned that the Marquis has worked hard to support the household, so she's urging the second young master to share his father's burdens. However, my wife and second young master are still young, and there are many things they haven't been careful about. We'll have to rely on Steward Zhang to guide them in the future. Steward Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Of course. Steward Zhang left, not bothering to hide the fabric he was carrying. A reward from his master was an honor, and that afternoon he told Tangang about it. Of course, he didn't mention the money. Chapter 63, Tang Mo's Striving Spirit. The young mistress hasn't said anything? Steward Zhang was a senior member of the household and had been favored by the old Marquis. He had also grown up with Tang Gang since childhood, and his status in the household was second only to a few masters. Since he handled all the affairs of the household, big and small, even Tang Rong and Tang Mo were very polite to him. Now that his elderly mother was celebrating her birthday, it was perfectly reasonable for the masters to send gifts. Your Excellency is too kind. It's already a blessing to have the second young mistress's attention. How could I dare to hope for the same favors from my masters? Tang Gang frowned, feeling that what he had said to Tang Rong earlier had been completely ignored. Steward Zhang stood by with a smile, having already discerned the true nature of the two young mistresses over the past few days. He feared the young master would regret it in the end. Tang Gang couldn't bear to see his beloved son fall behind, so he called Tang Rong to him in the evening. Seeing that Tang Rong's injuries were mostly healed, he nodded in satisfaction and instructed him not to rest these days, but to quickly master the Ministry of Rights regulations and make up for lost time. Finally, he brought up Steward Zhang's mother's birthday. Your sister-in-law has already sent her gift today, ahead of you. Don't tell me you haven't prepared anything yet. Tang Rong was genuinely unaware of this and hurriedly said that he would prepare it as soon as he got back and deliver it to Steward Zhang the next day. Humph. Tang Gang snorted coldly. Qiushi Courtyard can get the information, but Chunhua Courtyard doesn't? Haven't you thought about the problems involved? Tang Rong lowered his head and remained silent. Tang Gang sighed, deciding to put some pressure on him. You are my eldest son, born amidst my high expectations. From the moment you were born until now, I have always held high hopes for you. Your mother wasn't wrong. I do favor you over your brother, but you must live up to that favoritism. The marriage hasn't been long, and Qiushi Courtyard has already made a complete breakthrough. Today, they even received an invitation from the Liu family. It's clear that they haven't been idle, either inside or outside the mansion. As for Chunhua Courtyard, he looked up at Tang Rong. You know the situation yourself. You're deaf and blind inside the mansion, let alone outside. Your brother even helped your second uncle. Tang Yaoming is now in the censorate, and we don't know where he'll end up. You've already lost the initiative. If you still don't have a solution, the mansion's resources can no longer be enjoyed by you alone. As your father, I must consider the future of the Marquis' mansion. It's a warning, but also the truth. If Tang Rong loses like this, even if his face is swollen from a beating, he can only rely on Tang Mo. He can't gamble with the Marquis' mansion. Tang Rong's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed respectfully. Your son understands. Tang Gang gestured for him to leave, then thought for a moment and sent someone to inquire where Tang Mo had been that day. At that moment, Tang Mo was hosting a banquet for Lu Mingyuan at a restaurant. Lu Mingyuan not only arrived on time, but also brought 2 colleagues. After all, he couldn't handle things alone. Yan Shimao and others were also present. Tang Yaoming was excited and thrilled, and his gratitude towards Tang Mo increased even more. He wasn't a good drinker, but he still managed to drink several cups, his face turning as red as Guan Yu's. He just grinned foolishly when teased by everyone. Most relationships are formed this way. You help me with something, I introduce you to my connections, and we become acquainted so that we know which way to turn for help when we need it in the future. My cousin here is pretty good, isn't he? Just 2 words, honest and reliable. Brother Tang is a very honest man, and Brother Yao Ming, who is also from the Tang family, is naturally honest too. Look at him, blushing. Haha, Brother Yao Ming, you should drink with us more often in the future. The more you drink, the better you'll be able to hold your liquor. The brothers burst into laughter. Tang Yao Ming, holding a wine glass, was about to offer everyone another toast. He raised the glass and stood up, but then forgot what he was going to say. He looked at everyone blankly, finally managing to stammer, I'll drink one for you all. He then downed it in one gulp. Everyone laughed even harder and accepted the toast. Even Lu Mingyuan and his men joined in the laughter. When it was almost time, the banquet ended. Slightly tipsy, the group left the restaurant and chatted for a long time before heading in different directions. The 2 men following Lu Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone says that young Master Tang and his friends like to have fun. I was just worried that he would invite us to brothels. Lu Mingyuan smiled and said, these guys just eat and drink together. Although their families spoil them, they're not completely unsupervised. They can't go to brothels. The 2 men nodded, their attitude towards Tang Mo and his friends changing. They realized they weren't as bad as the rumors suggested. Yan Shimao pulled Tang Mo aside and reminded him to send a generous gift to the 2 officials' residences, as one person couldn't handle the matter alone. Tang Mo understood. Of course, I'll do it tomorrow. I guarantee it won't be delayed. I also need to send a gift to Brother Lu. As for you, we brothers don't talk about such things. That won't do. Tang Mo laughed. I also have to make you look good, so I'll leave this to my wife. Yan Shimao didn't refuse. He also had a wife, and what husband wouldn't want to look good in front of his wife? Tang Yaoming was already quite drunk and was about to fall asleep against the carriage. Tang Mo helped him into the carriage, waved to the others, and then sent Tang Yaoming back to his residence. Today was Tang Yaoming's first major event, and Tang Yong and Madame Yu were both very worried. Unable to rest, the couple went to the front yard to wait. Madame Gu was also there. Upon learning that Tang Mo had brought him back, they rushed to greet him. Tang Mo was a little embarrassed. I was happy today and drank a few too many cups. My cousin is drunk, so I'll have to trouble you, sister-in-law, to prepare some hangover soup. Otherwise, he probably won't be able to get up tomorrow. Madame Gu stepped forward to help him up. Everything's prepared. Second brother, you should have a bowl before you go back. No, my wife prepared it for me. Tang Mo helped him back to his house and then told Tang Yong about the 2 officials and their addresses. Tang Yong happily said he should thank them. I'll arrange it tomorrow. You worked hard tonight, didn't you? Tang Mo smiled. We're brothers, we help each other. I'll have connections in the sense-rate from now on, so I'm happy about it. How could I feel bitter? Second uncle, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. By the way, do you have enough money? I'll send some over tomorrow. That's enough, Tang Yong said. He explained that while he wasn't particularly successful, he had a few businesses. We're not rich, but we're well off, no need to worry. As for you, if you need anything, just tell your second uncle. Don't always ask your father-in-law. He didn't want the Xin family to look down on him. Tang Mo smiled and agreed, then left without lingering. When he arrived at Chiosher Courtyard, Xin An was still awake. Seeing him return, she said the hangover soup was simmering on a small stove. Tang Mo happily lifted the lid, picked up the porcelain bowl, and carefully blew on it before drinking it all in one gulp. He put the bowl down, leaned back on the chaise lounge, and let out a long sigh. Xin yawned. How was it? Did it go smoothly? Chapter 64. Tang Mo drunk. Xin An's question only made things worse. Tang Mo's tail practically flew to the sky. He smugly declared, when have I ever messed up a task? Now you know how good I am? Let me tell you, when it comes to reliability, I'm miles ahead of someone else. How about it? Are you starting to regret going against me in your past life? Xin An's eyes widened. Have you forgotten that I'm the one who can always suppress you? Tang Mo scoffed. I was just a good man who doesn't fight with women. I wasn't serious with you. Drunk, he staggered over and sat down next to Xin An, pulling her closer with his arm around her shoulder. Let me tell you, you have no idea how awful you were in your past life. That face of yours, like I owed you money and didn't pay it back. But you weren't like that with Tang Rong. That humble way of you, I despise you. What's so good about Tang Rong? Is he as good at talking, as good at handling things, as handsome as me? He was slurring his words, and the smell of alcohol sprayed onto Xian's cheek, making her instinctively move away a little. But as soon as she moved away, Tang Mo moved a little with her. You don't know, I'm even a little taller than Tang Rong. Let me tell you, he's not a good person, he's too calculating. Xian didn't want to talk to a drunkard, so she replied perfunctorily, yes, yes, you're the most handsome, you're the best talker, you're a good person. Good person, move over a bit, you're going to crush me. Tang Mo chuckled, leaning his weight on her and grabbing her hand, saying, you're a capable person. In this life, you'll be with me, and we'll combine our skills and wipe him out without leaving a trace. How awesome, how awesome. Xian rolled her eyes, wanting to call someone in but worried that this guy would spout nonsense, constantly talking about his past life, making people think he was possessed. Get off me, go back to your room and sleep. I'm not going, I'm staying here. Tang Mo, having kicked off his shoes, lay down, muttering, you fierce woman, don't even think about getting rid of me. Xian took a deep breath and kicked him twice. Tang Mo, who had already closed his eyes, opened them, his eyes quickly filling with tears. You hit me. Xian kicked him again. I'll beat you to death. Drunkard. You actually hit me. Completely drunk, Tang Mo rolled over, hugged the blanket, and started sobbing, muttering, you hit me intermittently. Xian was dumbfounded. This was the first time in both her lives that she had seen a drunkard go crazy. She had heard that drunk people sometimes yell and shout in the street, sometimes run around naked, and sometimes wail. What kind of drunkard was Tang Mo? What kind of wine did you drink? It's so strong. He was fine when she came in, but the change in demeanor was too fast. Hearing him sobbing, I suddenly found it quite amusing. After thinking for a moment, I grabbed a lantern, lit it, and went to the study. When I returned, I brought a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I lit an extra lamp and began grinding ink, even gently lifting the blanket to see how badly Tang Mo was crying. Those little tears are flowing, TSK, TSK, TSK. I'll draw it for you, so you can see it with your own eyes tomorrow morning. My mood improved as my interest was piqued, and I smiled as I picked up the brush. In no time, an ugly monster hugging the blanket and wailing appeared on the paper. Although the monster was ugly, it was clearly Tang Mo. Satisfied with my masterpiece, I wrote, you hit me, next to it, instantly bringing the whole picture to life. Even I couldn't help but laugh when I saw it. Tang Mo, unaware that his drunken antics had been depicted in a drawing, was already fast asleep, clutching his blanket, though 2 clear tear tracks remained on his nose. Xian, holding the drawing, looked around the room before placing it in the most prominent spot, ensuring Tang Mo would see it first thing in the morning. Morning came quickly, and Tang Mo opened his eyes to find Xian fast asleep in the corner. A throbbing headache shot through him. Why was Xian sleeping in the main room again? Seeing that he hadn't even changed his clothes, Tang Mo sat up and startled Xian awake. Subconsciously, she was still hoping to see Tang Mo make a fool of himself. Despite being awake, she showed no signs of morning grumpiness and even gave Tang Mo his first smile of the morning. Awake. That smile made Tang Mo's heart skip a beat. He quickly checked his clothes, afraid that this devilish Xian would take advantage of him. Xian continued smiling, if you're awake, get up. We have to go to the Northern Army today. It wouldn't be good if we were late. Oh dear, I'm a little thirsty. Could you get me a glass of water from the table? Tang Mo looked suspicious, frantically recalling what had happened last night. He remembered drinking a hangover soup after entering the house. Logically, he should have gone back to his room afterward. Why was he here again? Could it be that this woman coveted his handsome face and tall figure, trying to take advantage of him, but ultimately failed? Go quickly, Xin An urged. Tang Mo hesitantly got out of bed and walked to the table, where he saw the painting. The person in the painting was hugging a blanket and wailing. Looking at the few small characters, he felt a surge of anger and grabbed the paper to tear it up. But Xin An, who had quietly followed him, snatched it away, laughing and asking, "How is it? Isn't it quite lifelike? Do you remember what happened last night? Tell me, how could you cry so sadly? It was so pitiful, I even felt sorry for you and wanted to reward you with some jewelry to comfort you." Tang Mo recalled the vague memory and immediately wanted to dig a hole in his toes and crawl into it. Xin An laughed out loud, admiring his masterpiece closely. Ha ha ha, the more he looked at it, the more he wanted to laugh. "Give it to me." Tang Mo tried to snatch it, but Xin An was determined not to let him have his way. The more he tried to take it, the louder Xin An laughed. Lai Lai and Chun Yang outside the door exchanged glances, eager to know what had happened inside. "My dear aunt, please, just tear it up." Tang Mo begged for mercy. "If this gets out, how can I face anyone?" What a cunning woman, she actually drew his embarrassing state. Xin An turned her back and folded her painting. "I won't tear it up. I'll take it out and admire it when I'm in a bad mood later. It'll cheer me up." "You think drawing this is easy?" "It was a sudden inspiration for me. My brushstrokes were flowing smoothly. I've never done this before." Tang Mo kept trying to snatch it, but he could never get it. "Then can you promise not to let it get out, not to let a third person see it? Please, I'm your man in name only. If I embarrass myself, you won't benefit either, will you?" Xin An agreed. "Don't worry, I'll admire it behind closed doors. Hurry up and wash up. Get out early. You have a tough battle to fight today." Originally, he wanted to arrange a meal with Liao Ji, the commander of the Northern Army, through connections, but after asking around, he couldn't find anyone who was on good terms with him, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go today. Chapter 65. Why didn't you go to pay your respects again? Tang Mo watched as Xin An put the drawing paper into the small cabinet by the bedside. Thinking about what he had to do today, he felt both nervous and expectant. "I want to invite someone to dinner tonight, but I'm afraid they won't give me face." "It's okay, we can take it one step at a time. Step by step, don't rush." After locking the cabinet, Xin An got up and called Chunyang in. Lai Lai was still standing outside the door. "Lai Lai, take care of helping the second young master wash up and get dressed. Chunyang, go and arrange breakfast, mainly light meals." She then took the purse from Tang Mo's waist and put some silver inside for him. Once everything was ready, Xin An, leading the people of Chioshi Courtyard, escorted Tang Mo out of the Marquis's mansion in a grand procession. Tang Mo was a little embarrassed. Wasn't this too much of a show? Xin An smiled and said, "This is your first time on duty. From today onwards, you have a job. You are the pillar of everyone in Chioshi Courtyard, our support, so of course we want to encourage you." A group of servants nodded repeatedly. "Second young master, you can do it. Second young master, we wish you a bright future." Yes, this servant wishes the second young master continued success in his career. Everyone offered their blessings, their faces beaming with smiles. Xin An said, "Look, we all support you. You must believe in yourself. You can definitely do it." Tang Mo was quite moved. He looked up and saw Wang Shi approaching. Wang Shi smiled and stepped forward. "Don't say anything more. Just do your job well. Your mother supports you too. My son looks so handsome today." Tang Mo smiled and bowed to her. "Son is off." The group stood at the entrance of the Marquis's residence to see him off. Only after Lai Lai drove his carriage and disappeared around the corner did they turn around. "Go back now and do your jobs well." Everyone agreed and then returned to Chioshi Courtyard with smiles on their faces. The group made quite a commotion. How could Chunhua Courtyard next door possibly not hear that? Aunt Kai scoffed. "He's not even a high-ranking official. Why make such a fuss?" Truly, they were beneath their dignity. But she forgot that this not-so-high-ranking official position originally belonged to Tang Rong. Therefore, Tang Rong felt insulted, yet also somewhat envious of Tang Mo's being so highly regarded, and couldn't help but look forward to the day he would go to his post. Tao Iran would probably bring a whole courtyard of people to see him off, wouldn't she? Aunt Kai hadn't seen Tao Iran leave her room since early morning, and she was quite dissatisfied, though she didn't show it on her face. She asked Aunt Lu, "Is the young mistress still feeling unwell today?" Aunt Lu understood the sarcasm in her words, but couldn't find a way to excuse herself. The young mistress has always been a bit weak, and it takes her a while to recover from even the slightest discomfort. Sigh, Aunt Kai sighed, the young master is busy with important matters outside the manor. Although the mistress is in charge of the household, the young mistress, as the young master's wife, should share the mistress's burdens. It's not good for her to be sick like this all the time. Perhaps we should ask the Marquis to invite a royal physician from the palace to treat the young mistress. Aunt Lu was seething with resentment. This old woman was so considerate to her young mistress, making the young mistress listen to her in everything. Now it was time to invite the young mistress out and listen to what this old woman was saying. Before she could think of anything to defend Tao Iran, Aunt Kai spoke up again. Helping Madam share her burdens is a small matter. After all, Madam's health has always been good, and she can still endure some hardship. It's just that the young mistress's health is so weak. Won't that delay her ability to have children? Aunt Lu's words were utterly contradictory. To say Tao Iran's health was actually good? Why didn't she get up early for her morning and evening greetings? To say her health was poor? Wasn't that implying she had difficulty conceiving? She had truly shot herself in the foot. Tang Rong frowned slightly. As her husband, he didn't think Tao Iran had any health problems. She was simply using this to avoid her morning and evening greetings. His mind involuntarily recalled Tang Gang's words, and his frown deepened. He turned and went back into his room. In contrast to Aunt Kai's smug expression, Aunt Lu looked worried. Tao Iran had already gotten up and was sitting pruning the flower branches the maid had gathered from the yard that morning. Hearing footsteps, she slightly raised her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. "These flowers are blooming beautifully today. They're perfect for a vase." Tang Rong's anger lessened slightly, but she still asked, "Why didn't you go to pay your respects to Mother today?" Tao Iran paused, her hand holding the scissors still moving. She smiled. "If I want to pay my respects, would Mother like me?" In the past, Mother would have pretended to be kind, but ever since Mother and Father had that big fight, things have completely changed. No matter what I say or do, Mother won't like me. Just like how no matter how virtuous and generous she pretends to be, she won't genuinely like you. After all, you're not her biological son, so how can there be no difference? Tang Rong knew what she said made sense, and it was true, but facts are facts, and things don't always work that way. Everyone knows my mother treats me like her own son. Even if she's been pretending all these years, she has indeed been very good to me in public. She and my father had a fight, so I should be even more filial to her to avoid gossip. If I avoid seeing her, even skipping my morning and evening greetings, wouldn't that be unfilial? Tao Iran put down her scissors. In that case, you should go to your mother in person and say a few words to her. You should have gone that day, since it was because of you. But I understand you were injured. Just say you're feeling much better these past few days and you're going to see your mother. Both of them understood the logic, but neither of them wanted to go, and they were both counting on the other to go. Tang Rong thought it over and over again, and finally took Tao Iran's suggestion. He then asked again, still unwilling to give up, "Will you come with me?" Tao Iran shook her head. "You're mother and son. It would be difficult to say anything if I were still feeling better. Go ahead, I'll go and pay my respects to my mother when I'm feeling better." Tang Rong got up helplessly and went out with Aunt Kai. Xin An, who lived next door, wandered around Xiosher courtyard but found nothing she needed to do. She was about to take a few maids to stroll in the garden when she bumped into Tang Rong. "Big brother, are you going out?" She could now face Tang Rong with ease, but he seemed a little guilty. "Going to see Mother." "Sister-in-law, are you going for a walk?" "Yes," Xin An smiled. "The flowers in the garden are blooming beautifully. Let's go see." Seeing her radiant face, bright eyes and white teeth, the gleaming hairpin in her hair, the lively agate earrings, and even the vibrant flowers embroidered on her clothes, One couldn't help but feel that such a woman should be surrounded by flowers, living a free and passionate life. When Madame Tao arrived, she saw the scene. Her good son-in-law stared awkwardly at his sister-in-law. Her heart skipped a beat, and she stepped forward with a smile. "My dear son-in-law." Tang Rong then noticed Madame Tao, and his thoughts blurted out, "Mother-in-law, what brings you here?" "To see you and ear." Madame Tao showed no emotion, only a loving expression. "I've been worried about your injuries while I was at home, so I wanted to come and see you." Chapter 66. Madame Tao teaches her daughter. The scene was somewhat awkward, with the current mother-in-law and son-in-law standing between them, and Xin An, who had previously been engaged to Tang Rong. Xin An, acting as if nothing was amiss, smiled and greeted Madame Tao, then turned to Tang Rong and said, "Mother just went out on business and won't be back until this afternoon. If you have something to do, elder brother, you can go later." The two sisters-in-law, Wang and Yu, had gone to see a play together. If Tang Rong had even a little bit of information, he wouldn't have made that trip. Tang Rong looked embarrassed, while Xin An's smile grew even brighter. "I won't disturb you, elder brother and Madame Tao." After a curtsy, she led her entourage away. Madame Tao watched her retreating figure thoughtfully, then turned and smiled at Tang Rong. "My dear son-in-law's injuries have healed considerably. Are you about to take up your post at the Ministry of Rights?" Tang Rong nodded. "I'm familiarizing myself with the regulations of the Ministry of Rights these past 2 days, and I'll be taking up my post in 3 days." "Good." Madame Tao entered Chunhua Courtyard. Today, she had come specifically to teach Tao Iran how to compete for the power of managing the household. After exchanging a few words with Tang Rong, she went into Tao Iran's room. Tao Iran was impatient with her mother's nagging and even more disgusted by Madame Tao's insistence on competing for everything. Why must mother think about competing for these things? It only makes things worse. Women in the inner quarters don't only have the path of managing the household. Living your own life well is enough. Isn't it better to have others worry about everything? Without desires or wants, one can find peace. A heart like still water is as calm as a tranquil lake. Mothers should try to be more open-minded. Madame Tao's temples throbbed. How could the inner quarters of a grand and wealthy family be so peaceful? Tang Rong is indeed the heir apparent, but as long as he hasn't inherited the title, things could change at any time. You may not be competitive, but your neighbors are eyeing you covetously. Your husband is working hard outside, so naturally he hopes you can be a good wife. What is a good wife? Is it romantic moments under the moon or composing poems? Mother, please stop. Tao Iran's impatience was written all over her face. Aunt Lu and Aunt Kai will handle these things, so why do I have to? Madame Tao stared at her blankly, then said helplessly, "Having 2 stewards in one courtyard is already unacceptable. Even one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. If you want your subordinates to handle things, only one of them can remain." Why does mother always like to scheme? They each have their strengths. One can manage the internal affairs, and the other can manage the external affairs. What's wrong with that? Madame Tao felt very tired. Tao Iran's health had been poor since childhood, and she was often unwell. She had never forced her to do anything, letting her do as she pleased. Even after she fainted while learning to manage the household, she dared not tire her out at all, always thinking that things might get better after she got married. Most importantly, she spends most of her time with that old woman in the mansion. How can someone born into a lowly family raise her daughter well? Choosing Tang Mo as her son-in-law was partly for this reason. A second son who couldn't inherit the family business wouldn't require her daughter to work hard. Who knew things would turn out like this? What matriarch of a household is constantly unhappy and incapable of managing the household? Tao Iran didn't want to hear any more of those troublesome words. Mother, please don't worry about me anymore. I know what I'm doing. Madame Tao softened her tone, saying that if she wanted to manage the household, she should take good care of her health and try to conceive soon. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. "Mother, I told you not to worry." The nagging only annoyed her. Madame Tao's temper flared. "You find me annoying now, but you'll regret it one day." Fortunately, she remained rational and didn't lose her temper in Chunhua courtyard. She went straight to Tang Rong after leaving her room, hoping he could properly discipline Tao Iran. This child is too naive and innocent, without a shred of cunning. You'll have to put in a lot more effort in the future. Tang Rong had been hoping his mother-in-law would persuade Tao Iran to be more diligent in helping him, but this problem had ultimately been brought back to him, making him feel uneasy. I haven't known Ir for very long and don't understand her personality. I don't know what's wrong with her body or why she's always feeling unwell. If my mother-in-law knows, please tell me, so I can ask my father to invite the imperial physician to treat her. Madame Tao was speechless. She knew to some extent that her daughter was faking illness, but she didn't want to believe it, only saying it was due to weakness. Perhaps it's something she was born with. Could it be treated? Tang Rong was determined to get to the bottom of things. I see that Ir looks quite well, but she feels unwell every morning. Sometimes it's chest pain, sometimes a headache, sometimes a feeling of tightness in her chest and shortness of breath, and she has no energy. Her symptoms are complicated and worrying. He wasn't stupid. He was almost certain that Tao Iran wasn't sick. They had been intimate frequently since they got married, and no matter how much he tormented her, Tao Iran could endure it and even enjoyed it. She didn't seem like someone with poor health. But he wouldn't say such things out loud. Madame Tao didn't know how to answer, while Tang Rong looked worried. I'll go and ask father to come when he returns. It would be best to have the imperial physician examine her. The imperial physician could tell if she was sick just by taking her pulse. Madame Tao smiled awkwardly. There's no need for that trouble. We've consulted many doctors in the manor before, and they all said it's nothing serious, just need some rest. She was tired before the marriage, and so many things have happened since. That child isn't one to complain. She keeps everything bottled up inside. I'm afraid that's why she's feeling unwell. She'll be fine in a few days. The situation was worse than she had anticipated. Tang Rong said this because he was dissatisfied with Tao Iran's laziness. He needed a wife who could share his burdens, not just a confidant who only knew how to arrange flowers and paint. Originally, she was about to leave when she returned to Tao Iran's room. This time, her words weren't particularly stern. You don't have to manage the household, you don't have to have children, you can do whatever you want, as long as you can capture a man's heart and he pampers and indulges you. Madame Tao didn't leave for a long time. Since Madame Wang wasn't there, Xin An took some people to Chunhua courtyard. With Madame Wang gone, she was in charge. I thought that since Madame Tao rarely comes, she should have a private chat with my sister-in-law. I'll have lunch set up at Chunhua courtyard. What do you think, brother? Tang Rong cupped his hands. Thank you for your thoughtful arrangements, sister-in-law. Brother, you're too kind. Xin An smiled. With mother not at home, I should share her burdens. She then left with her entourage. Tang Rong felt a mix of emotions. Before noon, the kitchen staff brought in a lavish meal, including fruit wine. Before Tang Rong could ask, the head cook returned. This fruit wine was delivered from the winery this morning. It's fragrant and delicious. The second young mistress said Madame Tao is a distinguished guest, and the eldest young mistress prefers refined tastes, so this wine is perfect timing. Tang Rong nodded. After the kitchen staff left, Madame Tao and Tao Iran entered. Learning that Xin An had taken over the household affairs without permission, they wanted to find fault with her. However, after sitting down and observing for a while, they found nothing wrong, and their sense of crisis intensified. Has the Marquis not returned yet? So, besides us, only the second young mistress is in the mansion. Why don't you invite her to join us for dinner? How can I, as a guest, cook and eat while the mistress is sidelined? Quickly, invite her in. Chapter 67, Xin An delivers meal. Aunt Lu, who went to invite Xin An to dinner, found no one there. The second young mistress went out, saying she was going to deliver food to the second young master. Deliver food? Madame Tao raised an eyebrow. Doesn't the Northern Army provide meals? Of course, the Northern Army provides meals, and Xin An naturally knew that, but she deliberately pretended not to know. She took a person and carried a full food box to the restaurant. She waited for a while at the door before being allowed to enter. It was lunchtime and Tang Emo was in the dining hall. A group of noisy men were eating and talking, and when they saw a beautiful woman standing at the door, they all cast sizing glances at her. Tang Emo quickly stepped forward and stopped her, pulling her aside. "Why are you here?" Xin An put on an act, speaking nervously. "I brought you food." "I didn't know they served meals here." She grabbed Tang Mo's hand, seemingly uneasy, and pinched it hard. "Did I embarrass you?" Several people looked at her with amused smiles. Tang Emo, wincing in pain, quickly grabbed her hand. "No, I forgot to tell you they served meals here. I won't go hungry." "Second brother Tang, that's not right of you. You made your sister-in-law come all this way in the scorching sun. Hurry up and apologize." Tang Gang had offended Liao Ji, and Tang Emo was unsurprisingly implicated. He was given a hard time from the start, and people weren't very enthusiastic towards him. But Tang Gang was, after all, a marquis, and the achievements of the Tang family patriarch were still there. Many people whose family background was not as good as Tang Mo's didn't dare to embarrass him. They just didn't get close to him. Mealtime was the most relaxing time for everyone, and also the time of day when they were in the best mood. Xin An had deliberately chosen this time to come. Seeing someone egging him on, he lowered his head in embarrassment. "Do you still want the food box?" "Yes, if Brother Tang doesn't want it, we will." The person who led the egging was Zhuang Shi, from the young Shuang Earl's mansion. The Zhuang family and the Tang family were in similar situations. Although they hadn't explicitly stated that they wanted to abandon martial arts for civil service, there weren't many young men left in the army. Otherwise, Zhuang Shi wouldn't have been able to make a living in the Northern Army. The two families had dealings, so it wasn't surprising that Zhuang Shi gave Tang Emo some face. Zhuang Shi and his acquaintances joined in the commotion. Xin An, feigning shyness, turned and left quickly with her entourage. Tang Emo watched her go. Zhuang Shi, beaming, carried a food box into the dining hall. "Brother Tang, you were mesmerized by your wife's retreating figure. Let us see what delicious food she brought." Several people, bowls in hand, gathered around, laughing. The food box contained roast chicken, roast duck, orange smoked goose, and even seafood. Someone exclaimed dramatically, "Brother Tang, you're eating so well." "I've heard the Xin family is wealthy. It's truly well-deserved." "Brother Tang, shall we begin?" Tang Emo smiled as he entered the dining hall. "I'm sorry to have made you all laugh. We can't take it all back now. Your wife kindly brought us food. What a great gesture. Brother Tang, you're truly blessed." "That's right. You're the first person here to have your wife bring you food. Aren't you secretly pleased?" Because of the dishes Xin An brought, these people's attitude towards Tang Emo improved a bit in the afternoon. At least they were willing to remind him of some of the rules of the Northern Army. Tang Emo was naturally good at handling things and had no airs at all. He smiled at everyone, so those who were looking for trouble with him didn't get a chance. When Xin An returned home, Madame Tao had already left. Tao Iran had a fight with Tang Rong for some reason, and it was said that Tang Rong stormed off. How far could he storm off? I bet he couldn't even leave the courtyard. Namfeng nodded with a smile. He stormed back to his study. Xin An sat down and drank some tea. After putting down her teacup, she began to prepare for going to the opera the next day. Choose a bright and colorful outfit and choose some light jewelry, not too plain. Aunt Wong felt that since it was her first time meeting those high-ranking ladies from the capital, she should dress modestly and not steal the limelight. "Everyone knows my father is a salt merchant. If I dress too plainly, wouldn't that imply my father doesn't make money?" She had been ridiculed for dressing plainly in her past life, and besides, she didn't like those plain clothes in the first place. "As time goes by, I can wear bright clothes for a few more years. I'll have time to wear those plain clothes later." Aunt Wong was worried that Xin An was too flamboyant and that some people in the capital would covet the Xin family, but Xin An didn't care. "Who says the Xin family's money can only be spent by the Tang family? My father is a merchant, so naturally he has to prioritize profit." Aunt Wong wanted to persuade her again, but Xin An stood up. "Aunt, what do you think of the Tang family's handling of the marriage exchange? What do you think of the Marquis's treatment of the second young master?" Aunt Wang didn't speak. Thinking that she didn't know much, she simply stopped thinking about these things and happily prepared Xian's clothes for tomorrow. As for tomorrow's trip, Chunyang and Nanfeng will come with me. Nanfeng was overjoyed. Accompanying her master on a trip was a great honor, and she immediately agreed with a smile. Chunlu was unhappy, but Xian said, Nanfeng knows the situation in the capital better than you. You can go out, but you have to be more capable than Nanfeng. Otherwise, if someone greets me after we leave, I won't know who she is, and neither will you. It'll be embarrassing. I'll ask Mother to borrow someone familiar with the situation in the capital. You all need to study hard. You'll be my eyes and ears when we go out. Chunyang, Chunlu, and Aunt Wang all nodded heavily. Chunlu remembered Xiar, who had been brought back, and Xian asked her to bring her over for a visit. Xiar had been staying in the servants' quarters of the Marquis's mansion for the past few days, learning etiquette and helping with chores. Even so, it was a world of difference compared to her life at home. Xiar was now spotless from head to toe, dressed in brand new clothes like those of a maid in the manor. Someone had styled her hair into a simple bun, though it was sparse and a bit dry and yellowish. Greetings to the second young mistress. Having learned etiquette for a few days, she was quite proper. Get up. You look different now that you've cleaned up. Have you been settling in well these past few days? Replying to the second young mistress, the manor is very nice. Xia was excited and became more talkative. I have a bed, blankets, and new clothes to wear, 2 sets. The food is plentiful and the work isn't difficult. There's no better life than this. Thank you, second young mistress. My cousin and I cherish these days. My cousin said we must work hard and not bring shame to the second young master and second young mistress. Realizing she had said too much, she quickly lowered her head, nervously tugging at her sleeve. Xian smiled and said, From what I've heard you say, it's clear you really like it here. Since you like it, then study hard and do your job well. There will be other tasks for you later. Xiar quickly agreed. Chunlu rewarded her with a plate of pastries and then led her away. Aunt Wang said that Xiar seemed quite clever. With a little more training, she'll be able to do her job. It's just that her parents and brothers were all sold off by the second young master. Although she didn't have a good life under their care, they are still her biological parents. I wonder if she harbors any resentment. Xian didn't intend to give Xiar a high position, just keep an eye on her. The main concern is her cousin. Chapter 68. Contracted the coveting younger brother's wife disease. Tang Emo liked Erhan very much. He liked Urshan's energy and vigor, and, because of this, he even had Erhan practice martial arts with the guards in the manor. Erhan trained diligently, though whether he would live up to Tang Mo's expectations in the end was another matter. Young Madam has returned. She's asking you to come over. The maid came to deliver the message. Xian stood up and, upon stepping outside, ran into Tang Rong. Before her uncle could speak, Tang Rong opened his mouth. Your younger brother's wife is going to see Mother? And you, elder brother? Tang Rong nodded. I heard Mother has returned and wanted to say a few words to her. Why not go with your elder brother's wife? Isn't her health better now? She's much better. Tomorrow she can go pay her respects to Mother. Xian smiled. For many days, Tao Iran had been claiming illness to avoid paying respects, and such behavior would be criticized no matter where it happened. Tang Rong was on the rise in his career and very conscious of his reputation, so he certainly wouldn't allow Tao Iran to stay locked inside Chunhua courtyard all the time. It seemed today's quarrel was about this matter. Did your younger brother's wife go to deliver food to your second brother today? Tang Rong wanted to say a few more words to Xian. In his eyes, she had originally been destined to marry him. And from what he knew, before her marriage, Xian had been quite fond of him. Now, a strange thought arose in his heart. Joy cannot simply vanish. Perhaps Xian still harbored feelings for him, and it was only out of helplessness that she accepted Tang Emo. Especially since she and Tang Emo were still sleeping in separate rooms, further evidence that her heart might still belong to him. Feeling a dark thrill, he wanted to tease Xian a little. Doing so could not only disgust Tang Emo, but perhaps also sway Xian's heart toward him. He wanted the Tang family's influence in officialdom, and he wanted the Xin family's wealth. It's normal for second brother to feel uncomfortable on his first day in the Northern Guard. He was used to freedom in the manor, so suddenly being confined to one place takes time to adjust. Xin sighed. It was my mistake for not understanding the situation. I thought the Northern Guard didn't provide meals. I nearly caused a scandal. Tang Rong stopped walking, a worried expression on his face. Did second brother blame you? Goosebumps rose instantly. Xin An clenched her fists tightly, thinking Tang Rong's expression was infuriating. She gritted her teeth, swallowed her anger, and forced a smile. He didn't get a chance to blame me. I sensed it was inappropriate, so I hurried back. Tang Rong relaxed, but still looked concerned. On the day of the wedding, I truly wronged you. I don't know how to make up for it. If you ever encounter difficulties, come to me. Anything I can do, I won't refuse. Xin An thought Tang Rong was crazy, the coveting younger brother's wife disease. Before it was Tao Iran, now it was her turn? Did he think she was somewhat remarkable? She did not respond. Fearing that speaking might damage her image, she only smiled faintly. Tang Rong, however, took it as agreement and felt exceptionally happy. Madame Wang was slightly surprised to see the two of them. Xin An quickly explained, I met elder brother earlier this morning when leaving. He said he wanted to speak to mother. I ran into him again just now. It seems what he has to say is important. Should I step aside? Madame Wang understood. Tang Rong had probably decided after some contemplation to make amends and stage a bit of a show. We're all family, not outsiders. You can sit down. Xin An sat aside. Tang Rong lifted his robe and knelt before Madame Wang. Father hurt my younger brother's feelings while trying to protect me. I felt uneasy and acted rashly. I deeply regret it and have come to apologize to Mother. Mother, second brother is my own younger brother. I only wish him well and never intended to compete with him. There are only the two of us in this household. We must support each other. Once I've established myself in the Ministry of Rights, I will plan for second brother, ensuring a better future for him. Madame Wang helped him up. I know you're filial. Mother was angry at the moment. Your father's actions have nothing to do with you. I've watched you grow up. Though not my biological child, it's as if you were. How could I be angry at you? Tang Rong stood. Mother is kind and reasonable. It is my fortune to have her care. Iran's health has improved. She has been worried about not showing filial respect these days. Today she said she would come tomorrow to apologize. Madame Wang said, Mother knows she is weak. She's been like this even at her family home. How could I blame her? Don't rush her. Let her recover and give birth to a son or daughter soon. That is the greatest filial piety to Mother. Tao Iran didn't want to pay respects, and Xin An didn't want to see her either. She wished she would remain absent forever. Snow Jade is being cared for. A physician will examine her in half a month. She carries your bloodline. Occasionally, someone should deliver things to her, so she has something to hold on to. Madame Wang's reminder nearly made Tang Rong forget the matter. He bowed hurriedly. Thank you, Mother. I will remember. And then, Madame Wang reminded him, don't let your wife know about this. Her health is fragile, she shouldn't worry. Tang Rong thought Madame Wang was overthinking. He hadn't noticed Tao Iran's suspicion at all. Apart from being uncomfortable that day, she acted as if nothing had happened. He had intended to comfort her but saw her attitude and let it go. Having said what needed to be said, Tang Rong took his leave, giving Xin An a nod before departing. His figure looked elegant as he walked away. Xin An felt disgusted. Even the tea in her hand tasted unpleasant. She slightly turned to the side. Mother, you sent for me because of something? Madame Wang intended to discuss Northern Guard Commander Liaoji. This person is not easy to befriend. The Liao family was a military household, but the previous 2 generations produced no outstanding generals until Liaoji's generation. 2 years ago, old Master Liao suddenly died. A month later, Liaoji's father passed. From then on, Liaoji led the family. His second and third uncles obeyed him. The Liao family has many sons, all promoted quickly these past 2 years. It is said that Liaoji has the emperor's full trust. Xin An frowned. If that's the case, father must have known. Why then would he directly offend him? A favorite of the emperor is incomparable to someone like Tang Gang, who relied on ancestral protection. Madame Wang rarely had insight into court affairs. Xin An, though with more worldly experience, had always centered on Tang Rong in her previous life. She only investigated matters he cared about. She rarely left the manor gates, and with the passage of time, she had almost no memory regarding the Liao family. The two women, both unfamiliar with political affairs, looked at each other. Finally, Madame Wang concluded, "The main reason is that your father wanted to protect his beloved son's reputation." There were rumors outside that Tang Rong was all show and no substance. Your father cherishes his son. How could he allow his son's reputation to suffer? Cherish his son, repeated over and over, somewhat ironic. Chapter 69. The one who knows how to handle Tang Mo best. As the head of the Northern Guard, Liaoji was someone Xin An thought it necessary to find a way to connect with. Today's little scene with Madame Wang hadn't been wasted. She had gained a bit of useful insight. Liaoji's wife is the daughter of the richest family in Linzhou, the Su family. They owned tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. When she married into the capital, it caused quite a stir. I remember it well. The dowry was extraordinarily abundant. Just the various grains alone amounted to 50,000 jin, which blocked the city's docks for quite some time. Hearing this, Xin An recalled something. I think I heard that Madame Su has a younger sister who married the second son of Prince Jin. Madame Wang wasn't sure about that, but it didn't stop her from investigating later. Xin An slowly sipped her tea. No rush. As long as we're in the capital, we'll find someone who can connect us to Liaoji. Madame Wang nodded, but couldn't quite read Xin An. Despite her youthful face, she repeatedly gave off the impression of being an equal peer, especially when she was calm and composed. Mother, do you have something for me? Xin An looked up, a faint smile on her lips. Madame Wang smiled back. I see you have a plan. There may not be much I can do to help, but if there's anything you need me to intervene on, just say it. Xin An didn't mince words. If my husband's situation in the Northern Guard doesn't improve soon, I'll probably need you to speak to father and resolve this matter. That's no trouble at all. I can handle it today. Xin An shook her head. If we can handle it ourselves, father can see firsthand what my husband is capable of. Madame Wang thought that made sense. Then I'll leave it to you. After finishing that, Xin An mentioned that Madame Tao had come by. Madame Wang praised her. From now on, when I'm not around, you can make decisions on the household's major affairs. Tomorrow, leave a bit later. I'll introduce you to all the managers in the household. After their discussion, Xin An left, still thinking about Tang Rong's thoughts. She decided he was such a shameless man. Last life, he couldn't wait to throw himself at Tao Iran, convinced no one in the world was better than her. Now he got his wish and got married for only a few days, so it wasn't exciting anymore. By evening, Tang Mo unexpectedly returned. Xin An blurted out, "The banquet didn't go as planned?" No, it was Tang Mo's first day on duty, so he was a bit excited. I didn't invite anyone. It was too rushed. Better to wait a few days and see. Before sitting, he gulped down a glass of water and then sat to rest, but the food you sent today was excellent. Some people were distant toward me this morning, but after tasting your roasted goose, the ice was broken. They even spoke to me. Liaoji wasn't around today, and his trusted aides went with him. He's expected back in 3 days. This isn't going to be easy. Xin An said, every difficult obstacle can be overcome. I'm going to the theater tomorrow, and while there, I'll gather some information. Maybe we can resolve it before then. Tang Mo happily crossed his legs, enjoying the feeling of not having to do it all alone. Fatigue struck, and he couldn't help yawning twice. Xin An noticed. What are you doing exactly? Just, Tang Mo waved his hand. Too embarrassed to admit he had lived in comfort all these years, he felt tired even just standing in front of incense. I'm still adapting. I need to memorize all the streets in the capital. In 7 days, I'll be patrolling them. Doing nothing and already tired? Xin An teased, I knew you were lazy. I suggest you get up early each day and practice 2 sets of martial arts to warm up. Maybe hire a martial arts master to guide you a bit. The capital isn't always peaceful. You might be needed somewhere. Your grandfather achieved great military merit. The Tang Marquis was earned on horseback. If it's your turn and you just do a few flashy moves, how embarrassing would that be? Tang Mo felt a bit of reason in that. He thought about having to wake up early during his duty days anyway. I don't think I can endure that kind of hardship. Xin An leaned in, lowering herself to meet his gaze. A grown man falls into a lotus pond and dies? How weak is that? Tang Mo, this damn woman. Seeing him angry, Xin An knew just how to handle him. Everyone outside already knows your reputation is just flashy moves. If you're different, people will praise you for having the spirit of your grandfather. That's a huge compliment. This is something even your father hasn't had. Tang Mo's heart stirred. He imagined himself stepping up in a crisis, like a sword drawn from its sheath, catching the villain, turning and landing gracefully. He wanted to applaud himself. Fine, I'll follow your advice. Tomorrow, I'll rise early to practice. When I have time, I'll go to the martial arts school. My previous master had his own school and was quite skilled. Xin An straightened her posture. I know you can do it. Of course, becoming a master at your age isn't easy, but you have a foundation. Even if not for achievements, it's good for your health. Then if you fall into the lotus pond again, you can leap out gracefully. What can a tiny pond do to you? Recalling last life's incidents now became a joke in this life. Tang Mo gritted his teeth, determined to fill in the lotus pond when he became successful. All right, enough rest. Go pay respects to mother. She's been worried all day. You're coming too. Tang Mo grumbled as if dragging Xin An along could take revenge. Xin An laughed. You sound just like the pigs in the village, grunting all the time. Tang Mo rolled his eyes, but then laughed happily, not even knowing why, just happy. Tang Gang was there and, unusually, asked Tang Mo about his day. Tang Mo cheekily replied, Of course I was targeted everywhere. Should I have been welcomed with a parade? That left Tang Gang speechless, glaring angrily. Madame Wang shot Tang Mo a look. Your father is asking out of concern. Speak properly. She could argue with Tang Gang, but Tang Mo could not. Filial piety came first. No matter what Tang Gang did, he was still father. Disobedience would be unfilial, and if word got out, he'd have no standing in the capital. Reluctantly, Tang Mo said, It wasn't as hard as imagined. Some were targeting me, but some were friendly. After all, I come from the Tang Marquis. They had to show some respect. Tang Gang hummed. Don't worry about Liao Ji. He went out on imperial business. When he returns, I'll have a drink with him and settle this. Tang Mo was surprised, staring blankly. Tang Gang noticed. What's with that expression? Tang Mo rubbed his hands. I'm just overwhelmed by favor. It was unprecedented. The old man was paving the way for him. I'm your father. How could I harm you? Matters have priorities. Act accordingly. Don't be petty. Tang Gang was angry, thinking he'd been mocked. Tang Mo quickly smiled. You're right, father. Chapter 70. Tang Rong was severely provoked. Tang Gang had never been fond of Tang Mo. But ever since Tang Mo helped Tang Yaoming secure a position, Tang Gang found himself viewing Tang Mo more favorably. Even when Tang Mo misbehaved in front of him, it no longer irritated him as it used to. Madame Wang didn't care about Tang Gang's thoughts for the moment and asked Tang Mo about his first day on duty, whether he had been bullied or if he was uncomfortable in any way. I'm not used to it yet. Speaking to his mother, Tang Mo's attitude shifted drastically. Mother, you know, this is my first time on duty. I was very excited at first and then a bit uneasy, not sure what to do. I'll get used to it in a couple of days. Madame Wang felt a pang of sympathy. Your second aunt brought some meat and sweets for you today. Take them back and wrap them in greaseproof paper in your pouch. If you get hungry, you can snack a bit. Tang Gang couldn't help but intervene. My dear, spoiling him too much. A grown man going hungry for a few meals won't hurt him, and you're giving him dried meat and sweets for duty? Why not arrange a nurse for him instead? Are you trying to make people laugh? Madame Wang replied calmly, whether he brings it or not, just take it back. He can snack when there's time. Tang Mo smiled brightly. The meat from second uncle's shop is the best, fragrant, and filling. Last time he said he'd bring some for me, and after I finish, I'll ask him for more. Madame Wang smiled. Second aunt said if you ever want something, just ask the servants. As they spoke, Steward Zhang entered carrying a basket of grapes. These are from second young master's household. He said the grapes in young master Yaoming's courtyard are fully ripe and asked second young madam to try them. These are from my cousin-in-law, Xin An said as she stepped forward to take the basket, smiling. Last time I went, the grapes were still sour. Cousin-in-law said she'd send some when they ripened. She picked one up and tasted it. Indeed sweet. Last time it was sour. Quick, wash a few bunches and bring them over. Before washing, Tang Emo picked 2 bunches for Steward Zhang. I remember Grandma Zhang likes these. Bring some back for her to taste. Steward Zhang thanked him happily. Thank you, second young master. Steward Yang moved quickly and soon returned with the washed grapes. Xin An offered them to Madame Wang, who peeled and tasted one. Indeed sweet. Tang Emo also tried one, enjoying the flavor. Mother and daughter ate together cheerfully. Tang Gang could only watch, quietly. Xin An gave Tang Emo a subtle glance. He then handed a bunch to Tang Gang. Try some. It tastes better than outside grapes. Xin An added, cousin-in-law said these grapes were cultivated by Master Gu himself. They're large, juicy, and sweet, 80% sweet, 20% tart. Father, try some. Tang Gang took one and popped it into his mouth. I know these grapes. Master Gu sends them to the palace every year. The emperor himself has mentioned that grapes from Master Gu's household are unique in the entire capital. He was not familiar with Master Gu and had never tasted them. Now, seeing Tang Emo and Tang Yong so close, he felt a pang of sourness in his heart. Tang Emo curiously asked if Master Gu's grapes were even better. Xin An, holding the plate, nodded as she ate. Cousin-in-law said her grapevines were personally cultivated by Master Gu, but no matter how she nurtures them, they still don't compare to Master Gu's. She said she'd bring me a few bunches when she returns to the Gu household so I can taste the difference. Make sure to save some for me, Tang Emo said. Sure. When Tang Rong arrived, he saw the entire warm scene in the room, a family of 4 seated together, each holding a plate of grapes, laughing and eating. It provoked him sharply, leaving him momentarily stunned. Tang Emo cheerfully greeted him. Elder brother, what a coincidence. The grapes just arrived from second uncle's household. I've saved 2 bunches for you and sister-in-law. Seeing Tang Rong's expression of betrayal made Tang Emo feel delighted. If getting close to the old man provoked him, he didn't mind playing the filial son game even more. These grapes had arrived at the perfect moment. Tang Rong bowed to everyone, then hesitated to speak. Madame Wang, ever considerate, interjected, do you have something to discuss with your father? Tang Rong had come to assert his presence, to show his diligence to his father, but he couldn't say it outright. I'd like to consult father about something. Madame Wang smiled at Tang Gang. If it's important, why not discuss it in the study? Shall we have dinner together tonight? Tang Gang nodded. Madame Wang sent for Tao Iran to join them. After the father and son left, Tang Emo laughed. Did you see his expression? Like his father caught me stealing, so funny. Madame Wang shook her head helplessly. You really are something else. He's got his flaws, but he's got strengths too. You should look at his strengths. He's just had bad luck recently, Tang Emo said with a smile. Tang Emo nodded happily. I know his abilities. I'm not underestimating him. In the study, Tang Rong behaved more than ever like a capable heir, discussing the Ministry of Rights affairs with reasoning and clear plans. Tang Gang, who had recently been slightly disappointed in him, felt reassured. Because my second brother wasn't smooth in the Northern Guard, I want father to find a proper occasion to host a banquet for Commander Liao to make up for past matters and ease my second brother's situation. I also plan to visit friends and request that people in the Northern Guard look after my second brother. Who could say he wasn't a considerate and forgiving elder brother? Tang Gang smiled, patting his hand. I've got your second brother's affairs arranged. Just focus on your duties and establish yourself in the Ministry of Rights. This son fulfilled all his expectations of the eldest son. Amid this father-son bond, Tang Rong secretly mocked himself for being overly wary and even felt a moment of unease toward Tang Mo. Tao Iran arrived late. By the time she got there, everyone was already seated. Her moonlight white attire made her look delicate. A white jade hairpin added elegance. Tang Gang frowned. Dressing like this in the marquisite's household was simply courting misfortune. Tang Rong helped her sit carefully. His devoted husbandly gesture to Tang Gang seemed misplaced. He saw his son as capable in every way except managing matters inside the inner courtyard. Madame Wang, with no ill intent, spoke. "Everyone is here. Let's begin." Tang Gang was first to take a bite. Only then did everyone else start eating. The meal was silent, and afterward, everyone left without lingering. After everyone left, Tang Gang said to Madame Wang, "The eldest daughter-in-law is hopeless. You'll have to give her more guidance when you have time." Madame Wang sipped her tea, then said, "As for the second daughter-in-law, as her mother-in-law, I must speak if she errs. Criticism and even scolding are necessary. But for the eldest daughter-in-law, if I scold her too harshly, I'll appear unkind as a stepmother. You see how weak and fragile she is, always leaning like a willow in the wind, claiming she'd come to pay respects tomorrow. If she faints in front of me, how would I explain that to the Tao family?" Chapter 71. Tang Mo. I feel uneasy. Madame Wang had decided not to bother with Tao Iran ideally. She would never appear in front of her again. A woman who had originally been intended to marry her son had chosen betrayal on their wedding night. Even though it had been part of her plan, the ease of Tao Iran's betrayal made Madame Wang extremely displeased. If this had been in the past, Tang Gang would have likely scolded Madame Wang a few times, but now he dared not speak. The pressure fell on Tang Rong. He would have to deal with his own wife. "You tell me, what's going on with that guy next door?" As soon as Tang Mo returned to Chiosher Courtyard, he asked what had been on his mind. "During dinner today, he kept glancing at you several times. What was that look about?" Xin An didn't answer immediately and had her attendants prepare water to wash up. Seeing this, Tang Mo went to wash up next door. When they met again, Xin An dismissed Chunyang and the others, closed the door, stretched comfortably, and said, "That guy next door was hitting on me today. Don't you think that's interesting?" Tang Mo raised his eyebrows. "Interesting how?" Xin An sat cross-legged on the bed. "He apologized to me indirectly, implying that you're unreliable and saying that if I encounter difficulties, I should come to him. He'd help me." Tang Mo nearly exploded with anger. "Does he have a thing for liking sisters-in-law?" Xin An nodded. "Maybe." Shameless. Tang Mo clenched his teeth and got out of bed. "I think a simple scolding won't do. He should lose all his teeth." "That disgusting thing. Does he deliberately act against me?" Xin An sneered, reclining sideways. "He really is trying to annoy you, and he's thinking about my father's money too." Shameless. Tang Mo lay down next to her in a huff. Xin An turned her head. "Go back to your own room to sleep." "I won't." Tang Mo deliberately moved closer. "I'm telling you, don't be naive. Don't think that just because he said a few nice words to you, he's interested in you. Keep your wits when you see him." Xin An rolled her eyes. "I've got enough sense." "Enough my foot," Tang Mo said with disdain. "If you really had enough sense, you wouldn't get tricked to death. When he says all that nonsense, why don't you slap him, but you dare act boldly only in front of me. You a mouse. Only bold at home." Tang Mo became angrier and sat up. "You see, in the previous life, you were so cruel to me, stealing my things without mercy. Yet in front of him, you acted all virtuous, gentle, and kind, and those blind outsiders praised you for being devoted to him. After you entered the house, he didn't even take another concubine. I despised your spineless behavior. Was that guarding your virtue? Do you even know in your heart who you care for? This life, you're still so fierce with me, hit or scold, but with him, you're so polite. Are you a masochist?" After that torrent of words, Xin An felt his spit almost splattered on her face. She said calmly, "When have I ever just hit or scolded you?" She felt wronged. "You're mocking me. Then I won't mock you anymore, okay?" Xin An sat up. Do you think I wanted to smile and talk to him? I only did it to turn the tables and make Tao Iran experience a fraction of my past frustration. You don't even know. Tao Iran's past tricks had nearly made Xin furious. I said the culprit was Tang Rong, not that I should treat Tao Iran with generosity. Besides, no one else knows my frustration. And what he said sounded reasonable to others. If I slapped him, people would say I'd gone mad. If I could act freely, I would have already dealt with him with a poisoned cup. Tang Mo ground his teeth in anger. In any case, don't be foolish. Also, you drew my ugly face. Bring it here to tear it up. Xin, seeing he was reaching for her little cabinet, got up and grabbed him. No way. Dare to tear my drawing and I'll hit you. I can draw 10 more uglier pictures of you and post them on the pillars in the main hall of the front courtyard. Tang Mo knew he couldn't win, fumed, and lay back down with no intention of moving. Go away. No, I won't. It's reasonable and proper for me to sleep here. I'm not sneaking around. Why can't I sleep here? Xin took a deep breath. Men were tough, but when they threw tantrums, she couldn't hold her ground. You can sleep. Fine, go ahead. Her eyes were already half closed. Seeing her truly asleep, Tang Mo tossed and turned, unable to sleep himself. Eventually, he sat up and shook Xin awake. Are you clear-headed? Angry, Xin kicked him. I'm not clear-headed, I'm confused. I can't listen to sweet words. Tomorrow, I'll move next door. Satisfied. Staying up at this hour, do you want to die? Tang Mo sighed heavily. I feel uneasy. What if you get tricked again? What will I do? For 2 lifetimes, it's been the same misery. Just thinking about it keeps me awake. In the previous life, Tao Iran not only ignored him but despised him, with Tang Rong constantly on her mind. This life, Xin, though still somewhat disdainful, actually helps him. Why does that damn Tang Rong linger? If Xin isn't careful, he could get outsmarted again. Could he survive it? Xin yawned. I'm not stupid enough to get tricked again, am I? Tang Mo turned to her, comforting himself that the woman in front of him had learned her lesson from the last life and would not be fooled by Tang Rong again. He repeatedly reassured himself, compared himself to Tang Rong in every way, and only after concluding he was definitely more reliable did he finally sleep peacefully. The next morning, Xin woke to find him still beside her. She immediately lost all sleepiness and shook him hard. Get up. Duty awaits. Tang Mo sprang awake, immediately got up, called for attendance, and left without eating. While walking, he scolded himself. Xin instructed, today, have Erhan come to serve at Qiushi courtyard. Tang Mo had only the little attendant Lai to rely on. He had to manage everything himself, feeling somewhat like a beast of burden. Chunyang also promised to arrange someone to monitor the timing from tomorrow onward, ensuring what happened today would not recur. Today, Madame Wang would lead Xin and to meet all the house managers, showing her the full scope of her managerial authority. Today also happened to be the day of the monthly distribution, so the house managers had arrived early at the rear hall to deal with the provisions. Seeing Xin arrive, the managers quickly paid their respects. Being well informed, they naturally recognized that this second young mistress was now the effective head of the household's provisioning and treated her with utmost respect. Tang Rong and Tao Iran had arrived earlier than Xin, and Tang Rong bowed. You've arrived early, sister-in-law. Good morning, elder brother, sister-in-law. Xin didn't want to speak to them. After consideration, she decided to prioritize Tang Mo's face. There would be other ways to vex Tao Iran. She worked hard to keep calm and communicate normally, but if provoked, she couldn't guarantee her restraint. Chapter 72. Madame Wang's Plan. Tao Iran was listless and had little energy. It was easy to understand why. She disliked waking early to pay respects, disliked flattery, didn't want to curry favor, and didn't want to force herself to do what she disliked. Yet Tang Rong kept pressing her, and even her mother had urged her. How could she be in a good mood? Raising her eyes, she saw Xin dressed in luxurious attire. Xin wore red and green jewelry as if afraid of appearing poor. Tao Iran felt it looked excessively gaudy and silently stepped back, as if standing too close would make her catch the scent of Xin An's wealth. Xin An internally rolled her eyes at Tao Iran and also moved slightly to the side, wary of getting provoked. When Madame Wang arrived, Tang Rong and the others stepped forward to pay respects. Madame Wang gave a brief nod and looked at Tao Iran. "After resting these days, is your health improved?" Tao Iran nodded slightly. "Much better. You're the wife of the heir and the long-standing daughter-in-law of the Ho family. You bear the responsibility of continuing the lineage. Paying morning and evening respects is a minor matter, but this cannot be delayed. If you are unwell, adjust promptly. Your health must be your top priority." Her gaze shifted to Tang Rong. "I see your wife's complexion isn't great. I've heard she's been weak since birth. As her husband, you must be attentive. Don't let the necessary tonics lapse. Bearing children is arduous. Without good health, it won't be possible. Keep that in mind." Faced with pressure from his parents, Tang Rong bowed. "Thank you for the reminder, mother. I understand." Tao Iran also gave a polite bow. "Daughter-in-law understands." Madame Wang gave a faint smile. "There's much to do today. I won't keep you for meals. The day is still early, you may return and rest a bit longer." Who could say she wasn't a kind and considerate stepmother? Tang Rong had originally wanted to stay and see what else would be said, but with Madame Wang's words, he had no choice but to leave with Tao Iran. Once outside, Tao Iran breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that tomorrow, when she came again, she would make Madame Wang emphasize that she could rest more and need not pay morning and evening respects. Then, "Mother is kind. Every word is reasonable. I am indeed a bit delicate. Today I asked the physician to come examine my pulse, and I want to recover quickly to ease your worries." Tang Rong was a bit suspicious, but pleased. Tao Iran quietly added, "Since I married you, I should serve as your virtuous wife. Please forgive me for the first few days when I seemed confused and didn't know how to be a proper wife." The two had argued a few times over this, but Tao Iran's words made Tang Rong happy again. Holding her hand, he said, "It's my fault for not being attentive. I will send for the physician. Your health will surely improve." Tao Iran mentioned she had a trusted physician she had seen for years. "He knows my condition well. Even when I feel unwell, his medicine works. Just have Aunt Lu fetch him later." Years of treatment had left her always slightly unwell, yet Tang Rong didn't see anything amiss. "If you need rare tonics, Mother can authorize the warehouse. As long as it benefits your health, we'll get whatever is necessary." Tao Iran's eyes shimmered, slightly shy. "Rong Lang is the best to me." Tang Rong's face had recovered mostly and was nearly back to his previous handsome self. Tao Iran thought him even more attractive. She didn't know her scheming was somewhat unnecessary. Madame Wang also didn't want to see her and, from today, would use health and pregnancy as an excuse to confine her within the estate, fulfilling her wish. At that moment, Madame Wang was listening to the house manager's report on staff allocation and upcoming tasks. Xin An sat quietly, a bit nostalgic watching the scene. "Besides what I mentioned earlier, there's one more thing to tell you." Madame Wang raised her hand at Xin An, who immediately stood at her side. "From today onward, the second young mistress will assist in managing the household. Whenever I am absent or unable to attend to the provisions, you may seek the second young mistress. Her words will carry my authority. Simply follow them." The staff all bowed in acknowledgement. From that moment, Xin An's status in the Ho family household changed significantly. Once the staff dispersed, Madame Wang rose and invited Xin An to accompany her for a meal. "Enjoy your outing. No need to rush back." In Madame Wang's eyes, this was Xin An's first time interacting with the women of the capital. She was somewhat concerned and couldn't help giving extra advice, from tea etiquette to suitable topics of conversation. These were things Xin An hadn't experienced in her previous life. "Thank you for the guidance, Mother." Madame Wang smiled. "Not really guidance. The Xin family is prominent in Huaijiang. Your manners are fine and your social skills are good. The only difference is minor regional customs. Just be mindful of them." The mother and daughter-in-law talked for a while. As the sun rose higher, Xin An refreshed herself and set out with Chunyang and Nanfeng. The great Qian kingdom was prosperous. The streets were bustling yet orderly, and the citizens well off. About 2 incense sticks time later, the Ho family carriage arrived at Bain Theater. Xin An learned that Yan Wenwei had not yet arrived, but the private box had already been reserved. The attendants warmly led them to the second floor, and tea and snacks were promptly served. The show hadn't started yet, only the warming-up actors sang energetically on stage, occasionally receiving applause. "Good day, madam." A smiling attendant carrying a basket approached. "Madam, today's play is our Bain Theater's newest production, The Fox Repays Kindness, starring our 2 main actors, Boss Fong and Boss Qin. Everyone who's seen it says it's brilliant. Would you like some silver flowers to join the fun?" The basket contained silver paper triangles. As custom dictated, audience members could insert them into the performers' costumes as tips for individual performers. "You brought them all? Then leave them all." The attendant beamed. Qingyang counted the silver and verified it. After the attendants left, he said, "Only people from the capital are good at tipping. This little basket alone costs 10 taels of silver." Nanfeng said, "Who cares about 10 taels when sitting in a private box? These attendants know the right amount. They wouldn't sell these silver flowers in the main hall." Xin An laughed. "Chunyang, haven't you forgotten? Huaizhong's theaters are even more mercenary." Chunyang thought for a moment, and then laughed sheepishly. "The capital really does follow proper rules." Nanfeng was curious, and Chunyang indulged her. In Huaijiang, there were many theater troupes, and tipping was directly in silver bills. Some excellent performers could end the show with silver bills all over them. Some famous ones had to stuff their belts with many bills. Nanfeng tilted her head, imagining the scene, and suddenly felt that the 10-tael basket wasn't much. The private box offered a broad view. Xin An saw Yan Wenhui arriving, a young lady dressed as a madam, followed by another young madam, presumably the friend she had mentioned. "That one in green in the middle is Madam Yan. Remember her?" Chunyang and Nanfeng nodded awkwardly. Especially Nanfeng, who had come to assist the young mistress, yet was being introduced to her. She felt a bit guilty. Chapter 73, Talking about Tang Mo before watching the play. "Little sister-in-law, you arrived really early." Seeing Xin An arrive ahead of everyone else, Yan Wenhui smiled teasingly. "I thought I left early and would be the first, yet not only did I arrive after Sister Yan and Sister Chiu, I still wasn't as early as you, little sister-in-law." Xin An had woken up early to wait for them. She smiled in return. "Since parting with Sister Yan at the night market, I've been thinking about her invitation. Knowing I'd come to watch the play today, I woke extra early, wishing I could sprout wings and fly here." Yan Wenhui laughed at the 2 women beside her. "See? I told you she's clever and delightful. Was I lying?" The other 2 laughed along. Xiao Wenyuan urged, "Hurry and introduce us properly." Yan Wenhui smiled and introduced them. "This is Sister Li. Her father is the Duke of the town, stationed at the border most of the year. Her husband's family is the Qing Wang mansion. She is the heir's wife of the Jun Wang mansion." Xin An quickly bowed. Li Yuyan nodded slightly. No need for formalities. Yan Wenhui then introduced the other woman. Xiao Wenyuan's father is the Minister of Revenue, and her husband's family is that of Grand Scholar Han. People outside call her Madam Han, but you may just call her Sister Chiu. "Sister Chiu, greetings." Xin's sister, greetings. Xiao Wenyuan was extremely cheerful. "Before coming, Sister Yan told me you are extremely beautiful, lively, and charming when you smile." "I see it's true," Xin An replied. Everyone laughed, and Yan Wenhui invited them to their seats. Li Yuyan and Yan Wenhui took the best seats side by side. Xiao Wenyuan sat to Li Yuyan's lower right, and Xin An sat to Yan Wenhui's lower left, ideal for watching the play and for conversation. As the tea was served with a clinking sound, Xin An felt a wave of nostalgia. In her previous life, she had sought favor with the heir's wife of the Qing Wang mansion, later the Jun Wang's consort, hoping to gain Tang Rong's recognition. She had gone to great lengths, serving tea and attending diligently, but never won the consort's favor. Now she could sit alongside her, drinking tea and watching the play, and it stirred a sense of quiet triumph. As for Qiu Wenyuan, she was also known, wife of Grand Scholar Han, and not easily approachable. Qiu Wenyuan's gaze frequently lingered on Xin An, as if she wanted to speak, but was shy. Xin An met her eyes with a smile. "Sister Qiu, do you have something to say?" Qiu Wenyuan smiled awkwardly. "I want to ask, but I'm afraid Xian's sister will be displeased." Xin An took the initiative. "You mean why I, married to the heir of the Ho family, became the second young mistress?" It was a curiosity that many had. Qiu Wenyuan nodded repeatedly. "Isn't that rather abrupt?" Xin An smiled. "If it were me, I would be curious too." Qiu Wenyuan leaned in eagerly, and even Li Yuyan looked at Xin An with interest. Xin An sighed slightly. "Well, it's a story, do tell. Come on, hurry up, we're dying to know." At this, Qiu Wenyuan's innocence was evident. She was genuinely anxious to hear. Xin An explained, the Ho family arranged adjacent courtyards for two newlywed couples. On the wedding day, with so much commotion and confusion, I accidentally entered the wrong bridal chamber. That's it. Qiu Wenyuan was incredulous. So many people didn't notice? The groom didn't notice when lifting the veil. It really was that strange, Xin An shook her head. Tang Emo noticed the mistake, but Tang Rong was too delighted and drunk to realize it. Qiu Wenyuan lowered her voice. Tao Iran was drunk too. Perhaps. Xin An indicated that it was all in the past. I was upset at the time, but my mother said it might be fate. Tang Emo is very good and we get along well. She spoke simply, smiling as she described Tang Emo. He's funny, good-looking, tall, likes to laugh, and my parents like him a lot. Qiu Wenyuan looked astonished. Your heart is so generous. Tang Rong is the heir of the Ho family. Everything in the Ho family will be his in the future. Tang Emo, Xin An stopped herself. There was no need to speak ill of Tang Emo and hurt her heart. She waved it off, smiling while pouring more tea. It's not like my father is a noble, he's a salt merchant, and I'm not exceptionally talented. At home, I was lazy, thinking only of eating, drinking, and playing. I'm hardly the material of a Ho family consort. Tang Emo is great, no burden on the household, doesn't have heavy responsibilities. As for family business, I don't care. I have a dowry and besides, Tang Emo takes me out to enjoy life. She spoke proudly to the group. He's already taken me to 2 night markets around the capital to watch Kuju and even to a country villa outside the city. Unfortunately, he went to serve at the northern barracks. He had originally said he'd take me to see some acrobatics. Yan Wenwei laughed. Newlyweds rarely go out so often. It shows the second young master is quite considerate. No wonder you beam with joy when you speak of him. Qiu Wenyuan nodded. Thinking about it, he does seem quite nice. Before, we didn't have much contact with him, so I didn't realize he was lively and outgoing. The Tang Emo that Xin An described was completely different from what the others had known. In Qiu Wenyuan's mind, he had always been weak, always falling short of Tang Rong, and loved to act out, never knowing his place, hardly admirable. Li Yuyan, who hadn't spoken, finally asked out of curiosity, "What about Tao Iran?" Xin An replied, "She's okay, I suppose. Not particularly well, not particularly bad." "How so?" The attendant selling silver paper flowers arrived again. Xin An gave him a look, and Chunyang bought all the silver flowers, instructing him not to disturb them again. The elder brother and elder sister are newlyweds, inseparable. However, the elder sister is not in good health, rarely going far. Sometimes you won't see her for 2 or 3 days. Qiu Wenyuan, curious as ever, asked eagerly, "Didn't you want to tear into her at the time?" "Almost," Xin An admitted. "I was so furious I could have torn down the entire Ho family estate, scratched Tao Iran's face, and dismembered Tang Rong to feed the dogs." Qiu Wenyuan blinked her wide eyes. "Did you actually do it?" "No, because grandmother is kind, the stepmother is even better, and most importantly, Tang Mo is the best." Xin An gleefully revealed, the estate even gave Tang Mo and me a villa outside the city. Grandmother gave me many things and mother too. My family is merchants, I've done the calculations. Isn't this perfect? Giving up Tang Rong and getting Tang Mo, plus all the goodies, a true gain. Chapter 74, Becoming Addicted to Acting Innocent. Today, Xin An deliberately chose to act like a naive, inexperienced girl. She had practiced the expressions and gaze in front of the mirror many times in her room, making sure she appeared completely innocent and unworldly. As expected, seeing her simple and guileless demeanor, without the slightest trace of inferiority about her lower birth, nor tears about losing a better marriage, everyone laughed. Li Yuyan, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke with a smile. Xian's sister truly has a genuine personality. What surprises me more is the second young Master Tang. Is he really as good as you say? Of course, Xian replied. He even looks a bit mischievous, like someone easy to bully. She burst into laughter herself, which made the others laugh too. At that moment, the sound of drums and music rose from downstairs. The warm-up performers had already left the stage, and the main play was about to begin. Xiao Wenyuan began talking about the play and commented on the two main actors performing today. Only then did she notice the baskets placed beside them. These baskets cost 10 taels each. Xian's sister, you really are wealthy. A salt merchant's daughter, indeed rich. Although the ladies present seemed prestigious, the money they personally received each month was limited. Often, they spent more than they earned. With many siblings in their families and fixed dowries, even when the dowry was large, most of it consisted of display items rather than liquid silver. This is about the only thing worth showing off, Xian joked. I'm the only daughter in my family, so my dowry is a bit larger. Unfortunately, although my purse is full, my head is empty. Sister Qiu, you must look after me in the future. Of course, Xiao Wenyuan said with a laugh. My head is full of, she had been about to boast about her intelligence, but stopped herself. Sister Yan is the truly talented one, the #1 talented lady of the capital. The play told the story of a scholar who saved a fox while traveling to take the imperial exam. Later, when the scholar died of illness, he worried about leaving his wife, children, and elderly mother behind. The fox transformed into the scholar and took care of the family in his place. But later, a demon exorcist priest discovered the fox and tried to kill it. Just when the fox was about to be struck down, the scholar's mother threw herself in front of it and confessed that she had known the truth all along. The actors' singing and acting were superb, especially the scene where the scholar, dying, sang of his reluctance to part with his wife, children, and mother. It moved everyone to tears. Xiao Wenyuan cried the hardest. Even Xian became deeply immersed in the play. It stirred painful memories from her previous life, especially remembering the news that her parents had come to the capital to find her and had died tragically. Her tears wouldn't stop. By the end, she was crying even harder than Xiao Wenyuan. Reward them, Xian said quickly. Chunyang, go give them rewards, stick silver paper flowers all over their heads. If it's not enough, go buy more. Xiao Wenyuan wiped her tears. Xian's sister, how are you crying even more than I am? Xian's eyes were red as she said, I miss my parents. They're so far away. I don't even know when I'll see them again. The others sighed sympathetically. They all lived close enough to return to their parents' homes easily. Thinking of Xian and marrying so far away and being tricked in the process, they couldn't help feeling sorry for her. What they didn't say was that they didn't believe the story about drunkenly entering the wrong bridal chamber. Even common families had people to block drinks for the groom on the wedding day, so he wouldn't get too drunk before the bridal night. How could the home mansion not arrange such things? Even if Tang Rong had truly been drunk, could Tao Iran also have been drunk? She appeared at many banquets. How could she fail to recognize Tang Rong? In truth, it was simply that one man didn't want to marry a merchant's daughter, while one woman desperately wanted to marry the heir. The only unfortunate ones were Tang Mo and Xian, who were forced together to complete that arrangement. Yan Wenwei poured her some tea. Drink some water. You're crying so hard at the beginning, how will you watch the rest? I heard the later scenes are even sadder, Xian said while wiping her tears. I'll cry now so I won't cry later. She was naturally beautiful. With tearful eyes, she looked especially captivating. Yan Wenwei teased her. No wonder you said second brother Tang likes to amuse you and take you out. If I were a man, I'd hold you in the palm of my hand too. Xin An looked up blankly. Xiao Wenyuan burst out laughing. She must have hooked Tang Mo's soul with that expression. Look, now she's trying to charm me too. Xin An felt that she should blush at such teasing. Unfortunately, while she could control her expressions, she couldn't control her ears. She could only pout slightly. That's terrible. I'm crying so much and you're still teasing me. Even she felt a chill inside at her own act. She was getting addicted to pretending to be young and innocent. After crying, she felt much lighter. The play still seemed good afterward, but it no longer stirred those deep emotions. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenyuan was still wiping her eyes. In the final scene, when the mother shielded the fox from the priest and confessed she had known the truth all along, the play harvested another wave of tears. Men and women alike, upstairs and downstairs, were wiping their eyes. Even Li Yuyan's eyes turned red. This play is truly excellent, Xin sighed. The script is good, the actors are good, but my makeup is ruined. How am I supposed to leave later? Immediately, the maids stepped forward with makeup boxes to touch up their mistresses' faces. Only Xin sat there awkwardly. Just as she was about to speak, Nan Feng arrived carrying a makeup box and gently helped her fix her makeup. Yan Wenwei smiled. Your maid is quite clever. Nan Feng had noticed Xin and crying heavily and worried her makeup would smear. She quietly asked Yan Wenwei's maid for advice, borrowed money from Chunyang, ran out of the theater to buy cosmetics and returned just in time. This maid was sent to us by my mother-in-law, Xin said. She can even read and write. In truth, Wang Shi had originally given Nan Feng to Tang Mo. Tang Mo didn't want her, so Xin kept her. Nan Feng's movements were gentle and skilled. Soon Xin looked like a dignified young madam again. Holding up the small bronze mirror Nan Feng bought, she admired herself. Xiao Wenyuan teased her. Did you faint from your own beauty? Xin played along. How am I this beautiful? Everyone burst into laughter. They stood up together to leave. It was lunchtime. Xin asked whether a restaurant had been arranged. Yan Wenwei smiled. It's already booked. I won't let you go hungry. Let's go. After arriving at the restaurant and entering a private room, the noise of the theater faded away. The women chatted more intimately while eating. Xin listened as they talked about their husbands, each of them outstanding talents, far surpassing Tang Mo in scholarship. Xiao Wenyuan was lively and cheerful. She had only been married a little over a year, with kind in-laws and a considerate husband, living a carefree life. But in Xin's memories of the future, Xiao Wenyuan was nothing like this. Years later, the only word Xin associated with her was harsh. The Han family's eldest son had many concubines and several illegitimate children. The household was far from peaceful. Chapter 75, Xin impeccable in etiquette. Since the matter had not yet happened, Xin chose to remain silent. She simply sat quietly and listened to the others chatting. Their topics were nothing more than jewelry, clothing fabrics, cosmetics, or small household matters, such as which young madam was pregnant or which family had welcomed a child and needed to prepare congratulatory gifts. The ever-curious Xiao Wenyuan soon turned her curiosity toward Tang Mo. Tang Gang's impeachment of the Northern Garrison Army was something many people knew about, and there had been plenty of gossip surrounding it. Some said he favored his eldest son, others said he believed the Marquis mansion could suppress Liao Ji and had grown arrogant. How is your family's second young master doing in the Northern Garrison Army? She asked. Very well, Xin replied. She set down her chopsticks. He's quite excited about it. Xin hadn't come today with the goal of integrating into the social circle, nor was she here to complain or seek help. She simply wanted people to become familiar with her face so that in the future, when they met at banquets, they could greet each other and she could gradually get to know more people. Some things could not be forced. If one pushed too hard, it would often backfire. He says the people in the Northern Garrison Army are easy to get along with. They give him advice everywhere, and the meals are good too. He's full of enthusiasm. Xin An felt absolutely no guilt about speaking ill of Tang Rong and Tao Iran, but she would never say a single bad word about the Northern Garrison Army. The others clearly found it hard to believe that everyone in the Northern Garrison Army had suddenly become saints. They guessed Tang Mo must be reporting only good news and hiding the hardships so Xin An wouldn't worry. Thinking about it that way, Tang Mo really did seem like a good man. After the meal, they sat together drinking tea. Xin An presented them with the gifts she had brought from Huijiang. This is silver flower tea from our hometown, Huijiang. It's not as famous as some other teas, but its aroma and flavor are both excellent. Please give it a try, elder sisters. You're too modest, Sister Xin, Li Yuan said. My husband once mentioned that Huijiang silver flower tea is a local treasure. The aftertaste is especially sweet and long-lasting. After one sip, even your breath carries the fragrance of tea. And it can be steeped many times. Each brew tastes slightly different. The tea had struck straight at Li Yuan's heart. Her father had once received a batch of Huijiang silver flower tea as a gift and had praised it repeatedly. Her father-in-law, Prince Qing, also loved this tea. The emperor had once rewarded him with a jar of it. I've heard the tea is picked high in misty mountains, Li Yuan continued, and must be stir-fried right there to preserve the fragrance. It's extremely rare. Hearing her hometown tea praised so highly made Xin An feel a bit proud. What the crown princess says is true. The tea grows high in the mountains where mist lingers all day. There are also honeysuckle flowers growing among the tea plants. Their fragrance seeps into the leaves, giving the tea a flavor different from others. My father loves this tea the most. Because of that, he even bought an entire mountain and hired people to carefully tend the tea trees. Qiu Wenyuan was surprised. If your family owns a whole mountain, does that mean the tea production is very high? Not really, Xin An shook her head. The tea trees themselves are rare. Mature ones are extremely expensive, and cultivating them takes time. Every year the very best portion is selected and sent to the palace. The rest is barely enough. Li Yuan suddenly understood. So the Huijiang silver flower tea that enters the palace as tribute every year comes from your family? Yes and no. My father is the vice president of the Huijiang Merchants Guild. The president is the Yao family, the richest merchants in Huijiang. The Yao family are imperial merchants. Since we belong to the same guild, our family selects our best tea each year and sends it to the Yao family, who then present it to the palace in their name. She then added apologetically, the best tea has already gone to the palace. These are slightly inferior by comparison. The flavor is the same, only the appearance of the leaves when brewed isn't as elegant as those sent to the palace. You wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. Yan Wenhui and Qiu Wenyuan had never tasted this tea before, and they suddenly grew curious. Yan Wenhui smiled and handed the tea tin to her maid. Brew a pot right away. I can't wait until I get home, I want to try it now. At first, Li Yuan had not held much affection for Xin An. She had chatted politely only out of respect for Yan Wenhui. But now she saw potential benefits in Xin An. If she could obtain more silver flower tea, she could give some to her father as filial respect and also curry favor with her father-in-law. As a result, her attitude toward Xin An warmed considerably. After all, no matter how high someone's status was, there would always be people they needed to please. Moreover, she felt that perhaps she might gain other benefits from Xin An in the future. She did not think much of the Marquis Mansion's power, but the wealth of the Xin family was still a mystery. Huijiang produced large quantities of salt, and there were many salt merchants there. But anyone who could become vice president of the Merchants Guild must possess considerable financial power. Soon the freshly brewed tea was served. The fragrance filled the room. Yan Wenhui blew lightly on her cup before taking a small sip and savoring it carefully. It truly is different. It's so good, Qiu Wenyuan said, taking small sips. It's sweet in the mouth, really sweet. As she drank, she secretly decided she would bring some home for her husband to taste. It was truly excellent tea. By afternoon, the group finally prepared to leave. At the gate they bid each other farewell one by one, promising that when they had time they would go listen to opera and drink tea together. Once Xin got into her carriage, she put away her smile and let out a long breath. Closing her eyes, she began to recall everything that had happened today, checking if she had made any mistakes. She also needed to think more carefully about each of the women she had met. Yan Wenhui and Li Yuyan rode back in the same carriage. Not long after getting in, Yan Wenhui asked Sister Yan, "What do you think of Sister Xin?" Li Yuyan smiled. "She's much better than I imagined. I thought that since she came from a merchant family, her manners and etiquette would be lacking. But after spending a day with her, it's clear she's no different from the noble ladies of the capital. The Xin family must have hired teachers to train her carefully." "You still have a good eye for people," Yan Wenwei laughed. "My younger brother is close friends with Tang Mo. He personally came to ask me to take care of her. At first, I wasn't very willing, but after meeting her I changed my mind. Her personality is pleasant enough. And the fact that she could quickly accept reality after the marriage swap and even gain significant benefits from it shows she's not foolish. Under what circumstances could someone gain benefits? Naturally, when they had suffered great injustice. The Marquis mansion must have wanted to silence her and keep her obedient. That meant Tang Rong and Tao Iran had likely been involved with each other long before. I noticed that when she spoke of Tang Mo today, her eyes lit up," Yan Wenwei added. "She must truly like him. Perhaps it really will become a good marriage." Li Yuyan did not mention that she was interested in the Xin family's wealth. "Some thoughts were inconvenient to say even to those closest to you. In the future, if there are gatherings, we should invite her along as well." Yan Wenhui secretly felt relieved. She had introduced Xin into them, so naturally she hoped Xin would not embarrass her. Thankfully, Xin had not disappointed her. Less than half an hour after returning home, Steward Zheng from the Marquis mansion arrived at the Liu residence with Aunt Wang. Our second young madam noticed that Madame Liu enjoyed the Huijiang silver flower tea. She has specially sent us to deliver some more, along with a few Huijiang local gifts. Our second young madam thanks Madame Liu for her kindness. In addition to the tea, there was a carved ivory fan, a porcelain figurine of a flying celestial maiden, and a book titled Lin Shui Fong personally written by the great Huijiang scholar Yuan Ji. When Yan Wenwei saw it, her eyes lit up. Handwritten works by Master Yuan were extremely rare, and it happened to be Lu Mingyuan's favorite treasure. Sister Xin is too polite. It had to be said that Xin's etiquette was extremely thorough and left a good impression. Please thank Sister Xin for me. After Aunt Wang respectfully took her leave, she departed the Liu residence with Steward Zheng. Along the road, Steward Zheng hesitated several times before speaking. The items the second young madam had given away today were each difficult to obtain, especially the tea and the scholar's handwritten work. Even the Marquis himself liked them greatly. The other day the Marquis had a cup of tea at Madam's place and said it tasted unusually good. So it was Huijiang silver flower tea. I heard this is tribute tea, very rare. The Xin family had never sent any to the Marquis before. If the Marquis found out, how furious would he be? Chapter 76. Your father doesn't like drinking tea. How was your outing today? Tang Mo sat down to drink tea after a long day of hard work. No one mocked you, right? Husband and wife shared honor and disgrace together. Even though Tang Mo didn't say it out loud, he was still worried that because he himself had no great prospects, Xin might be looked down upon because of him. After all, in her previous life, she had been the wife of a crown prince's heir and later a marchioness. When she went out, most people treated her with respect. He was afraid she might compare things in her heart. What if she went blind again and started thinking about Tang Rong? Xin smiled and asked, "Did you invite your guests just to mock them?" "Relax. I didn't push myself into the gathering. I received a proper invitation before I went. Even if someone dislikes me, they wouldn't say it to my face. More importantly, how was your day?" Tang Mo said it was about the same as yesterday. As long as Liaoji hasn't returned, there's no problem. I asked around today, Liaoji hates the young master soldiers in the northern garrison army the most. He doesn't give anyone a good face. I'd better not try pulling strings for now. When he comes back, I'll talk to him personally. Then he asked carefully, "You didn't speak up for me today, did you?" There was both expectation and worry in his voice, though even he didn't quite know what he was hoping for. Xin An nodded. "I did. I praised you a lot. You didn't mention what I'm doing in the Northern Garrison Army?" Xin An shook her head. "They asked about you, so I said you were doing well. I said the Northern Garrison Army treats you kindly. Whether they believe it or not isn't my concern." Tang Mo's lips curled upward. "What exactly did you say to praise me? And why praise me?" Xin An rolled her eyes. "I said you're handsome, capable, considerate, and thoughtful in handling matters. If I didn't praise you properly, wouldn't that make it seem like I don't deserve a good man, that I should only end up with someone no one else wanted? In short, if you're good, then I'm good too. When you're out and about, remember to praise me as well. Let's build each other up." "Of course," Tang Mo said. At that moment, he could barely suppress the smile on his face. He was already imagining a future where he too had a good reputation everywhere. Aunt Wang returned and reported that the gifts had been delivered to the Liu residence and personally handed to Madame Liu. Madame Liu liked them very much. "Good. Go and rest," Xin An said. After Aunt Wang left, Tang Mo quickly asked what had been sent to the Liu family. Xin An didn't hide anything. "Yan Wenhui introduced me to the noble families of the capital today, so I had to show some gratitude. The little things we bought at the night market before were just for fun. How could they count as proper thanks? So I sent an ivory fan, a decorative ornament, and a handwritten manuscript by the great Huijiang scholar Master Yuan. And a pound of tea. Only then would the gift be proper." Tang Mo immediately stood up, opened Xin An's drawer, and took out a stack of banknotes to give her. "This was partly for my sake too. Let's count it as half my expense. As for the ornament you gave away, go to my storage room and pick whatever you like to replace it." Xin An accepted the banknotes and laughed. "What do you mean your storage room? Where would you get a storage room? Everything belongs to me. The warehouse keys are all in my hands, so of course I'll take whatever I like. See that ornament on the cabinet? I took it from the storeroom." Only then did Tang Mo notice the extra ornament on the cabinet. It happened to be one of his treasured items. He picked it up and examined it carefully, reminding her, "Tell your maids to be careful with this. It's extremely valuable." Xin An teased him. "Look how pained you are. What's the point of keeping good things locked away gathering dust? Don't worry, I'll display it for a few days and then change it. Looking at the same thing all the time gets boring." Tang Mo carefully placed the ornament back and walked over to her with a grin. "Of course I'm pained. I spent a lot of effort getting that. Later I'll go to Mother and ask her to let me take some items from the family warehouse and maybe some silver from the accounts too. If I'm contributing to the family now, shouldn't I get to enjoy some of the resources?" Xin An strongly agreed. The household resources shouldn't all be used by Tang Rong alone. They shouldn't let him take all the advantage. Someone else who shared their thinking was Madame Wang. At that moment she was speaking with Tang Gang. The second daughter-in-law also needs to go out and build connections now. She's been spending her own dowry money. Although her dowry is large, as elders we can't just ignore everything. In the future we should consider their needs more. Steward Zhang was absolutely loyal to Tang Gang. As soon as he returned, he told him about Xin and sending gifts. Tang Gang already felt unhappy, and Madame Wang's words only made him more irritated. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Did the second daughter-in-law give you any tea?" "Huijiang silver flower tea." Madame Wang didn't know the tea's name and casually replied, "She sent a pound." "Where is it?" Madame Wang glanced at him. "In your hand." Only then did Tang Gang look down at his teacup. No wonder the tea Madame Wang had been drinking lately tasted so special. "You drank it after she gave it to you?" Madame Wang laughed in disbelief. "My daughter-in-law gave it to me as filial respect, and I think it tastes good. Of course I drink it every day. What am I not worthy of drinking it?" Tang Gang wanted to say the Marquis household could certainly afford good tea. But such rare tea wasn't easy to buy. It would be much better used as a gift. Especially since Tang Rong was about to take up a post in the Ministry of Rights. 8 out of 10 officials there loved tea. Even the emperor had praised Huijiang silver flower tea before. If Tang Rong brought some to the ministry, it would bring him prestige and honor to the Marquis household. He wanted to ask Madame Wang to give him £50, but couldn't bring himself to say it. He even considered writing personally to Xin An and asking him to send some tea directly to the Marquis household next year. But asking personally would feel humiliating. After going back and forth in his thoughts without reaching a conclusion, he finally sighed and left the room. Crazy man, Madame Wang muttered. Curiosity got the better of her, and she went to the Qiushi courtyard. Xin An and Tang Emo were sitting under the corridor watching the sunset. When they saw her arrive, they stood up to greet her. Madame Wang smiled. I had nothing important to do, just came to see you too. Did this boy complain after coming home today? Xin An replied, no. He was just talking about working hard and improving himself. He said he won't try to pull strings to meet Liao Ji, he wants to talk to him personally. Looks like he's determined to accomplish something. Madame Wang's eyes filled with smiles. In that case, support him. Say encouraging words to him. Now that he's married, he's a man who must protect his wife and children. It's time for him to take responsibility. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sat together under the eaves. Madame Wang then asked about the tea Xin An had given earlier. Is it called Huijiang silver flower tea? Yes. Xin An explained the tea's origins. When Madame Wang heard it was tribute tea, she immediately understood everything and sneered inwardly. Xin An studied her expression and asked, Mother, do you need some? I already gave some away today, Xin An added. There isn't much left. We'll probably have to wait until next year. Madame Wang forced a smile. I'm really fortunate, enjoying blessings thanks to my daughter-in-law. Xin An now understood why Madame Wang had come. In her previous life, Tang Rong had often taken this tea from her to use as gifts. Most likely Tang Gang had learned that tea had been sent to the Liu family today, and now had his eye on it too. My father once heard that father doesn't like drinking tea, Xin An said. He also felt these teas were the leftover selections, so they wouldn't be appropriate as gifts. That's why he never sent any. In truth, Xin An simply thought giving tea to Tang Gang would be a waste and had never planned to send him any. Madame Wang nodded. You father did the right thing. That man truly doesn't like tea. He doesn't know how to enjoy life, says tea is bitter and unpleasant to drink. Chapter 77. Tang Gang pressures Tang Rong. Madame Wang knew Tang Gang would never lower himself to ask for something directly. If he wanted it but couldn't say it, he would behave just like earlier, hesitating and stopping mid-sentence, waiting for her to ask first. Then he would reluctantly bring it up and expect her to find a way to get it for him. When she had just married into the family, and when Tang Emo was still little, she might have done exactly that, hoping Tang Gang would show their son a little more affection because of it. But now? He could go to hell. Xin An would certainly never take the initiative to send it either. She had no good feelings toward Tang Gang. In her previous life, he had always wanted her to use her dowry to pave the road for Tang Rong. In this life, that father and son duo wouldn't get a single copper coin from her. That evening they went together to the front courtyard for dinner. Just as they stepped out of the Qiushi courtyard, they ran into Aunt Lu from the neighboring Chunhua courtyard, who was escorting a doctor out. Madame Wang asked about Tao Iran's condition. The doctor explained that Tao Iran had been born with a weak constitution. She must be carefully nourished and must not overwork herself. Most importantly, she must get enough sleep. The eldest young madam has long suffered from insomnia at night. She needs calming medicine to help her sleep. Sleeping too little will also hinder her recovery. Madame Wang understood everything immediately. Thank you for your trouble, doctor. After seeing the doctor off, Madame Wang turned and brought Xin An to Chunhua courtyard. Tao Iran was reclining halfway on a couch. Before she could rise, Madame Wang said, I've asked the doctor about your illness. It can be serious or mild depending on how you treat it. You must not overwork yourself. In that case, from now on you are exempt from the morning and evening greetings. Rest well and recover as soon as possible. Tao Iran looked apologetic. Rituals shouldn't be abandoned. I'm fine. I've already been sick these past days and haven't been able to serve mother personally, which is already unfilial. If I stop attending morning and evening greetings as well, people will say I'm unfilial. She didn't want to tire herself, but still wanted a good reputation. Madame Wang smiled faintly. I'm not an unreasonable mother-in-law. Those greetings are just formalities anyway. Nothing is more important than your health. If you feel uneasy, simply face the direction of my courtyard each morning and offer a distant bow. I still hope you'll recover soon and give birth to an heir for the Marquis household. Feeling relieved, Tao Iran bowed. Mother is truly kind. I will follow your teachings and recover quickly so Mother won't worry. Good. I'll be waiting for that day, Madame Wang said. Both women were skilled at acting, and the scene appeared warm and harmonious. But beside them, Tang Rong suppressed the anger in his heart. He had truly believed Tao Iran would stand on his side. Instead, she had brought in a doctor just to have a legitimate excuse not to attend the daily greetings. Meanwhile, he could only watch helplessly as Tang Mo gradually began to stand on his own feet, with the help of Xin An and Madame Wang. He had also heard that Xin An had gone out today to make connections, and one of the people she met was the Crown Prince's wife from the Prince's Chung residence. He couldn't help but feel regret. The gap between Xin An and Tao Iran was slowly shrinking. If Tao Iran continued hiding in the courtyard and never went out, eventually people outside would only know the Marquis household had a second young madam and forget that there was a crown prince's wife. That would be extremely unfavorable for him. Mother knows you're about to take office in the Ministry of Rights, Madame Wang said to Tang Rong. But you must still find time to care for your wife. Don't forget everything once you start working. You're the eldest son of the household and will inherit the Marquis title in the future. I know the burden on your shoulders is heavy, but the matter of heirs is extremely important. You must take it seriously. Hearing this lecture made Tang Rong feel even more frustrated. He could only bow and agree. Madame Wang smiled and told them to go to the front courtyard for dinner together. Tao Iran refused, claiming she felt unwell. Tang Rong didn't want to go either, but he had no choice. He even had to gently tell Tao Iran to take care of herself before leaving. On the way to dinner, Tang Mo walked closely beside Xin An, deliberately finding topics to chat about. One moment he was talking about how the capital's flower and bird market had many new flowers and that they should go look someday. The next moment he mentioned the recent kuju matches, saying they were very lively. The two laughed and chatted together. Tang Rong, walking beside them, felt complicated emotions churning in his heart. Tang Mo looked so pleased with himself, he practically looked ready to wag his tail. When Tang Gang heard that Tao Iran had once again skipped dinner, he grew even more displeased. After the meal, he asked Tang Mo a few questions about the Northern Garrison Army, then dismissed him and Xin An, keeping Tang Rong behind. The day after tomorrow would be Tang Rong's first day reporting to the Ministry of Rights, and Tang Gang valued this greatly. He handed Tang Rong a booklet containing the preferences and habits of the officials in the Ministry of Rights. It was clear Tang Gang had spent a lot of effort helping Tang Rong establish himself there quickly. Memorize it all. Prepare whatever gifts are necessary as soon as possible. Tang Rong accepted the booklet with both hands. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Gang spoke again about Tao Iran. I told you something before, but you didn't listen to a word of it. I heard you even called a doctor today and she'll need to recuperate long term. What? Does she plan to stay hidden forever and never meet anyone? You need a capable wife who can help you manage things. If she continues like this, what will you do? Your younger brother's wife attends morning and evening greetings without fail. In less than a month, she's already begun socializing with the noble ladies of the capital. Her momentum is strong. You know the situation of the Marquis household well. If your younger brother continues improving, the household resources won't belong to you alone anymore. This was Tang Gang deliberately applying pressure to Tang Rong. Although he favored the son, he still had to consider the long-term future of the Marquis household. Tang Rong said nothing. He could only endure the lecture obediently. Tang Gang waved him away at last and sighed deeply. One wrong step leads to countless wrong steps. As a father, he could already foresee the day when Tang Rong would regret everything. The second son's wife was not simple. If things hadn't gone wrong and she had become Tang Rong's wife, how wonderful that would have been. Early the next morning, Xin An once again came alone to greet Madame Wang. Madame Wang brought her along to sort through the household storeroom. After half a day of work, she carefully selected several decorative ornaments and gave them to Xin and take them. Display them if you like, or give them as gifts when needed. You two decide. She also secretly slipped Xin in some silver. You and my son will have many expenses. If it's not enough, come to me. Xin laughed. Yesterday I went out once and came back with a stack of banknotes from my husband. Today mother gives me money too. If we calculate it, I've made quite a profit. The second one gave you money? Madame Wang asked with interest. Yes, Xin said. He had already given me household money before, and he also gave me the key to his private treasury. He even put his personal savings in my drawer. Aren't you afraid I'll spend it all? Madame Wang laughed heartily. That shows he truly cares about you. She knew her own son well. Ever since he realized his father didn't like him, he had tried to accumulate benefits for himself. After years of saving, he had gathered quite a sum. Now that he was willing to give it to his wife, it meant she had truly entered his heart. Xin only smiled and didn't respond. For now, she and Tang Mo were still partners cooperating with each other. Of course, there was a possibility their relationship might develop further. But there was no need to rush. After lunch, Xin returned to Qiushi courtyard with several ornaments. To silence outside gossip, Madame Wang also randomly picked a few ornaments and sent them to Tao Iran. As for whether Tao Iran liked them or not, that was no longer her concern. Chapter 78. Opportunity arrives through buying a shop. Madame isn't being biased. These items are all quite nice. After receiving the porcelain ornaments from Madame Wang, Aunt Lu displayed them all for Tao Iran to see. Items kept in the Marquis' storeroom were naturally of high quality, and Aunt Lu was clearly pleased. Anyone would be happy to receive several valuable treasures for no reason, and Tao Iran was no exception. However, Aunt Kai stepped forward with a disdainful expression and remarked that many of the items in the storeroom were either spoils of war collected by the old Marquis or gifts from the palace, each one extremely valuable. Leaving aside what the old lady has, even the things managed by Madame are countless. I just heard that the second young mistress accompanied Madame to check the storeroom today. When she left, she took several items back to Qiushi courtyard. They were probably carefully selected. The young mistress is unwell and cannot attend to Madame. The second young mistress is quite cunning. She flatters both the old lady and Madame to win their favor. The young mistress will likely end up suffering. This Marquis' residence will eventually be managed by the heir apparent. The young mistress should think more carefully. It was almost as if she were saying that everything in the Marquis' mansion would ultimately belong to Tang Rong, and that Madame Wang shouldn't have casually given such good things to Qiushi courtyard. These words ruined Tao Iran's previously good mood. Aunt Lu secretly resented Aunt Kai for being so talkative and deliberately sowing discord. Could such things really be said so bluntly? Didn't she understand the principle that walls have ears? Unable to control the young mistress or stop the old woman who constantly stirred up trouble, Aunt Lu felt utterly exhausted. In the end, she made up her mind. She couldn't change her mistress, but getting rid of Aunt Kai was still possible. She would have to find an opportunity to persuade Tao Iran to dismiss her personally. Next door, at Qiushi courtyard, Xin An had just finished resting and was about to go to the storeroom when she was greeted by Erhan. Erhan had only started working at Qiushi courtyard yesterday. Today, he had come along to familiarize himself with the roads in the capital. What is it? Xin An asked. Erhan bowed respectfully. Young master asked me to inform the young mistress that several shops are for sale in the capital. They're in a good location on Ingui Street. There are 4 in a row. If the young mistress is interested, you can go take a look. The paperwork can be signed this evening. The dowry Xin An received from the Xin family did not include any shops. The Xin family simply hadn't had time to come to the capital to purchase property, so they converted the funds into cash and included it in her dowry instead. Xin An had already been considering buying shops and had asked Tang Mo to keep an eye out for suitable opportunities. "Do you know which shop it is?" she asked. Erhan shook his head. "I only know that it belongs to one of young master's colleagues." "All right. Do you know the way? Take me there in a moment." Erhan nodded. "Brother Lai has already explained everything to me." Xin then asked Aunt Wang to send someone to inform Wang Jin and Wang Fu to wait at Ingui Street so they could inspect the shops together. She also instructed Chunyang to bring the silver notes. If they found one they liked, they would send the notes to Tang Mo so he could secure the deal first. Shops in the capital were not easy to purchase. Competition for good locations was fierce. Once everything was ready, they set out. Erhan drove Xin and toward Ingui Street. His back was ramrod straight with nervousness as he carefully guided the carriage along the road. Chunyang laughed. "Brother Erhan, don't be nervous. Take your time." Erhan hummed in response, still nervous, but he eventually delivered Xin and safely to their destination. When they got down from the carriage, Chunyang praised him, making Erhan grin from ear to ear. The shop Tang Mo had mentioned was indeed quite good. It consisted of 4 adjoining storefronts with a courtyard in the back, occupying a considerable area at a 3-way intersection. Both the front and the rear were spacious. Wang Jin and his son had arrived earlier and had already made inquiries. The owner of the shop is from the Wang family. The head of the family is a 5th-rank military officer. He said he's short of money recently and wants to sell the shop. The price is 20% higher than similar shops. Wang Jin felt the price was somewhat high. Xin thought for a moment, vaguely recalling something about the Wang family, though the details were unclear. It was common for military officers to be short on money. Perhaps they truly had an urgent need. At the shop entrance, a man who appeared to be the shop manager anxiously looked toward the approaching carriage. Wang Jin indicated that he was the person in charge. Xin stepped down from the carriage and prepared to inspect the shop. Before her feet even touched the ground, the manager hurried over, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, second young madam." "No need for formalities, shopkeeper." Once inside, Xin saw that the shop was larger and brighter than expected. The goods were neatly arranged. It was a fairly large general store. "Isn't it a pity to sell such a good shop?" she asked. The shopkeeper, whose surname was also Wang, looked bitter. Replying to the young madam, "This shop has an excellent location and layout, and business has always been good. If the master didn't urgently need money, he would never be willing to sell it." He hesitated for a moment, but said nothing more. Xin glanced around again. "Why is the price 20% higher than the market price?" The shopkeeper explained that the price had been set by his master. Perhaps he simply can't bear to part with it. Xin smiled and looked around once more at the shop's layout. In her memory, the capital would only grow more prosperous in the future, and good shops would become increasingly rare and expensive. A property like this was difficult to find. "No need to bargain," she said. "We'll take it at this price." Manager Wang was overjoyed. Chunyang immediately handed him 200 taels in silver notes as a deposit. "We'll pay the rest when the contract is signed. We'll handle the official deed at the yamen ourselves." The manager accepted the notes and quickly wrote up an agreement. As he did so, he secretly wiped away a tear, his face full of reluctance. "Young madam, the master asked me to mention something. There are still some people and goods staying in the backyard. Could they remain there for another month? We'll find another place and move out as soon as possible." Xin turned her head. Wang Jin and his son immediately went to inspect the backyard. When they returned, their expressions were grim. There are 20 to 30 people living there, mostly elderly people, women, and children. Almost all of the elderly are disabled. At that moment, distant memories suddenly became clear in Xian's mind. "Is your master General Huai Yuan? Are the veterans living in the backyard retired soldiers from the battlefield?" General Huai Yuan, Wang Yu, was known for supporting many disabled veterans who had no one to rely on. Xian remembered that later, when Wang Yu encountered trouble, hundreds of veterans had knelt in the streets to beg for mercy on his behalf. The scene had been shocking, and the emperor had been deeply moved, ultimately pardoning Wang Yu. More importantly, Wang Yu's father had once been a subordinate of the old master of the Marquis' mansion. In other words, these disabled veterans had ties to the Marquis' household. Yet in her previous life, Wang Yu had never come to the Marquis' mansion for help. There must have been some hidden reason behind this. Manager Wang did not deny it. Instead, he looked at Xin An nervously. Xin An smiled and nodded. Very well. Manager Wang bowed deeply. Xin An said nothing more. After returning to the carriage, she headed straight back to the mansion. As she got out of the carriage, she instructed Erhan to tell Tang Mo to return early that evening. Upon entering the residence, she went directly to Madame Wang. Madame Wang looked slightly surprised. How did the shop inspection go? Xin An explained the situation. There are 20 or 30 people living in the backyard, retired veterans from the battlefield, some of them physically disabled. I don't know much about the situation in the capital. Considering the past of the Marquis' household, I'm worried they might have some connection to our family. If they don't, that's fine. But if they do, we'll have to think of a solution. First, it would be an act of kindness. Second, it would be a good deed. And third, it would prevent any hidden problems in the future. Chapter 79. I'm afraid my husband will mind. Wang Shi understood Xin An's meaning and sighed softly. Although she had not been born into a military family, after being married into the Marquis' residence for so many years, she had long understood the hardships soldiers faced. Many brave veterans who had fought on the battlefield possessed no other skills once they retired and struggled to make a living, especially those who had lost limbs. Over the years, the Marquis' residents had spent a great deal of money supporting them, but even a noble household did not possess endless mountains of gold and silver. It was impossible to take care of everyone. Every encounter like this is troublesome, Wang Shi said with a sigh. It requires a large amount of money to resolve. If you meet reasonable people, it's manageable. But some people rely on their past achievements to make unreasonable demands. They bring their entire families and wait for the Marquis' residents to support them. A couple of years ago, some even caused a scene. So apart from a few important people, the rest have gradually been cut off. Those people curse the Marquis' residents behind our backs, but there's nothing we can do. Speaking of this matter made Wang Shi reveal her true feelings. Those people helped the Marquis' residence reach its current position, but they have also become its greatest burden. Most military families encountered similar problems. However, the Weiyuan Marquis' residents faced the greatest difficulty. Back when the old master, Tang Lao, was building his career, he had received little support from his family. Everything depended on those veteran soldiers who followed him through life and death. But most of those veterans originally fought to build careers and earn money. Later, when they failed to achieve great success, they changed their narrative, claiming everything had been done out of loyalty to the old master. They now expected the Marquis' residents to support them for the rest of their lives, as well as their children and grandchildren. Xin An knew that Tang Mo needed support if he wanted to gain power. However, the Marquis' resources and connections were all in the hands of Tang Gang and Tang Rong. Very little was left for Tang Mo. Targeting these veterans might be one possible path. It's not impossible to start from this angle, Wang Shi said after thinking for a moment. I'll investigate the matter as soon as possible. But you must be careful, this is a hornet's nest. Xin An nodded solemnly. She already had a plan in mind. After speaking a little longer with Madame Wang, she stood up and prepared to return. On her way back, she unfortunately ran into Tang Rong again. Tang Rong had been staying at home for quite some time. Today he had finally gone out. The injuries on his face were no longer obvious. His skin had changed from a bluish-black bruise to a pale yellow. In a few days, it would likely look completely normal. Sister-in-law, did you just come from Mother's place? Tang Rong asked. Xin An nodded. Yes. You just returned from outside? Did brother go out to meet friends? Yes, Tang Rong replied. I'll be going to the Ministry of Rights tomorrow, so I met some friends today. Xin An nodded slightly, indicating he didn't need to explain so much. Since the two were heading back the same way, they naturally walked together. Tang Rong was carrying 2 packets of pastries. He handed one toward Xin and I passed by Wenxiang's eye on the way back. Their freshly baked lotus pastries are excellent. Sister-in-law, take a packet and try them. Xin An refused without hesitation. Anything that had passed through Tang Rong's hands felt as disgusting to her as something smeared with filth. Brother must have bought these for sister-in-law. If she finds out I took them, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself. Tang Rong didn't withdraw his hand. We're family. There's no need to be so formal. Your sister-in-law wouldn't mind. Xin An turned her head and said calmly, I'm afraid my husband would mind. Tang Rong smiled faintly. Even though she had said that, he still insisted on bringing the pastries into Qiushi courtyard. Sister-in-law, you're overthinking it. It's just a packet of pastries. Second brother wouldn't be so petty. Xin An's lips twitched slightly. She actually didn't want to discuss Tao Iran like this, but Tang Rong was so eager to create trouble. How could she possibly refuse such enthusiasm? With a glance from her, Chunyang immediately stepped forward and took the pastries. Tang Rong seemed quite pleased. He tried to start a conversation with Xin An, acting witty and eloquent. Xin An couldn't help but feel somewhat emotional. In her previous life, when had Tang Rong ever spoken so much to her? Back then, he barely said a word unless she asked first. After returning to Qiushi courtyard, Xin An laughed softly. Tang Rong happened to be born in the year of the dog in the zodiac. Suddenly, things were becoming more and more interesting. Chunyang tossed the pastries aside, clearly displeased. Does that guy next door think the young mistress looks better now or something? What a shameless man. Who wants his lousy pastries anyway? Xin An thought Chunyang was quite a good mouthpiece. Wasn't Tang Rong exactly that shameless? Find a way to secretly let the young mistress next door know about this, Xin An instructed. Chunyang hesitated for a moment before happily running off. Reclining on the chaise lounge, Xin An summoned Nan Feng again. Originally, I planned to have you assist Aunt Wang in managing the courtyard, she said. But the courtyard is small. There isn't much to manage. I have another task for you. Nan Feng immediately straightened. I want you to find a way for me to obtain information from outside the residence, quickly and reliably. Can you do it? Nan Feng had never done such work before, but that didn't stop her from wanting to try. Xin An instructed her to study the matter carefully and come back with a plan. As long as the plan was sound, she would be given money. You can use it to gradually build an information network. For a maid, this was an enormous opportunity. If she could control this channel of information, her position in Xin An's eyes would be completely different. Nan Feng immediately knelt down. Thank you for promoting me, young madam. This servant will do her best to accomplish it. Go. Nan Feng left with a proud expression. But as soon as she reached the doorway, she ran into Tang Mo returning. She abruptly stopped, turned around, and hurried down another path. Tang Mo scoffed. Did you see that? Now that she has a powerful backer, she doesn't even greet me anymore. She turned and left as soon as she saw me. Lai Lai laughed loudly. Nifong is already the young mistress's person. The young mistress can control the young master, so of course her maid can act arrogantly. Then he turned to Erhan. You did well today. Keep it up and try to get promoted into the courtyard. Erhan currently lived in a small side room outside the courtyard. Although the room was tiny, he was already quite satisfied. He bowed gratefully. Thank you for your guidance today, master. I'll work hard to enter the courtyard and serve inside as soon as possible. Lai Lai looked very pleased with himself. Tang Mo found it rather amusing. He had recruited another servant for himself and even brought some good fortune to Lai Lai. When Tang Mo entered the room, he had been expecting Xin An to praise him. Instead, he found her asleep on the chaise lounge. When did she fall asleep? He asked. Chuanlu replied that she had been asleep for a while and described everything Xin An had done during the day, emphasizing that she had not taken her usual nap. Seeing that it was getting late and they still needed to visit the Wang family to sign documents, Tang Mo gently woke her. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Xin An opened her eyes and yawned. Pour me a glass of water. The water was already at her lips when Tang Mo said with a smile, see? Isn't your husband considerate? Xin smiled faintly, took the cup, drank, and handed it back. Sit down. I have something to tell you. Tang Emo sat down on the chaise lounge beside her. The two were very close, yet neither felt anything inappropriate. After hearing Xin and explain the situation with the Wang family, Tang Emo instinctively raised his hand as if to slap her arm, but instead slapped his own leg excitedly. So it really is related. I don't even need Mother to investigate. I already know. The head of the Wang family followed grandfather back then. Chapter 80. Fortune Turns. Tang Emo was now completely open with Xin and quickly explained how he had come to know Wang Yu. 3 years ago, Wang Yu had come to the Marquis's residence seeking help, but the gatekeepers refused to let him enter. Tang Emo happened to see him outside the gates when he returned that day. Harboring his own intentions, Tang Emo decided to win Wang Yu over, and since then the two of them had been secretly meeting for 3 years. Those shops would have been snapped up by countless people if word had gotten out, Tang Emo said. If it weren't for these inside connections, how could I possibly have bought them? Xin suddenly understood. She had been wondering why the Wang family had never come to seek help from the Marquis's residence, and why Tang Gang, who was a 5th-rank general, had never intervened. It turned out they had come, but Tang Emo had intercepted them. So what's the situation now? Xin asked. Are they short of money? Yes, Tang Emo sighed. Old Master Wang passed away a few years ago, and now Wang Yu is the head of the family. There haven't been any wars recently, so military officers haven't had many opportunities to earn rewards. Their salaries alone can't support so many people. Right now, his son is getting married, and his daughter is also preparing for marriage. Betrothal gifts and dowries cost money, and the house needs repairs. They had no choice but to sell those 4 shops. Even heroes can be brought down by money. The shops were priced 20% above the market rate, and even then his son personally came to talk to me. Seeing how embarrassed he was, I felt bad for him. Unfortunately, I'm not rich myself. I can only help so much. Those 4 shops were indeed excellent. Why hadn't Tang Emo bought them himself? Because buying 4 prime shops at once would have drawn too much attention. He simply couldn't afford that level of exposure. So he let Xin take advantage of the opportunity instead. I've already arranged for them to come sign the documents later, Tang Emo said. Do you want to go with me? I won't go. Xin truly didn't want to leave the residence again today. She got up, fetched the silver notes, and handed them to Tang Emo. I'll leave everything to you. After counting the money, Tang Emo noticed something. There's an extra 100 taels. Xin raised an eyebrow. Is that my referral fee? It's a congratulatory gift for the Wang family. Xin said. Make sure they know it came from me, but don't make a big deal out of it. Tang Emo raised an eyebrow. You're trying to win over the Wang family? Planning to steal business from me? Xin nearly slapped him. Am I opening a business? What do you mean stealing business? Tang Emo laughed as he stood up and tucked the silver notes away. All right, I'm heading out then. Don't wait for me for dinner. Watching him leave in such a hurry, Xin smiled. She had to admit that Tang Emo was far more capable than Tang Rong. When he wanted something, he simply went after it. He didn't beat around the bush or hint for her to solve things for him. By winning over the Wang family early, he had saved her a great deal of trouble. It seemed she would have to interrogate him tonight and find out how many other things he had been hiding. On her way to dinner in the main courtyard, Xin ran into Tang Rong again. The two ended up walking there together. Soon after, Tao Iran heard that Tang Rong had brought Xin some pastries. It was Aunt Lu who told her. Tao Iran frowned slightly. And you must have misheard. Aunt Lu shook her head. I overheard 2 maids from Qiushi courtyard talking about it. The young master didn't hide it either, and Tao Iran suddenly lost her appetite. Just say it. Aunt Lu then told her about Tang Rong chatting with Xin over the past 2 days. Ordinarily, it would be nothing for an elder brother-in-law to exchange a few words with his younger brother's wife or bring her pastries. But Tang Rong and Xin were different. They had once gone through the wedding ceremony together and had been only 1 step away from becoming husband and wife. Logically speaking, they should be avoiding suspicion, Aunt Lu said cautiously. The wedding has only been over for a month. If rumors spread, it wouldn't look good. Today the young master even walked with the second young madam to dinner. Tao Iran clutched her chest, feeling suffocated. Just imagining the two exchanging glances made her feel as if she couldn't breathe. Now they were even eating at the same table. Her headache worsened. "Go and call the young master back," she said. "Tell him I'm not feeling well." Aunt Lu advised that the matter shouldn't be blown out of proportion and should instead be handled gradually. But Tao Iran was too upset. She simply couldn't tolerate Tang Rong interacting with Xian and left with no choice. Aunt Lu went to fetch him. Tang Rong had only taken a few bites when Aunt Lu arrived. Upon hearing that Tao Iran was ill again, Tang Gang's anger immediately flared. After asking about her condition, Madame Wang said calmly, "Go back and check on her. If necessary, call a physician. If that doesn't work, come ask your father. He can request an imperial physician from the palace." What else could Tang Rong say? He apologized and excused himself from the table, returning home feeling extremely helpless. Xian and quietly continued eating as if nothing had happened. After Tang Gang finished his meal, he went to his study. Madame Wang chatted with Xian for a while before also returning to rest. As soon as Xian returned to Qiushi courtyard, Chuanlu hurried over. "The eldest young madam cried," she reported. She cried very hard. Xian was in an excellent mood. This was nothing. If Tao Iran was already crying now, wouldn't she cry herself to death later? In her previous life, Tao Iran had often sent people to summon Tang Rong at any time, day or night, as if he were some miraculous physician who could cure illness simply by appearing. What goes around comes around. At that moment, Tao Iran was indeed crying as she accused Tang Rong. "You've trampled all over my dignity. I can't even face her properly, yet you're chatting and laughing with her and even bringing her pastries. Are you regretting things now?" Tang Rong was furious. He had never imagined that the intelligent and talented Tao Iran could show such an unreasonable side. Nor could she understand the bitterness and pressure he carried. "If we meet on the road, of course we greet each other and exchange a few words," he said patiently. "We live in the same household. Should we act like enemies? Pretend we don't know each other? I didn't hide anything. Everything was done openly. How could you think such things?" But seeing his attitude, Tao Iran cried even harder. Tang Rong grew increasingly irritated and increasingly regretful. The woman before him was completely different from the Tao Iran he had once imagined. He had believed her talent meant she must also be intelligent and sensible. With her family background, he had thought she would be a great help after marriage. Who would have expected things to turn out like this? "Since we are husband and wife, you should trust me," he said coldly. "Don't listen to servants' gossip. I have done nothing to betray you. Think about it carefully." With that, he stormed off to sleep in the study. Tao Iran cried even harder. This time, she might truly fall ill. Xian didn't know what the two of them had argued about. But hearing that Tang Rong had gone to sleep in the study made her even happier. Those two had become the greatest source of entertainment in her otherwise dull life. When Tang Emo returned, he saw her smiling. "What are you laughing about?" "Come here," Xian said happily. "Let me tell you something interesting." Tang Emo sat at the edge of the bed while Xian described the events next door like a juicy piece of gossip. Tang Emo quickly understood. "You did that on purpose. You deliberately let the news reach her, didn't you?" Xian beamed. "You're so clever. You have no idea how much I suffered before. They would send people to drag me away at any time, even in the middle of the night. A widowed sister-in-law acting like she couldn't live without her brother-in-law. It drove me crazy. Luckily you died young," she added casually. "Otherwise you would have gone crazy too. I'm telling you, this is only the appetizer. When I'm in a good mood, I'll serve her the main course." Tang Mo's face turned sour. What sins had he committed? He felt extremely wronged. How did I end up caught between two women like this? Chapter 81. The Dark-Skinned Old Madam. Tang Emo suddenly felt a surge of panic. One woman was his wife from his previous life, who had coveted his brother and constantly schemed to cuckold him. The other was his wife in this life, who not only had him firmly under her thumb, but also seemed perfectly willing to cooperate with that scoundrel Tang Rong just to watch him make a fool of himself. Had he somehow crushed Tang Rong to dust in a past life to deserve such retribution now? Where are those pastries? He wanted to stomp them to pieces. Xin An said to Xiar, "The person may be disgusting, but the pastries are innocent." Tang Mo snorted. "From now on, you're not allowed to talk to Tang Rong, no matter what your reason is. What you're doing is like hurting yourself 800 times just to damage the enemy 1,000. If you want to feed someone filth, do you really have to take a bite first?" Xin An was immediately disgusted. "Shut up." Then she asked, "Where's my house deed?" Tang Mo stood up. "Do you think I have connections everywhere? You can't expect it to be done tomorrow." After washing up, Tang Mo returned to Xin An's room. Without the slightest shame, he took off his shoes and climbed into her bed. Xin An sat cross-legged and stared at him. Tang Mo glanced back lazily. "I'm tired after running around all day. I'm sleeping here tonight." Xin An didn't say anything. After lying down for a while, she suddenly turned over to face him. "I'm going to give Tang Rong a taste of his own medicine. I'm going to make Tao Iran suffer. Stop protecting her." Tang Mo opened his eyes. "Which eye of yours saw me protecting her?" "Both. Otherwise, why would you stop me?" The more Xin An thought about her humiliation in her previous life, the angrier she became. "You must be worried about her," she said coldly. "What, do you have a thing for your sister-in-law?" Tang Mo felt completely speechless. Seeing Xin An glaring fiercely at him, he sighed helplessly. "I was just afraid you'd be blind and heartless again and end up getting seduced by that guy. Anyway, it's unnecessary. If you want to see me embarrass myself, I'll cooperate with you. I have my own method. So you don't need to sacrifice yourself." Xin An rolled her eyes. "Why do you insist on making it sound so disgusting?" "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'll only talk to Tang Rong when necessary." Tang Mo reluctantly accepted that answer. He shifted a little closer to her. "I told Wang Yu about the purchase today. He's extremely grateful to you. He said he wants to invite you to his house when his son gets married." "All right." Tang Mo glanced at her cautiously. "Are you angry?" "No," Xin An opened her eyes. "I was just thinking about whether there's a way to help Wang Yu again. If there were a place where those disabled veterans could work, even just a small workshop, it wouldn't matter if it didn't make money, as long as they could support themselves. Supporting them directly like this is too expensive." Tang Mo explained that many of those veterans already tried to make stools and small wooden furniture to sell. But it was hard to survive on that income, especially for families with many dependents. "If they have sons, it's easier," he said. "The boys can work somewhere. But daughters, it's much harder." Xin An sighed. "I once thought about opening an embroidery workshop for the women and girls. But embroidery isn't something everyone can do. Most of them simply don't have the skill." Tang Mo turned over. "There's no rush. Let's think about it later. I'm going to sleep." Xin An hummed softly and closed her eyes. Tang Mo, however, opened his eyes again after a while. In the faint light of the room, he quietly turned his head and looked at Xin An. He watched her silently until midnight. Over the next few days, Xin An barely left the residence. Aside from visiting Tang Yong's household to chat with Madame Gu for half a day, returning with a basket of grapes, she spent her time in the estate admiring flowers and taking leisurely walks. Tang Mo even sent her a puppy to keep her company. Her days passed quite comfortably. The only disappointment was that Tang Rong had become very busy after starting work at the Ministry of Rights. He often returned home only after dark. Meanwhile, Tao Iran stayed inside her courtyard to recuperate, rarely appearing. With so little drama to watch, Xin An felt a little bored. One day a servant reported, "Second young madam, the old madam has returned. She asks you to go to Chuanrong Hall." The banquet at the Duke of An's residence was approaching, and the old madam had returned just in time to attend. "Grandmother." Xin An was surprised when she arrived. The old madam had become much darker. "My dear granddaughter-in-law," the old lady sighed, "what am I going to do now?" Ganlu stood beside her holding a newly made dress. The dress was made from the fabric Xin An had previously gifted her. Originally, the dark purple color was meant to look noble and dignified, but now it only made the old lady's tan skin appear even darker. I wanted to outshine all those old ladies at the banquet, the old madam lamented. Now I'll be lucky if they don't laugh at me. Maybe I should just pretend to be sick and not attend. Even at 70 or 80 years old, people still loved beauty and comparison. The old lady regretted her recent enthusiasm for fishing. She had enjoyed it immensely at the time, but now she had tanned herself into a piece of charcoal. Xin An calculated the days and smiled. There are still 5 days left. That should be enough. Grandmother, stay indoors for the next 5 days and avoid the sun completely. Don't forget to apply beauty cream. Pearl powder mixed with honey can also help brighten the skin. Didn't the Imperial Medical Bureau have a whitening formula? I'll go get it. We'll carefully treat your skin for 5 days. On the morning of the banquet, we'll do another skincare treatment and apply a light layer of powder. It should be fine. The old madam immediately placed all her hopes on Xin and go quickly. Your grandmother is counting on you. Xin left the residence and not only purchased various skincare creams, but also invited a female physician. After examining the old madam, the physician said, her skin isn't just tanned, it's sunburned. We'll need both internal and external treatments. Xin nodded seriously. Dr. Zhao, I'm entrusting my grandmother's face to you. You must make sure she looks radiant on the 5th day. Dr. Zhao thought the task sounded difficult, but the generous reward offered by Xin and the abundant medicinal resources of the Marquis's residence quickly persuaded her. She accepted immediately. With the physician overseeing her treatment, the old madam finally relaxed. Remembering her promise from earlier, she instructed Ganlu to bring out 2 valuable treasures for Xin and therefore paving the way for Tang Mo's career. Xin quickly smiled and declined. Grandmother, your grandson insists on relying on his own efforts. He doesn't want us to use connections or special favors. We weren't planning to give any gifts. The old madam was extremely pleased. He truly has ambition. When your grandfather was alive, he never gave gifts to anyone. Others came to him carrying generous presents, begging for favors. But after the Marquis's residence fell into Tang Gang's hands, things changed. Instead of working hard, his first instinct became finding connections and giving gifts. Even now, before his son has truly begun working at the Ministry of Rights, he's already thinking about sending gifts and asking for favors. Dream on. Then she said firmly, tell my second grandson that his grandmother has high hopes for him. Let him go out and make his own achievements. What obstacle can't he overcome? Back in your grandfather's day, he only knew a few characters. Everything he achieved came from bravery and determination. Even after winning battles, he didn't immediately celebrate. When attacking enemy strongholds, the first thing he seized was military manuals. He learned while fighting. That's how he became who he was. Isn't life far easier now than it was back then? Chapter 82. You're the smartest in the whole house. The old lady spoke with great emotion about the late old master and couldn't help reminiscing about his former glory. Xin smiled and chimed in. My husband said the same thing. He said the commander of the Northern Army is already dissatisfied with him. If he were to send someone to plead on his behalf, wouldn't that make the commander look down on him even more? People might stay silent out of respect for the Marquis's household, but they certainly wouldn't consider him for any good positions in the future. In that case, how would he be any different from someone just idling around in the Northern Army? He still wants to make a name for himself. Good. The old lady laughed. Some of the pearl powder she had just applied faded slightly as she laughed. In that case, grandmother will reward him even more. Besides the 2 treasures I promised you, I'll also give you the yellow jade peony you've been eyeing for so long. Put it in your room. Xin An's face lit up with joy. She stood up to thank her and said with a smile, I've only been married into the family for a month, and I've already received several treasures from grandmother. If word gets out, so many people will envy me. I'm truly blessed. The old lady laughed even more heartily. As long as you and my second grandson behave yourselves, grandmother will reward you even more. Xin suddenly recalled a scene from her previous life. After the old lady passed away, Tang Gang had opened her storeroom. There had been so many valuable items that even Tang Gang, who had still been grieving his mother's death, couldn't help but laugh out loud after closing the door. Thinking of this made Xin An feel a little sad. Then grandmother must always stay healthy and live past 100. All the treasures the old lady had cherished throughout her life were eventually used by Tang Gang to pave the way for Tang Rong. Later, after Tang Rong took over, some of those items were even given to Taoyi Ran and her son. Thinking about this made Xin feel even heavier inside. Grandmother, I truly hope you live a long and healthy life. Ganlu brought out the packed treasures. Seeing that Xin had only brought one maid with her, she sent 2 reliable maids to help carry the items to Qiushi courtyard. After arranging everything, Ganlu turned to the old lady. The sun has been quite strong these past few days. Should we take the grain out of the storeroom to air it out, or should we notify a familiar grain merchant to take some away? The old lady's family was quite influential now. Although none of them had entered the imperial court yet, their once large landowning family had grown several times larger since the old master of the Marquis's household had risen to prominence. The relatives from her hometown were also very honest people. Every year, besides sending the old lady money, they also sent an extra 3,000 caddies of grain to the capital, saying they were worried she might not be accustomed to grain produced elsewhere. In previous years, the old lady would simply add this grain to the household's food supply. But this winter, after learning that Tang Gang had refused to help her family before, she had been furious and declared that she would not give a single grain of rice to that ungrateful wretch. As a result, Wangshi had to spend extra money to purchase grain for the household this year. Grandmother, Xin said carefully, if you're planning to sell some of the grain, could you sell a portion to me? Picking up where Ganlu had left off, Xin spoke casually. The old lady looked slightly suspicious. What do you need the grain for? Xin then told her about Tang Mo buying the shop. That shop is actually quite nice, but the price was 20% higher than the market price. I went there myself and discovered that there are many disabled people living in the backyard. They're all supported by General Wang. After asking around, I learned something. What did you learn? The old lady asked. Xin sighed softly. They said many of them are old soldiers who once served under grandfather. Even General Wang's father used to work for him. Later, General Wang came to ask for help, but the gatekeeper turned him away. My husband happened to see him there. Over the years, my husband has been making money in various ways, and some of that money has been given to General Wang. Those people are still living in that shop now. I heard they haven't found a new place to stay yet, and they might have to move outside the city. If that happens, won't their lives become even harder? The old lady slammed her hand against the tea table, clearly furious. Xin immediately stood up, trembling slightly. Grandmother, did I say something wrong? The old lady took a deep breath. Before the old master had died, he had repeatedly instructed her to treat the brothers who had fought alongside him well. Even if she didn't care about personal relationships, she should at least consider the future. She never expected that they wouldn't even be allowed through the door. It had only been a few years since the old master passed away. Your father is truly disappointing. Xin hurriedly knelt down, looking frightened. Grandmother, please don't be angry. What if you damage your health? If father finds out, he might drive me out. The old lady understood what Xin was worried about and softened her tone. Get up. This has nothing to do with you. My second grandson is a filial child. But it's not appropriate for him to do things secretly. Give him half of the grain in the storeroom. When he returns, have him come see me. Xin didn't immediately get up. Instead, she lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. Grandmother, there's something else I need to tell you. The old lady told her to speak. Xin then told her about Tang Mo helping Tang Yaoming obtain an official position. She spoke very softly. I didn't tell you earlier, grandmother, because I was afraid you might be angry. My husband said that second uncle has always treated him well. He saw him running everywhere trying to secure a position, begging and flattering people, but nothing worked. He also said that both he and my eldest brother obtained their positions smoothly. He was worried people might gossip, so he asked a friend to help. And in the end, it worked. There are now sensors in the sensorate. The old lady took a deep breath and stared at Xin An carefully. The gaze made Xin An feel uneasy. But the matter had already been done, so she had to be honest. If she didn't speak first, what if Tang Rong later complained about her? That would put her in a very passive position. After a long pause, the old lady finally spoke. You two are quite bold. Aren't you afraid this old woman might kick you out? Xin An knelt pitifully. My husband said grandmother is kind. Even if you say you want to kick us out, you definitely wouldn't actually do it. He also said grandmother has been favoring him lately. Those who are favored become fearless. He said grandmother might beat him to vent her anger. But if he howls loudly enough, grandmother will feel sorry for him and at most make him kneel again. Is that all? The old lady deliberately put on a stern face. You two are so bold that I should give each of you a few more slaps. Maybe I should even make you sing husband and wife return home together for me every day. Do you think I'll let you off that easily? Xin An cupped her face, her eyes wide with panic. Grandmother, could you hit him but not me? He's strong enough to take it, but I can't. The old lady couldn't help laughing. What? Are you saying couples are like birds in the same forest, flying away separately when disaster strikes? Xin An shuffled forward on her knees and hugged the old lady's legs. I won't fly away. I'll just watch from the side. After he gets beaten, I'll go rescue him. You, the old lady laughed and poked Xin An's forehead. You are the cleverest one in the entire household. Get up quickly. If you hurt your knees, my second grandson will be heartbroken. Xin An looked up. Grandmother, aren't you angry anymore? The old lady helped her stand. Why should I be angry? What I think is my own matter. It has nothing to do with you younger people. Tang Yong has been quite filial over the years. Even though he moved out, he still comes to pay his respects during festivals and follows the proper etiquette. If he's in trouble, it's not unreasonable to lend him a hand. After all, he's still a member of the Marquis's household. It wouldn't look good for the family if we ignored him. Chapter 83. The Mirror-like Old Lady. The old lady was not in a good mood at the moment. It wasn't that she blamed Tang Mo and Xin An, rather, she felt upset that before his death, the old master had kept another woman besides her. Compared to those men who took a new woman every time they went to war, he had actually been far more restrained. What troubled her was something else. The old master had assumed that she would never tolerate his illegitimate son, believing she would resort to wicked methods. Because of that, he had constantly guarded against her. In his eyes, she had been far too ruthless. And Tang Gang had even sensed that. Just thinking about it made her feel miserable. Xin An had guessed the old lady's thoughts again and stood up with a smile. A while ago, my cousin-in-law gave me a basket of grapes. They were grown by her father, Lord Gu. He said even His Majesty once praised the grapes from Lord Gu's vineyard. They really are delicious. My cousin-in-law said she left a few bunches on the vine especially for grandmother, but she was worried grandmother might not like them. The old lady smiled. Since she is so thoughtful, let her send them over. This old woman would also like to taste the grapes that even the emperor praised. Xin An nodded happily. After chatting for a little while longer, she left with her maids. Gan Lu stepped forward to change the old lady's tea and couldn't help saying, "You're just too kind-hearted. I hope the second young mistress understands your good intentions." The old lady touched her face lightly. My favoritism toward my second grandson lies in the fact that I didn't give him any connections. If he wants to make progress, he must rely on himself. Look at the two families I mentioned earlier. Those were people his father refused to associate with. My second grandson and his wife actually have it quite difficult. At first glance, it looks like he suffered a loss in this marriage exchange, but in truth, he got the better end of the deal. After all, how much real help can this young wife provide him? With age came wisdom, and the old lady saw things clearly. She picked up her teacup and gently blew on it twice. When they first came to pay their respects, neither of them hid their thoughts from me. Do you remember? The girl's eyes widened the moment she saw the furnishings in my room. She looked as though she had stepped into a palace made of gold. It was rather amusing. She tries so hard to please me. When I'm in a good mood, I reward her with a few things. Seeing her so happy makes me happy too. After all, I can't take these things with me when I die. It's better to give them to someone who pleases me than to have them taken by someone I dislike. At least this way, I'm happy. The old lady then remembered that she still had another granddaughter-in-law to consider. She summoned another old nanny who remained at Chuanrong Hall. The nanny's surname was Sunday. She was extremely strict. Besides guarding Chuanrong Hall, she also served as the old lady's eyes and ears. Every large or small matter in the Marquis's mansion passed through her notice. Since the old lady wanted to know everything that had happened in the household while she had been away, the nanny naturally reported everything in detail. On the way back to Chioshir Courtyard, Xin An ran into Madame Wang, who had just finished her duties. Madame Wang immediately guessed that Xin An had received gifts from the old lady and looked quite pleased. Xin An pulled her toward Chioshir Courtyard to chat and first brought up the matter involving Wang Yu and Tang Yong. Instead of letting someone else accuse me behind my back, I'd rather say it myself. Grandmother didn't blame me. She said her affairs had nothing to do with the younger generation. Madame Wang clasped her hands together and murmured, "Amitba, I've been worried about this matter for days. No one knows better than I do how much the old lady dislikes your second uncle. I was even planning to find a suitable time to speak for you. The Wang family is still a fifth-rank family, and they've been supporting your grandfather's old soldiers for years. Both morally and practically, it wouldn't be right to ignore them. Doing things secretly is not a good idea. It's better to handle them openly. As for your father, don't worry. I have my own methods." Since their last quarrel, Madame Wang had become quite capable of confronting Tang Gang whenever necessary. She had mastered the art of striking first and turning the tables. Tang Gang had no good way to deal with her anymore. "If we followed the proper procedures, then we don't need to hide anything," she said. "We should do everything openly and honestly. Just one thing, we cannot allow someone else to take the credit." Xin An felt the same way. She certainly didn't want Tang Rong to enjoy the fruits of her hard work. "If necessary, Mother and I can work together." "Good," Madame Wang agreed. Now that Madame Wang was fully supporting her son and daughter-in-law, she no longer held back. If Tang Gang could openly show favoritism, why couldn't she? "Your grandmother gave you the yellow jade peony?" Madame Wang stood up and lifted the eye-catching yellow jade peony from the box, examining it with great interest as she turned it over in her hands. "You should visit your grandmother more often and show your filial piety." After spending so many years in the Marquis's mansion, she hadn't realized the old lady could be so generous. Besides the yellow jade peony, there was also a white jade triangular thin-walled jar about the size of a bowl. Xin An explained, the lid of this jar was carved from the body of the jar itself. Not only is it extremely thin, but it's also carved with dense patterns. The jade inlaid in the base was carved from the lid. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Madame Wang sat down and admired it slowly. It's truly a fine piece. This thin-walled jar might even be better than the yellow jade peony. There was another object in the box, a fish carved from white jade with pieces of red jade forming its back. The two colors blended together perfectly. "It must have been carved according to the natural shape of the jade," Madame Wang said. "Look at the tail, it's entirely orange-red. It almost looks like a real fish." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were both fascinated by the three treasures. Madame Wang sighed. "If I had your grandmother's treasures, I wouldn't want to bother with outside affairs at all. I'd just stay home and admire them whenever I pleased. But I heard your grandmother's real wealth isn't just these ornaments, it's her jewelry. Your grandfather brought back countless treasures from his campaigns, and most of them ended up with her." As a woman herself, she couldn't help feeling a little envious. Xin An's favorite was still the yellow jade peony. It looks so luxurious. Madame Wang then asked about Xin An's preparations for the upcoming banquet. "The Duke of Angguo's family is the Empress Dowager's maternal family," she explained. "The Zhou family has flourished for decades, with many branches. Every year around this time they hold a grand banquet. It's considered one of the most important social events for noble families. Anyone who receives an invitation cannot refuse. Mother might not be able to watch over you there." The banquet at the Duke of Angwo's residence was known as the Water Bloom Banquet. Originally, it was meant for admiring lotus flowers. But over time, the flowers became secondary. Now it was a grand gathering for noble families to socialize, build connections, and even arrange marriages. 9 out of 10 people whom one normally couldn't meet would appear at the Water Bloom Banquet. Because the Duke of Angwo's family held immense power and prestige, even enemies would greet each other politely there. This made networking and business much easier, and the banquet was always lively. Madame Wang worried about Xin An. What she didn't know was that Xin An had attended the Water Bloom Banquet several times in her previous life, far more often than Madame Wang herself. Naturally, Xin An had nothing to fear. "Mother, don't worry. I'm not someone who stands out. I won't cause trouble." Sister Yan also said she would bring me along. Madame Wang smiled and stood up. "Then I'm relieved. The ladies of the Marquis household will go together. Have your maid prepare extra clothes, cosmetics, and jewelry. If anything goes wrong, we mustn't lose face. I still need to visit your grandmother. You should get some rest." Chapter 84. Tao Iran deals with Aunt Kai. Xin saw Wang Shi out, then returned to the house and glanced at the 3 newly acquired treasures. She displayed the yellow jade peony while leaving the other 2 aside for the time being, planning to lock them away after Tang Mo returned and examined them. Suddenly, the sound of a zither drifted into her ears from the neighboring courtyard. Xin listened for a moment, feeling that the music was like the tinkling of a spring in the sweltering summer heat, bringing an inexplicable sense of coolness. She thought to herself that Tao Iran's zither skills were truly outstanding. Considering that she came from a respectable family, was beautiful, and had a slender, graceful figure, combined with her exceptional talent, she must have read countless tales of talented scholars and beautiful women. It was no wonder she had high standards and a rather aloof temperament. The little dog, Meatball, wagged its tail and panted as it circled Xin An's feet before lying down on the cool floor. Chunlu stormed in carrying a small bell, squatted down, and tied it around the dog's neck. "Remember, you're Qiushi Courtyard's dog now. Don't go wandering off." Xin An glanced at her. "What happened?" Chunlu explained that Meatball had run out again and even wandered into the neighboring courtyard, happily running around and making everyone there laugh. If it weren't for the young mistress taking the dog out for walks these past few days, everyone next door would probably have figured things out already. Honestly, if they like dogs so much, why don't they catch one themselves? Don't think I don't know, they deliberately lured this one in. They definitely have bad intentions. The round, chubby dog looked innocently at Chunlu. Even when she glared at it, it still wagged its tail foolishly. Xin thought the dog was quite clever and said, "Meatball hasn't fully grown yet, it's cute and cuddly. Keep a close eye on it from now on. It's fine if it runs around, but don't let it wander off and bite any guests." Chunlu said she had already spoken to Erhan. Erhan knows how to train dogs, and this one listens to him. "All right." A soft, melodious voice drifted from inside. "I'm going to take a nap. If I sleep too long, wake me up." Chunlu took the dog and went out. Falling asleep to the sound of the zither was indeed wonderful. Since her rebirth, Xin An's sleep had been quite good, as though she were making up for all the sleepless nights of her previous life. Qiushi Courtyard was quiet. There wasn't much work to do, and with the master resting, the servants had little to occupy themselves with. They sat in their rooms doing needlework, chatting quietly to the gentle strains of music. In stark contrast, Chunhua Courtyard was anything but peaceful. Aunt Kai glared sideways at a servant who had dozed off. Immediately placing her hands on her hips, she launched into a tirade, raising her voice at the end. "You dare slack off before finishing your work? Watch out." Now that she was in charge of Chunhua Courtyard, she could punish the servants at will whenever Tao Iran was not involved. The servants lived in constant fear and misery, partly because they had a sickly master and partly because of the shrewish Aunt Kai. The zither music stopped abruptly. Aunt Lu, who was serving Tao Iran, glanced outside and thought her opportunity had finally arrived. Turning back, she continued criticizing Aunt Kai Aunt Kai acts like she owns the place, always yelling and shouting. Her voice is so grating that everyone complains. They won't blame her directly, they'll just say the young mistress is mean-spirited. Tao Iran's face darkened. She had been enjoying her music, but before she was even halfway through the piece, that old woman had ruined her mood. Aunt Lu's words struck a nerve. Tao Iran had always found Aunt Kai vulgar. Her loud voice irritated her and made it impossible to continue playing. Call her in. Aunt Lu hurried out, thinking that the young mistress had finally listened to her and that all her complaints about Aunt Kai had not been in vain. In truth, her young mistress was very intelligent, just somewhat lazy. If she gradually changed, she would be no worse than the second young mistress next door. Did that woman possess the same talent? Had she received careful instruction since childhood? She was merely from some remote place. How could she have the same insight? Once her young mistress truly stood up for herself, what chance would the second young mistress have? Although Xin An had been granted authority to manage the household affairs, it was only temporary. In Aunt Lu's eyes, her young mistress surpassed the neighbor in every way. Unaware of what was about to happen, Aunt Kai approached Tao Iran with a forced smile. But before she could even finish paying her respects, Tao Iran spoke. From today onward, Aunt Lu will be in charge of all matters in the courtyard. If you have nothing to do, you may spend your time doing needlework. In an instant, Aunt Kai was stripped of all authority. She was bewildered and panicked, unable to understand what she had done wrong. Then she remembered that her authority had been granted by the young master. What right did the young mistress have to revoke it? Replying to the young mistress, she said stiffly, "It was the young master who personally instructed me to manage the courtyard. If the young mistress is dissatisfied with me, she should speak to the young master first." Tao Iran raised her eyes, annoyance flickering in them. She disliked servants who relied on their master's authority. A servant should obey whatever their mistress said. Although you came as part of your mistress's dowry, you receive a monthly stipend from the Marquis's household. You live off the Marquis's household and are therefore its servant. A servant should keep to their duty, be grateful for the master's favor and accept punishment when necessary. Your resentment? Are you trying to rebel? A servant who deceives their master should be whipped and then sold. Aunt Lu almost wanted to clap in admiration. Look how dignified her young mistress was. How powerful her words were. This was the bearing of the future mistress of the Marquis's household. Aunt Kai's mind buzzed in confusion. Still not understanding her mistake, she blurted out, "It was the young master I raised." Tao Iran frowned slightly. Aunt Lu quickly stepped forward. "Aunt Kai, watch your words. The young master is the eldest son of the Marquis's household. You are merely allowed to serve by his side as a favor from your mistress." Tao Iran continued calmly, thinking yourself half his mother? Among all the wet nurses in the Marquis's household, you are nothing more than one who received a favor. Naturally unconvinced, Aunt Kai insisted on waiting for Tang Rong to return. If the young master also decides so, this servant will have nothing to object to. Aunt Lu was about to scold her, but Tao Iran spoke first, making Aunt Kai instantly regret her words. You are a servant of the Marquis's household and therefore part of its property. Who gave you permission to decide matters concerning the household's property? Disobeying your mistress is an even greater crime. To Tao Iran, even a servant's life held little value. But how could Aunt Kai, who had enjoyed privilege for so many years, accept such humiliation? "Young madam," she protested, "I may indeed be a servant bound by contract, but I have served faithfully all these years. Even madam herself treated me with respect. Why should you treat me like this?" Tao Iran no longer wished to waste words. She directly ordered Aunt Lu to have Aunt Kai dragged away so she would no longer disturb the courtyard. Aunt Kai shouted indignantly as she was taken away. The servants exchanged glances. Aunt Lu felt a trace of regret. She had secretly been pleased to see the young mistress showing the bearing of a proper matriarch. But those last words. Everyone knew servants were considered the master's property, yet who truly wanted to sell themselves into servitude? Who was born wishing to live a life serving others? Already resentful, hearing such cold and contemptuous words from their mistress would chill anyone's heart. Chapter 85, Comforting Tang Mo. A servant understands a servant best, Aunt Lu sighed inwardly, glancing at the courtyard servants. Servants are indeed the property of a family, but they are still people, not commodities. Dealing with Aunt Kai today would have done nothing for Tao Iran's reputation, but confronting her would also be pointless. Aunt Lu was anxious and uneasy, while Tao Iran remained calm, as if nothing had happened, merely ordering her to fetch mung bean soup. Aunt Kai's earlier outburst had spread throughout the courtyard, and the servants were already distressed. Having to prepare mung bean soup only made the maids secretly wipe away tears. When Xin An woke, Chunyang and Chuanlu vividly recounted what had happened next door. Aunt Kai threw a tantrum for quite a while, talking about her hard work, her loyalty, and her grievances. She said everything she should and shouldn't have said, until she was finally silenced. Nefeng knows Shidua from next door, and she was secretly wiping away tears, Chuanlu added. Hearing this shocking story, Xin forgot even to drink her tea. It was well known that the more noble a family, the more careful they were with their servants. Even when disciplining someone, there had to be legitimate reasons and sufficient evidence. Mansions might have hundreds of people, but the master relied on just 20 or 30 key servants for everything: serving guests, relaying messages, preparing tea and water. One small mistake could cause endless trouble for the master. She knew Tao Iran was arrogant and looked down on people, but she hadn't expected her to speak so fearlessly. Isn't there a reason behind it? Xin asked. Shidua said that at the time, Aunt Kai was scolding two lazy servants when the zither music suddenly stopped. Soon after, Aunt Kai was called away, and then the rest happened, Chunyang explained. Xin thought for a moment. She was disturbed while playing the zither. The other maids were surprised. Just for that, Tao Iran had trampled on Aunt Kai's dignity. The young mistress is so meek and quiet. She'd be blown away by the wind. She wouldn't be so unforgiving, would she? One whispered. Xin smiled. She understood Tao Iran perfectly. Tao Iran had always gotten everything effortlessly. Her family life had trained her to rely on others. Before, there had been Tang Mo. Then Tang Rong. Tang Rong was as filial as could be. When had Tao Iran ever worried about her? Someone accustomed to enjoying the fruits of others' labor couldn't be expected to consider the thoughts of a servant. She likely believed she was the master, entitled to as many servants as she wished. Why bother otherwise? The housekeeper, too, had everything without worry. Why should she care? In her heart, even I am probably just another servant, Xin thought. A servant managing a household. As for Aunt Kai, well, that's what happens when the wicked are punished. Less than half an hour later, Chunyang came to report that Aunt Lu next door had silenced everyone in the courtyard, giving each a string of large coins and forbidding them from spreading today's events. Xin hummed in agreement. Tao Iran always had clear-headed people around her. Even if she didn't make amends, Tang Rong would handle it upon his return. Husband and wife were in the same boat. Neither could afford to fall in the water. Almost everyone in our courtyard knows about this. Should we no need, Xin interrupted. You didn't receive any hush money. They have their own mouths to keep quiet. Why should you care? Chunyang nodded with a smile. That was exactly what Xin meant. Chunyang and I are the young mistress's people. We won't gossip. Others won't know, and even if they blame us, it won't be our fault. Where masters and servants' interests conflict, loyalty naturally becomes a matter of survival. Just then, Tang Mo returned, looking rather unwell. Chunyang quickly withdrew. Tang Mo sat down, glancing at Xin and thought Liaoji is impossible to talk to. I got a real slap in the face today. I said everything I needed to, and all he said was I know, and go down. I don't even know what he meant. Xin handed him tea. What could he mean? He just doesn't like you. Tang Mo's anger flared, and this only made him more upset. Xin analyzed the situation for him. You're a spoiled brat with a bad reputation, while he's a young man who's already established himself as a commander. Something significant must have happened in his household years ago. With all his uncles successful, he became head of the family. He's shrewd and capable. Someone like that has pride, of course he has high standards. Even if your father didn't offend him, you wouldn't gain his favor immediately. Just focus on doing your work well and showing your abilities when the time is right. The right opportunity will come. If you don't want to rely on connections and want to handle everything yourself, the road will be much harder. Your reputation wasn't ruined overnight, and it will take time to repair it. Patience is key. Tang Mo nodded, a little anxious. He had expected that with knowledge from a previous life, success would be easy. But reality was far more complex. Despite this second chance, problems remained, and the future was uncertain. You're right. I was too hasty. I'll take it slow. Xin An had someone bring him a bowl of cool white fungus soup. Those who achieve great things must be patient. We've already made progress in the past month. The outside world is far more difficult than life in the manor. We can't be careless. She told him everything she had said to the old lady that day. I've paved the way for you. You don't need to hide anything. Grandmother is very impressed. I think she wants to see someone like grandfather among the younger generation. Tang Mo thought for a moment. Thinking about it, it makes sense. My memory of grandfather is vague, but I remember he was extraordinary. For a warrior to rise to Marquis and Prime Minister through courage and luck, that's immense honor. It's unfortunate his descendants have fallen so low. My grandmother must have known him well. I fear she's been disheartened over the years. She's still waiting for you. Finish your soup, then go. Tang Mo paused. Then a wide smile slowly spread across his lips. He stood, cupped his hands in respect, and said, "Thank you." This was the biggest difference from his previous life. Now he had someone to help him. He quickly finished his white fungus soup, adjusted his clothes, and said, "I'm going." Xin An smiled. "Go ahead. Don't rush back. Grandmother's gotten a bit tanned, and she's concerned. Comfort her, and have dinner with her tonight." Given the old lady's condition, she definitely wouldn't want to eat with everyone. Whether she stayed depended entirely on Tang Mo. Tang Gang arrived at the old lady's courtyard before Tang Mo. His mother had just returned from a trip, and he felt it was his first priority to pay respects and curry favor, hoping to receive gifts. The old lady, whose complexion had improved slightly after applying a face mask, was initially in good spirits. But upon seeing Tang Gang, her mood darkened. She berated him fiercely, accusing him of disrespect and ignorance, and of being an impatient father-in-law taking concubines, even those who served his wife, after only a month of marriage of his sons. "Where do you put your wife's dignity?" she demanded. "How are your two daughters-in-law supposed to see you?" Chapter 86. The Old Lady's Thoughts. Tang Gang was scolded by the old lady and dared not lift his head. He felt a twinge of regret, but it was far too late for that now. He also thought of Wang Shi, always generous, and realized he could simply send her a gift and a few polite words, and it would be over. His pitiful demeanor only fueled the old lady's anger. She could hardly bear to look at him. "Your father was brave all his life, but in his old age he suffered from illness. If only you had been more ambitious, he wouldn't have died with his eyes closed. He protected the Marquis's mansion while alive and continued to protect it for 10 years after his death. What about 20 or 30 years later? And what have you done for the Marquis's mansion? The Marquis's title is not hereditary. If your son achieves nothing, the title will vanish with him." The old lady recalled discovering Tang Gang's affair with a maid 3 months after the old man's death. Her words then had been harsh, and even now, repeating them still pained her. Tang Gang could no longer sit still and obediently knelt before her. Her eyes softened slightly, tinged with heartache. "You said I would let go if I tried to control you. I did let go, but what have you done? Besides giving gifts, what else is there when things go wrong?" Tang Gang muttered. He had complained before about his lack of children, only Tang Rong and Tang Mo, no daughters for marriage alliances. At this moment, he was grateful the old lady hadn't known his thoughts. Her scolding gradually lost its sting. If words alone could make someone realize their faults, she would have done it years ago. In truth, Tang Gang wasn't entirely unworthy. Though mediocre, he had caused no shame, no scandal. She only hoped he could pass the title smoothly to the next generation, a true achievement. Even with her modest expectations, she felt a twinge of sadness. Get up. You are quite old. Be mindful of your actions. Tang Gang rose and stepped aside. Gan Lu entered, informing the old lady that Tang Rong and Tang Emo were waiting outside. She allowed them in and even asked Tang Gang to sit, a gesture of maintaining his dignity. Grandsons, greet grandmother. Tang Rong and Tang Emo entered side by side. Both handsome and dignified, they bowed respectfully, a sight that lifted the old lady's spirits. Duty suits you. You seem much more energetic. Tang Rong spoke first. Grandmother, how have you been managing the estate? Yes. It would be better if it weren't so hot. It won't be so hot by autumn, Tang Emo added. Manager Yang said the mountain has many maple trees. When the leaves turn red, it will be a beautiful sight, Tang Emo reassured her. The old lady nodded, smiling. Then she shifted topics. The other night, I dreamed of your grandfather. He wore armor, holding a long spear, looking imposing, but his brows were furrowed, and he didn't speak. When I woke, I feared something had happened to him. Though slightly mysterious, people respected the deceased and waited for her to continue. She sighed. I've thought it over. I can't see what your grandfather could be dissatisfied with. You three are healthy, doing your duties well. There's a new member in the household, a happy occasion. I suspect he is merely thinking of his old comrades. Turning to Tang Gang, she asked, have you taken care of those people over the years? Tang Gang nodded. We've looked after the old generals close to father. The manor allocates money and grain for them each year. Mother knows the family situation. It's impossible to care for everyone. If retired soldiers are to be supported, the imperial court must step in. If the manor tried, people would claim we relinquished military power but still sought the soldiers' loyalty. In earlier years, the manor had helped many, and people occasionally came asking for assistance. If wealth were limitless, it would have been easier, but given reality, only those more beneficial to the manor could be helped. From this perspective, Tang Gang wasn't at fault, and the old lady understood. Her gaze settled on Tang Mo. These two children are grown, married, and have responsibilities. They can help share the burden. The eldest son is busy at the Ministry of Rights and hasn't fully established himself. As his father, you should support him more. Tang Gang nodded. Even without mother's reminder, I would have done so. I may not be successful, but I hope he surpasses me. The old lady hummed. The second son is in the Northern Army. His duties aren't as demanding as at the Ministry of Rights, so he can take on some tasks. We should entrust some responsibilities to him. Everyone knew the Northern Army was often a place for rich city children to pad their resumes. Many worked only sporadically, and families would maneuver them into better posts. The old lady's suggestion was reasonable. Second son, you've heard your father. Though the manor cannot support everyone, we must help those in dire straits. You have more free time, beyond annual support. See if other struggling families need assistance. Don't let people lose heart, and put grandfather at ease in heaven. Before Tang Gang could respond, Tang Mo immediately volunteered. Father and elder brothers handle major affairs. I don't know much, but I'll do my best to share the burden and honor grandfather's legacy. Tang Gang hadn't intended to stop him. He had supported those in need for years. The rest were just burdens on the manor. He even offered Tang Mo funds for the task. Keep accurate records for future reference. Tang Rong wasn't concerned, as long as Tang Mo didn't control key connections. He cupped his hands to Tang Mo. I'll rely on you a lot from now on, second brother. I'm happy to share father and elder brother's burdens. No hardship is too great, Tang Mo said, his expression radiating brotherly love and respect. The old lady winked at Gan Lu, who led men to the storeroom. They returned quickly with 3 boxes. Upon opening them, rare jade artifacts gleamed. Tang Gang's lips curved into a slight smile. Tang Rong struggled to remain composed, feigning indifference. Tang Mo's eyes shone with joy. The old lady observed them. I rarely concern myself with household affairs. With so many children and grandchildren, I only think of enjoying my retirement. You'll have to work harder. Each of you will take one of these boxes. While I don't approve of trying to shortcut life with gifts, normal social interactions are essential. Your grandfather left these for you. They'll be yours after I pass. Take them now. I won't interfere with how you spend them. One condition: I won't give anything else for the next 3 years. 3 boxes of treasure for 3 years of peace. The old lady deemed it well worth it. Chapter 87. The old lady's thoughts too. Thank you, mother. Thank you, grandmother. The 3 men, father and sons, stood in a row, bowing respectfully, their faces beaming with genuine joy. Tang Gang's thoughts were simple. If the old lady said 3 years, would it really be 3 years? If difficult situations arose, they would inevitably have to trouble her. Tang Rong thought that having more of these treasures would make life much easier and more convenient. Tang Emo imagined taking each item out slowly to appreciate it, discovering its origin, cataloging them by value, and never using them unless absolutely necessary, preserving them as family heirlooms for his own son. And, of course, he would give half to Xin An, which was already enough to make her happy. The 3 men assumed that was the end of it, that they could take their boxes and leave. But the old lady had gone to bring out 3 smaller boxes, neatly filled with silver ingots. Your grandfather left me some cash, and the Zhang family sends some every year. An old woman like me doesn't need much. Each of you 3 can have 1 box. The 3 men were overjoyed again, finding the old lady unusually kind and approachable today. Ganlu placed the boxes in front of them, but when it came to Tang Gang, she set his box aside. You always have your wife handling things when you're out, so you probably don't need these. I'll have someone carry these 2 boxes to your wife later so she can keep them safe and use them properly. It was as if she were showing him the contents, knowing they would eventually end up in Wang Shi's hands. Tang Gang wanted to argue, but then he saw his mother take out a few extra silver notes and hand them to Tang Emo. Your father said he would allocate money to you from the public account, but your grandmother knows best how much is in it. We can't just go to your father-in-law every time we're short. Our Marquis mansion is a respectable family. We wouldn't beg. Take these and use them. Also, half of the grain the Zhang family sends each year is yours. You can use it as you see fit. The old lady's generosity surprised everyone. Tang Emo accepted the gifts with a cupped hand, his eyes welling up with tears. Grandson thanks grandmother. With grandmother here, I am not afraid of anything. Please stay healthy and live long enough to see my son grow up and to see your great-grandson marry and have children. His words were sincere. The old lady had given him these gifts thoughtfully, ensuring no offense to his father or brothers, subtly showing her favor. She nodded with a smile. Seeing you brothers so harmonious makes grandmother very happy. I also hope to live a long life and see the Marquis mansion prosper forever. Tang Rong bowed respectfully. Grandson will follow grandmother's teachings. Soon, the 2 brothers left with their boxes. Tang Gang sat to the side, feeling depressed. The old lady glanced at him. Don't give me that look. I'm doing this for your own good. Do you enjoy coming home every day to a sour face from your wife? She handles everything in the household, big and small, and half of the affairs outside also depend on her. Don't be so clueless. In the past, Tang Gang would have taken this lightly. Wang Shi would always do what he needed. Now he didn't dare say a word. The old lady continued, giving him instructions. Treat Tang Emo fairly, don't interfere with his friends, and handle the veteran's pension properly without competing for credit. Tang Gang was helpless. How could my son do such a thing? He couldn't take it himself, but if his son insisted on giving it, that was different. The old lady, feeling weary, handed him several silver notes. Don't say I don't favor you. Keep these safe and don't let your wife know. With a full 1,000 taels of silver, Tang Gang immediately brightened, grinning as he pocketed the notes. Mother still loves me the most. No one knows a son better than his mother. It was precisely because she knew him so well that she felt weary, especially after returning today, physically exhausted. I'll have someone deliver these 2 boxes. Go now, don't get in the way. Tang Gang stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, Your son takes his leave. Mother, please rest early. In his joy, he completely forgot that his elderly mother hadn't yet had dinner. Once they left, the old lady sighed. Ganlu brought over some bird's nest soup. Don't worry, the Marquis will understand your good intentions, Ganlu said. The old lady felt a headache coming on. Whether he understands or not doesn't matter. I just hope the second son remembers that, although this man is biased, he is still his father and must restrain himself. You heard it today too. The second son will no longer endure this, and Wang Shi will not swallow her anger. With the mother and son working together, and clever Xin An's help, father and son won't stand a chance. The eldest son really made a mistake marrying that woman. Doesn't he realize how difficult it is to match the wife that the old master personally chose for him? As a woman herself, she understood Wang Shi's thoughts. She had been a second wife, and her efforts had not been reciprocated. Even her own son had been treated unfairly. Now that Wang Shi had grown stronger, she naturally revealed her true colors. When a woman becomes ruthless for her son, how many men can escape unscathed? If I don't help Tangang, who else can I rely on? Ganlu sighed. After the bird's nest, rest a bit, have some porridge and get a good night's sleep. You've had a hard day. The old lady hummed in agreement, reviewing the past month in her mind. Tang Mo and his wife were becoming stronger, and the Tao family remained utterly clueless. Tang Mo returned to Qiushi courtyard triumphantly with 2 boxes, placing them in front of Xin, and Aunt Wang personally saw the porters out. Tang Mo pointed to the boxes. Grandmother was very generous today, giving everyone rewards. Xin was curious, but didn't rush to examine the items. She only asked Tang Mo to repeat what the old lady had said. Tang Mo said there was no rush. Just then, Lai Lai, the vendor who had sold them the crispy chicken, returned with several other dishes. After closing the door, Lai Lai brought a small pot of wine. Tang Mo poured wine for Xin, and I said on the way back from the estate that I wanted to treat you to chicken behind closed doors. I remembered, so I had Lai Lai buy some. He poured for Xin and filled his own cup. Come, let's have a drink to thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Xin smiled and picked up her cup. Thank you for giving me face in every way these past few days. Cheers. After swallowing the wine, Tang Mo reached for a large chicken leg and handed it to Xin, and just hold it like this and bite in, it's delicious. Xin hesitated, initially wanting a handkerchief, but then thought, why bother with formalities with a big chicken leg? She took a bite. The skin was crispy and the meat tender. It's really good. I wasn't lying, was I? Tang Mo happily tore off another chicken leg. You can have a wing later, it'll be delicious too. Chapter 88. Peaceful coexistence is possible. The two of them ate heartily in the room, completely at ease, chatting and occasionally clinking glasses without concern for appearances. When they were nearly finished, Tang Mo repeated what the old lady had said that day and handed Xin a slice of fruit. Think about it. What did grandmother mean? Xin pondered while eating the fruit. It's probably to buy peace. You and I both covet all the good things in grandmother's house, and your father must too. He's a marquis, so he believes everything in the mansion should belong to him. Besides, Tang Rong is going to the Ministry of Rights and has to give gifts. I remember clearly that I was the one who went to grandmother to ask for the famille rose vase. It was. She glanced at the vase on the cabinet. That's it. Tang Mo also remembered, and many distant memories began to surface. Father coveted it, and Tang Rong probably did too, but he wouldn't say it aloud. I think father going to grandmother was a subtle implication. Xin nodded. And the 2 boxes sent to mother by grandmother? That's also to buy peace, father's peace. If I'm not mistaken, those 2 boxes will be sent to mother in father's name, hoping she'll appreciate his kindness. The old lady still hopes her children and grandchildren will live in harmony. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. Didn't grandmother see mother endure so much suffering before? You said it yourself, enduring so much suffering, Xin replied. She sighed. You've endured it all yourself, so how can you expect others to be considerate of you? They're considerate of you now because you're irreplaceable, and the consequences of not enduring it would be severe. They have to appease you. She exhaled softly. I only understood this after living an extra lifetime. Hadn't she also endured so much suffering in her original life? Mother is stronger than me, More insightful and more decisive, Xin An admitted. Seeing her dwelling on painful memories, Tang Mo didn't push further. Instead, he sincerely advised, since you've received such a great opportunity, don't dwell on the past. You've learned from the big losses, let bygones be bygones. Let the past be the past. You have to remember, you're only 17, delicate and tender. You're beautiful, slender, and graceful. You're healthy, can eat and sleep well, have endless wealth, and a handsome man like me. Isn't that enough to make you happy every day? Xin An's eyes widened, and then she burst out laughing. The sadness she had just felt vanished completely. She picked up her wine glass. You're right. I should enjoy life now. There are so many things I haven't experienced before, and it's regrettable. I'll make up for it in this lifetime. Tang Mo clinked his glass against hers, beaming. I also have regrets. Let's live this life slowly and happily. I'll try my best to leave no regrets, Xin An agreed, smiling. Seeing her relaxed and cheerful, Tang Mo added, I've reserved a private room at Ueka restaurant in the city for tomorrow evening. The Shueihua banquet at the Duke of An's mansion is always full of distinguished guests. Everyone invited attends. I'll be on duty in the morning and can only go in the afternoon, so I won't be able to accompany you. I've invited Brother Mao and his wife so you can meet a few people beforehand, lest you be overlooked or left helpless later. Xin An was pleasantly surprised. I knew you were thoughtful, but I didn't expect you to be so considerate. It truly touched her. Tang Mo stared at her for a moment. Xin An wiped her mouth. Is my face dirty? Feigning regret, Tang Mo said, You've been so good to me, aren't you moved enough to want to cry? Xin An paused. How about I cry for you now? No, Tang Mo quickly waved his hands, looking terrified. If a tiger sheds tears, the after effects might be too strong, I won't be able to handle it. You call me a tiger? Xin An cupped her face, smiling as she leaned closer. Have you ever seen such a beautiful tiger? Tang Mo leaned back. Grandma, I'm begging you, please let me go. Xin An smiled and sat back, pouring him wine. Actually, I'm quite touched. I've never been treated like this before. It may seem ordinary to others, but it really moved me. Tang Mo smiled. Me too. You even schemed for me and made me clothes. I've never been treated like this either. I'm very happy. He rubbed his thumb against the wine glass. We didn't have any real grudges before. We just had different stances. Neither of us used dirty tricks. Most of our arguments were just words and minor schemes, so he looked at Xin and now that we're together, we can definitely get along peacefully, right? He had wanted to say this for a long time. The past should be treated as a dream. One can't live in a dream forever, hurting oneself and others. It would be a waste of such an incredible opportunity. Moreover, he was destined to contend for a title in the future, to uphold the family's honor and provide a peaceful haven for his wife and children. Since Xin An was already his wife, he should shoulder his responsibilities. He hoped they could be of one heart and mind, weathering storms together, raising their children, and eventually growing old together. Xin An smiled. Her past life had left her scarred, and she couldn't start entirely anew. Some wounds take time to heal. But towards Tang Mo, she harbored no hatred. She only disliked the people of the Marquis's mansion, which had created distance between them. That was only at the beginning. This past month had been enough to change her opinion of Tang Mo. He could be petty, short-tempered, and impulsive, but sometimes very generous. He wasn't a bad person, he was humorous, thoughtful, and considerate, making him very likable. Haven't I been getting along with you peacefully? Tang Mo raised his glass. Then let's wish for a more harmonious relationship in the future. Xin An raised her glass. I have quite a few flaws, so please be more tolerant in the future. Having these things out in the open made everything easier. Their banter grew lighter, and the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. In the end, all the treasures and silver in the 2 boxes belonged to Xin An. Upon learning she had acquired 3 treasures that day, including the yellow jade peony, Tang Mo gave her a thumbs up. You're truly capable. Please continue to look after me in the future. Of course. The 2 of them ate so happily that they exceeded their usual portions. Tang Emo suggested a walk, and Xin An readily agreed. Along the way, Tang Emo told amusing stories, making Xin An laugh nonstop. He felt exceptionally cheerful, as if the full moon and stars in the sky were brighter than usual. The chirping of crickets and the chorus of frogs in the grass made their conversation even more lively. Chapter 89. Aunt Kai is kicked out of the manor. Unlike the rapidly warming relationship between Tang Emo and Xin An, the atmosphere in Chunhua Courtyard was far from harmonious. Firstly, Tang Rong had locked the 2 boxes of valuables he had obtained in his study instead of handing them over to Tao Iran, and had even given silver to Qing Emo on the spot for him to use to gather information. In Tao Iran's eyes, this was a sign of distrust, leaving her deeply saddened. Secondly, Aunt Kai was still imprisoned. Tang Rong quickly learned the whole story and, suppressing his dissatisfaction, asked Tao Iran the reason. Tao Iran said that Aunt Kai was rude. Tang Rong took a deep breath and said, Aunt Kai's voice was indeed a bit loud. You didn't just find out today. I asked you about it the other day and you didn't want to manage things, so you pushed it to Aunt Kai. Today, you punished her without any reason and even said such things. What do you expect the people below to think? How will you gain their respect in the future? When he questioned her, Tao Iran's eyes immediately reddened. Are you blaming me? I know that Aunt Kai is your wet nurse, so I rely on her in everything. I entrust her with managing all the affairs of the courtyard. But after spending more time with her, I found that she has problems. If it were just rudeness and ignorance, that would be one thing, but she also deducts the monthly allowances of the people below, and she is two-faced. She keeps saying that she raised the young master. The young master is the heir of the Marquis's mansion, and she is a servant of the Marquis's mansion. How dare she claim to be the young master she raised? If this gets out, the entire Marquis's mansion will become a laughingstock. Of course, I had to deal with her. As for my words, I only spoke them out of desperation after Aunt Kai became upset with my actions. If you think I did something wrong, I will apologize to Aunt Kai in person. She sat with her eyes downcast, wiping away tears, feeling infinitely wronged. Aunt Lu stepped forward and recounted all the things Aunt Kai had done, including the matter of deducting the monthly wages of the servants. 20% of the monthly wages of all the servants in the courtyard have been deducted. The reason we're giving this to Aunt Kai is because she always boasts about raising the young master and how he listens to her. Everyone below thinks it's the young master's idea. Tang Rong frowned and had Qingma call a few maids to ask. The maids cowered and admitted the truth. Tang Rong took a deep breath, feeling a pang of guilt towards Tao Iran. Aunt Lu led her people out, a slight smile playing on her lips. It wasn't for nothing that she had caught Aunt Kai's weakness for so long, nor for her advice to the young mistress. From tomorrow onwards, she would be the head maid of Chunhua Courtyard. After shedding tears and saying some soft words, Tao Iran anxiously grasped Tang Rong's hand, saying, My health is failing me, and I can't share your burdens. If Aunt Kai were any more reliable, I wouldn't be like this. She can speak so confidently in front of me, which shows that she truly thinks this way. She considers herself your mother. How can I ignore her? Her words successfully persuaded Tang Rong to abandon Aunt Kai. Perhaps he also despised her ignorance and crudeness. If word got out that she was raised by such a person, what would become of his reputation? He also sensed that Aunt Kai had become arrogant. A potentially explosive argument vanished amidst Aunt Lu's evidence and Tao Iran's tears. Aunt Kai, who was still waiting for Tang Rong to rescue her, received news that she was being allowed to leave the manor to recuperate. We always need to keep an eye on things outside. Aunt is the person I trust most, and I don't trust anyone else to handle this matter except for her. Aunt Kai couldn't believe her ears. Was this an invitation to kick her out of the manor? Young master, is it that the young mistress can't tolerate me? Tang Rong shook his head. Mother makes the decisions in the manor. There's nothing much going on in Chunhua Courtyard anyway. Don't worry, Aunt. Your husband and son will continue to serve in their original positions. You should also have them keep an eye on things outside. All right, pack your things and leave first thing tomorrow morning. What did Aunt Kai not understand? It was Tao Iran and Aunt Lu who couldn't tolerate her. The young master listened to their slander and wanted to kick her out. She had devoted herself to the young master all these years, but she never expected this outcome. Years of experience serving Tang Rong told her that begging on her knees was useless. Tang Rong was easily swayed, so she had to use a strategy of retreat to advance. She immediately took a deep breath and said, "Since the young master has made a decision, this servant will naturally obey. I will do my best to keep an eye on things outside, and I will have my son come to the manor to report if anything happens." Tang Rong nodded in satisfaction and gave Aunt Kai 50 taels of silver to settle the matter. "Please try not to let anyone know about our relationship outside, so as not to hinder any attempts to gather information." Aunt Kai, now calm, thought quickly. She understood Tang Rong's meaning, but she didn't blame her. All her hatred was directed at Tao Iran. One can leave temporarily, but not so easily. She lowered her eyes, 2 tears falling. "I've served the young master since birth. Sometimes I can't help but have inappropriate thoughts. It's good that he's leaving. Though I'm reluctant, I know my place. This day will come eventually. There are 2 things I wish to ask of the young master." Tang Rong nodded. "Speak." "Xueyu is still at the estate. She carries the young master's blood. I'm truly worried about leaving her alone there. I wish to ask the young master to allow me to visit and care for her from time to time." Tang Rong's heart stirred. Xueyu's birth was too unfortunate. Even if she gave birth to a son, he would be an illegitimate eldest son, unlikely to amount to much. But Tao Iran was delicate and frail. Her future was uncertain. The matter of offspring was especially important, and he wasn't entirely indifferent to Xueyu's child. Thinking that she was ultimately on his side, Tang Rong's dissatisfaction with Aunt Kai lessened somewhat. "Auntie is indeed very thoughtful. In that case, please take care of her." Aunt Kai, now having something to rely on, became even more respectful, feeling smug. "And then there's Ingwei. I've seen clearly how much that girl cares for the young master. She secretly shed tears several times when he was injured, but she didn't dare to visit and serve him often because of the young mistress. The young mistress is too weak to serve the young master well, and I'm afraid she can't take good care of him. Besides, I'll feel more at ease if the young master has another considerate person by his side. I dare to ask the young master to give that girl a title." Tang Rong remembered how attentive and considerate Ingwei had been when serving him. She thought that since she was just a concubine, Tao Iran probably wouldn't say anything. Moreover, according to the rules, Tao Iran should have brought up this matter after entering the household to show her magnanimity. Thinking about it this way, she felt that Tao Iran was really somewhat incompetent. Tang Rong finally agreed to both suggestions. Aunt Kai knelt and kowtowed. "With such a trusted servant by your side, Your Highness, I have no more worries. I earnestly hope Your Highness will take good care of yourself." Tang Rong nodded with deep feeling and, "Please take care of yourself too." That evening, Tao Iran was exceptionally gentle, for she had discerned Tang Rong's favoritism towards her. Just a few words from her had made him abandon his wet nurse who had cared for him since childhood. Even Aunt Lu said, "Your Highness truly cherishes you, but I fear he harbors some resentment. Please comfort him." She understood what comfort meant. Chapter 90. Tao Iran is set up. With Tao Iran's gentle tenderness, Tang Rong quickly became intoxicated by her charm. The small trace of guilt he had felt toward Aunt Kai soon vanished without a trace. He only wished to drown in Tao Iran's warmth. When their emotions ran high, he spoke incoherently, letting Tao Iran hook her arms around his neck and call his name with affection, making him lose himself even more. What should have been a sweet and bashful morning was not at all what Tao Iran expected. At daybreak, Tang Rong had someone summon Ingwei. He then said to Tao Iran, "Ingwei is proper and well-mannered, and she is always served attentively. Today you will drink the concubine tea she offers. From now on she will be Aunt Yu in this courtyard." The previous night, Aunt Kai had quietly gone to Ingwei's room and spoken with her for half an hour. Ingwei had half believed it and half doubted it, but early that morning it had become reality. She quickly knelt and kowtowed to Tang Rong and Tao Iran. In her heart, she felt even more grateful to Aunt Kai. Tao Iran's mind buzzed. Just the night before they had been so harmonious. In the height of passion, he had even said that in this life there would only be her. Yet as soon as the sun rose, he asked her to drink concubine tea. She nearly lost her footing. Fortunately, Aunt Lu reacted quickly. She knew that after dealing with Aunt Kai, the heir must harbor some resentment. Besides, it was only a matter of time before Ingwei was raised to the position of concubine. She hurriedly congratulated Ingwei and said, "Today is Aunt Yu's good day. Please go and dress properly. Later the young mistress will wait in the main hall for Aunt Yu." Only then did Ingwei withdraw happily. After returning to her room, she immediately knelt before Aunt Kai, who had already finished packing and was preparing to leave, and kowtowed. Aunt Kai helped her up. "Now you can serve the heir openly and properly. I can finally feel at ease. The young mistress only cares about enjoying herself. From now on you must be more attentive. If the heir drinks outside, you must prepare hangover soup in advance. If he returns late, you should carry a lantern and wait at the gate. Whenever possible you must prepare his clothes and shoes properly. Try to become pregnant as soon as possible. In the manner you must also cultivate your own informants." To support Ingwei and cause trouble for Tao Yiran, Aunt Kai even gave Ingwei the 50 taels of silver that Tang Rong had given her. "After I leave, this courtyard will belong entirely to the young mistress. If you want to stand firmly here, you cannot do so without money. Take it." Ing Yue's eyes turned red. She had never liked Aunt Kai much before, but now she suddenly felt a sense of sympathy, as if the rabbit had died and the fox grieved. Aunt Kai had been powerful, but as long as she remained in this courtyard, the servants of the Marquis's mansion still held influence. In the future, however, they would have to live according to the moods of the young mistress's dowry servants. And only now did she realize that Aunt Kai was actually such a good person. Having achieved her goal, Aunt Kai left with dignity to bid farewell to Tang Rong and Tao Yiran. Afterwards her son came to help carry her belongings away. The servants of Chunhua Courtyard watched from a distance, feeling uneasy. In Xiushi Courtyard, after seeing Tang Mo off to work, Xin An took Chunyang and Chuanlu to pay their respects to the old lady. On the way, Chuanlu mentioned that Aunt Kai had left that day. Xin An paused. Before yesterday, she would certainly have felt uneasy for a while, but after Tang Mo's words of comfort the night before, she had already let go of much of it. Everyone's situation was different. Tao Yiran was favored by Tang Rong and came from a good family background. It was only natural that Aunt Kai could not control her. Moreover, in her previous life Tao Yiran had been able to keep Tang Rong wrapped around her finger, even sacrificing her own son for the sake of manipulating him. That showed how well she understood how to control him. Getting rid of one Aunt Kai meant nothing. When she heard that Ingwei would become a concubine that very day, she guessed it was also Aunt Kai's doing. A dignified and powerful nanny who had enjoyed glory for so many years would never leave so easily. Today's departure was likely preparation for a triumphant return in the future. It was just a pity that the troublemaking Aunt Kai would not be around for a while. How much entertainment would she be missing? Chunyang sighed. Speaking of it, the young master-in-law is actually quite good. Although he seems unreliable, he knows how to make the young mistress happy, which is pretty nice. Xin An stopped walking. "It seems you didn't take Aunt Wang's words to heart. If you keep speaking so lightly and without proper manners, you won't need to follow me out anymore. Go back and learn the rules again." Chunyang quickly apologized. This servant spoke wrongly. It will not happen again. Xin An withdrew her gaze and continued walking forward. Chunyang and Chuanlu's lack of respect toward Tang Mo had begun with her own attitude. From the day of their marriage, she had been uneasy and unsettled. Tang Mo had been her rival in her previous life, so she had never treated him politely. Habits and subconscious perceptions were difficult to change quickly, and the two maids had followed her lead. But now things were different. Her relationship with Tang Mo had gradually improved, and she did not wish to hear anyone speak ill of him anymore. Walking behind her, Chuanlu glared at Chunyang. How clueless. Hadn't she noticed how well the young mistress had been treating the young master recently? Whenever the two met, they chatted and laughed together. Even Aunt Wang had said this was a sign their feelings were beginning to grow. She had warned them not to speak carelessly, yet Chunyang still dared to say the young master was unreliable in front of the young mistress. Even if he were unreliable, was that something servants had the right to say? Chunyang lowered her head, wishing she could sew her mouth shut for speaking so carelessly. The old lady had slept late the night before, so she slept a little longer that morning. Xin An did not leave. Seeing that the flowers in the courtyard were blooming beautifully, she became interested and even watered them. By the time the old lady woke up, Xin An had watered all the flowers in the courtyard. Young people love to sleep. You should have slept longer too, the old lady said. Although she knew Xin An came so often with a purpose, she could not help but like the girl. She believed Xin and merely liked the many treasures she possessed. Aside from that, what other ill intentions could she have? Xin and stepped forward to support the old lady. It was indeed hard to wake up this morning, but I kept thinking about grandmother's face and wanted to see how it was today. She examined her carefully. In truth, it did not look much different from yesterday. After a comfortable night's rest, the old lady seemed in good spirits and her complexion had improved. In fact, grandmother need not worry. Your complexion and vitality already surpass many elderly ladies. To say nothing else, your skin is smooth and nearly wrinkle-free. Anyone can see that you are blessed with great fortune, something many people can only envy. This was not an exaggeration. When she was young, the old lady had been the daughter of a wealthy landowning family and had lived a life of luxury. After marriage, her husband was often away at war, and she had no parents-in-law or sisters-in-law to deal with. Apart from missing her husband, she had little to worry about. Later, her husband brought her honor and glory, allowing her to live an even richer and more comfortable life. Although her children and grandchildren were not exceptionally talented, neither were they terribly troublesome. Naturally, she had been well cared for. Time may destroy beauty, but it does not destroy the wealthy and carefree. The morning flowers were especially radiant, and the old lady was in an excellent mood. She did not pretend to be modest about Xin An's praise, and even used the opportunity to urge her to have children. As for blessings, I suppose I do have some. If you and the second boy were to give me another great-grandson running around before me, my blessings would be even greater. Xin An was stunned for a moment, then smiled shyly. That may have to happen naturally. The old lady stopped admiring the flowers. Grandmother can see clearly. The second boy must already have a place for you in his heart. The two of you match in temperament and appearance. This is a marriage made by heaven. Then she teased her. Just tell me, don't you think the second boy is handsome? Xin An felt a little embarrassed, but then she laughed. He is quite good-looking. Chapter 91. Xin An helps Tang Mo. Seeing the shy expression on Xin An's face, the old lady laughed. She knew that the young couple had originally slept in separate rooms, but later, little by little, they had ended up sleeping in the same room. Clearly, their relationship had progressed quickly. What she did not understand was what the two of them were still being shy about. Both of them thought the other looked good, yet with beauty right before them, one acted like an old monk and the other like an old nun. Even this old woman could not quite understand it. After accompanying the old lady for a meal, the sun had come out. The old lady wanted to care for her skin and would not go outside anymore, so the two of them sat indoors chatting. Even though her face had become tanned, the old lady still liked life at the estate. After a bit of reminiscing, she asked Xin An how the preparations were going for attending the banquet at the Duke of An's residence. Xin An did not hide anything and laid out all her preparations. Upon hearing that she had already befriended two noble ladies and that Tang Mo would be organizing a gathering for her tonight to meet people, the old lady was pleased and praised Tang Mo a few times, saying how thoughtful and attentive he was. A man this careful and considerate, there aren't many like him in the entire capital. Even she was surprised that Tang Mo had such a meticulous side. She wondered which elder would not like such a good grandson. When the time comes, stay by your grandmother's side first. I'll take you around to meet everyone. Your grandfather's remaining prestige still carries weight. Those people won't dare refuse to give this old woman some face. The old lady spoke proudly, though there was also a trace of bitterness in her heart. How wonderful it would be if her old man were still alive. Xin An noticed the gloom in her eyes and seized the opportunity to ask her to talk about the old lord. I did meet grandfather before, but I was young at the time, so my memory of what he looked like is a little blurry. People who had grown old loved talking about the past. The old lady smiled and began recounting memories, starting from when she herself had been a young girl. Events from decades ago sounded as if they had happened only yesterday when she spoke of them. Xin An listened quietly, occasionally responding. The old lady proudly talked about how many acres of houses her family had owned, how they had hundreds of long-term workers and thousands of acres of farmland, making them one of the wealthiest households in the region. She also spoke about how her parents had doted on her and what had happened the first time she met the old lord. Time slipped by unnoticed. By the time the blazing sunlight had crept into the courtyard of Chuanrong Courtyard, the room had gradually grown warm. Ganlu brought 2 round fans, one for Xin An and one to fan the old lady. The old lady withdrew her gaze, filled with memories. I never saw your grandfather's heroic appearance on the battlefield, but a general who always wins battles must have been formidable, long saber in hand, mounted on horseback, living on the blade's edge, fearless of anything. Your grandfather was a very good man. The round fan paused in Xin An's hand. She smiled. I vaguely remember what grandfather looked like. Back then I thought he was incredibly imposing. How should I say it? I didn't dare get close. The murderous aura that commanders carried was truly intimidating. The old lady laughed. That's right. Ordinary children didn't dare approach him. We used to joke that he could stop a child's nighttime crying. Talking about the past seemed to make the old lady feel much younger. Xin An could not help sighing. My mother once said that a wife is like a mirror of her husband. From a wife's appearance, you can glimpse a man's character. Grandmother has a kind and gentle face, soft eyes, smooth and radiant skin. When you smile, it feels as if you're surrounded by blessings. Only someone with great fortune could have such an appearance. It shows that grandfather was truly a good man and never made grandmother worry. The old lady laughed. There's such a saying? Of course. Xin An spoke seriously. My mother even pointed people out to me as examples before. Those who live good lives look kind and gentle, while those who live poorly gradually develop a harsh look. It's quite accurate. The old lady laughed even more happily and turned to Ganlu. Look at that little mouth, always so good at coaxing this old woman into happiness. Ganlu, waving the fan, smiled. The second young madam speaks reasonably. You truly are blessed. The old lady said happily, I don't ask for anything else. I only hope all my blessings will pass to my descendants. I wish for the whole family to live in harmony and for everyone to be well. They will. Ganlu waved the fan in agreement, and Xin An also nodded beside her. With the topic of the old lord as a starting point, Xin An soon shifted the conversation to the retired soldiers. My parents only have my younger brother and me as children, and although our family has some wealth, they never spoiled us. One could say my brother and I grew up in the Huai River Chamber of Commerce in our early years. My father never cared that I was a girl. As long as he thought something was within my ability, he would let me try. So I am not the kind of sheltered young lady who never steps beyond the inner gates. Since coming to the Marquis's residence, I've had some difficulty adjusting and often miss home. Fortunately, my husband is tolerant. He often takes me out and jokes with me, so I won't feel bored staying in the courtyard all day. I know how well my husband treats me, so I thought I should repay him in some way. If she wanted to become Tang Mo's support, she needed to involve herself in the matter of helping and comforting those veteran soldiers. She also had to find a suitable reason herself so that the old lady would support her. Otherwise, as a woman of the inner household, it would be difficult for her to leave the Marquis's residence freely without Tang Mo accompanying her. The old lady had already been missing the old Marquis, and she remembered clearly the instructions he had left before his death. Aside from the people in the Marquis household, if there was anything the old Marquis worried about, it was his old comrades who had fought beside him through life and death. He had often said that after he died, those old comrades might lose their protection and live difficult lives. When Xin mentioned it, the old lady immediately agreed in her heart. On one hand, it would give Xin something to do so she would not miss home too much. On the other, it would be a good opportunity for the couple to grow closer. Husband and wife are one body. I'm very happy you think this way. After receiving the old lady's approval, Xin finally relaxed. She had lunch in the old lady's courtyard before going to Wangshe to obtain the account books and lists from previous years regarding aid given to the veteran soldiers. With nothing else to do, she began flipping through them to familiarize herself with the details. On the way back to Chiosher courtyard, she encountered Madame Tao. Xin thought to herself that Madame Tao certainly visited frequently. How many times had she come within a month? Aunt Tao has come to see sister-in-law? Madame Tao forced a smile. Ear isn't feeling well, so I couldn't put my mind at ease. Had you just returned from your mother-in-law's courtyard? I had nothing to do alone, so I went to sit with mother for a while. The two walked side by side. Madame Tao chatted casually as if nothing were wrong. I heard you never miss paying your respects morning and evening. You're quite a filial child. It's only fulfilling my duty, Xin said with a smile. As for sister-in-law, even though she's unwell, she still bows toward mother's courtyard from afar every day. Even if she isn't present, her sincerity is not lacking. That's something I should learn from. Bow from afar? Madame Tao's mouth twitched slightly, and she sighed. That child has always been weak. If she were as healthy as you, I wouldn't worry so much. Fortunately, your mother-in-law is generous and tolerant. It's a blessing. Xin smiled, but did not intend to continue the conversation. She had no favorable impression of Madame Tao. In her previous life, when Tang Mo died, this woman had come crying to Tang Rong, asking him to take extra care of Tao Iran. Whenever something happened, she went straight to Tang Rong and often intercepted him halfway to speak with him. It could be said that both mother and daughter had absolutely no sense of shame. Yet after they had walked a short distance, Madame Tao spoke again. Speaking of which, Aunt has always wanted to ask you, how are things between you and the second young master? Chapter 92, Xin versus Madame Tao. People always want more. When Madame Tao had decided on Tang Mo as her son-in-law, she regretted that Tang Mo was not as prestigious as Tang Rong. After obtaining Tang Rong, she regretted that Tang Rong was not as thoughtful as Tang Mo and did not value the Tao family enough. She always thought that if her son-in-law had Tang Rong's prestige and Tang Mo's thoughtfulness, that would be perfect. Deep down, she actually quite wanted to see the two of them not get along. After all, Tang Mo had originally been the son-in-law she chose first. If the marriage had changed and he held no attachment to the Tao family at all, it made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. I've judged the second young master before. He is indeed a good man. As for what happened in the past, it was all fate. Your parents are not in the capital. If you run into any difficulties in the future, you can come find me. Our Tao family will certainly help if we are able. Xin felt that this woman might have something wrong with her mind. Wasn't it ridiculous to come to her pretending to be a good person? Besides, what right did she have to say such things? To deal with someone like this, the only way was to act even more unreasonable than she was. As Aunt says, my husband truly is very good. He is humorous in conversation, thoughtful and considerate, and also quite handsome. He treats me well and is respectful to my parents too. Xin's lips curved upward, as if she had finally found someone she could confide in. Just 2 days ago, he even had people deliver many things to Huai River. I told him there was no need for the trouble and that we could buy them ourselves, but he said the sentiment was different. Truly, there isn't a single thing about him that is unsatisfactory. Thinking about it now, I could say I turned misfortune into fortune. Any resentment I once had has completely disappeared. You don't know this, but my husband is quite interesting. Madame Tao's smile became somewhat stiff. The Tao family had gained Tang Rong as their son-in-law, yet apart from the day of the return visit after the wedding, he had never come to their house again. Feeling sour and uncomfortable inside, she no longer wanted to continue the conversation. But Xin kept pulling her along, talking nonstop about how good Tang Mo was, how generous her mother-in-law was, and how kind the old lady was. She spoke endlessly, making Madame Tao increasingly annoyed and deeply regretful for having started a conversation with such a chatterbox. Finally, they reached the entrance of Qiushi courtyard. Madame Tao hurriedly said, "Knowing that you're living well puts Aunt's mind at ease. I'm touched by Aunt's concern. Truly, speaking with you today feels like meeting an old friend. It feels so warm and familiar. Why don't I accompany Aunt to chat with sister-in-law as well? Sister-in-law rarely leaves her courtyard. Thinking about it, I haven't spoken with her much." Xin An was extremely enthusiastic and even made as if she was about to head toward Chunhua courtyard. Madame Tao's lips twitched, and she forced a smile while stopping her. "You've just come from your mother-in-law's courtyard, so you must be tired. Afternoon naps are good for the body. Rest a bit so you'll have energy later. When we have time in the future, we can talk properly." What kind of person was this? She was starting to feel a little afraid. Xin sighed. "Aunt is right. I do feel somewhat tired." Just as Madame Tao was about to relax, Xin suddenly changed her tone. But being able to accompany Aunt in conversation makes that little bit of fatigue nothing. She smilingly linked arms with Madame Tao. "I've only just arrived in the capital and don't know many people. It's rare for Aunt to like me so much. I'm really happy. Later I'll have to trouble Aunt to take care of me and introduce some relatives and friends so I can get to know more people." Madame Tao deeply regretted it. Why had she come to provoke this muddle-headed girl for no reason? Forcing patience, she pulled her arm free. "The cicadas are noisy and the sun is strong. Don't stand here any longer. Go rest quickly. Aunt will come chat with you another day." Xin looked reluctant. Aunt must keep her word. I will. Go rest." Madame Tao escorted her into Qiushi courtyard as if sending off an ancestor, then hurried away. As soon as Xin entered the courtyard, she could not help laughing. Chunyang struggled to hold back her laughter as well. "When you said you would go next door to chat together," Madame Tao's face turned green. She was terrified. After that whole exchange, she'll probably want to take a detour whenever she sees you in the future. Xin laughed. "She doesn't even know her own position. Why would I need her to worry about me?" Aunt Wang stepped forward with a smile and said the new clothes specially made for attending the Shuihua banquet had already been delivered. Young madam can try them on after resting for a while. All right. After talking the entire morning, she truly felt a bit tired. In this blazing summer afternoon, without a short nap, she would have no energy for the rest of the day. At that moment next door, Madame Tao was already speaking with Tao Iran. Her words carried much praise. "I said it before, how can one courtyard accommodate 2 steward nannies? Now that one is gone and Aunt Lu manages things for you, life will be much easier in the future." In Madame Tao's eyes, this meant her daughter had finally stood up for herself, something worth celebrating. However, Tao Iran was not in a good mood. Yu's cup of concubine tea felt like a thorn stuck in her throat. Madame Tao talked on for a while before noticing her indifferent expression and asked, "What's wrong? Is something troubling you?" Tao Iran mentioned Yu's matter. Madame Tao sighed. "I told you earlier. Instead of waiting for your husband to bring it up, it's better to suggest it yourself. The result would be the same anyway, and it would make you look generous. It's only a concubine. There's no need to take it to heart. More importantly, how's your health? Giving birth to the legitimate eldest son as soon as possible is what truly matters." Tao Iran felt irritated and did not want to hear these nagging words. "I've only been married for a little over a month. Why rush so much? As long as you understand the importance." After finishing her tea, Madame Tao finally mentioned the purpose of her visit. "Your cousin Tao Hong is already 19 this year. Your second uncle is anxious to find him a position. He has looked everywhere but hasn't found anything suitable. Later you should mention it to your husband and ask him to keep an eye out. If he could enter the censorate, that would be ideal. Any department would do. Or one of the 6 ministries would be even better." Tao Iran raised her eyes. "Can't father help? You know the situation at home. Your father returned to the capital to report on his duties, but up until now he still hasn't received a new appointment. We're all asking your father-in-law for help." Madame Tao sighed. No matter what, the Marquis household is still stronger than the Tao family. Tang Old Master's achievements are there for all to see. Back then, he withdrew from power at the right moment and made things very convenient for the emperor. Even though he has been gone for many years, his prestige still remains. If your father-in-law is willing to help, your father might even be able to remain in the capital for his next appointment. The older generation wanted Tang Gang's help, while the younger generation needed Tang Rong's assistance. Tao Iran frowned slightly. As the saying goes, a mother knows her daughter best. Madame Tao spoke earnestly. I know you've never liked dealing with these troublesome matters, but you understand the principle. Only if your natal family is strong can you live well in your husband's household. If you can help, you shouldn't refuse. Your second uncle once helped your father's career, so we owe him a favor. Seeing that Tao Iran's expression still had not softened, Madame Tao secretly cursed the old woman at home. That low-born old hag, what had she turned her perfectly good legitimate daughter into through her upbringing? She regretted it deeply. Back then, she had married into the Tao family without clearly understanding their situation. When she learned that the old lady of the household would personally raise her daughter, she had been delighted. At the time, she had heard that the old lady came from a prominent family in another province, so she assumed she must be respectable in every aspect. But when she later discovered the old lady's disgraceful background, she regretted it bitterly. By then, however, her daughter had already been under the old lady's influence for many years. She had been raised in a way that made her unlike a legitimate daughter, more like a concubine who relied on beauty to please men. No matter how much effort she put in afterward, she had never been able to correct it. Chapter 93. Tang Mo paves the way for Xin An. The Tao family's shameful secret was something Madame Tao did not dare reveal, so she could only keep it bottled up inside. Yet the legitimate daughter she had placed such high hopes on still had this naive temperament. She believed that as long as she cried a little and said a few sweet words, she could control a man. If she had married Tang Mo, that might have been fine. She could have lived a wealthy and comfortable life. But Tang Rong was the heir. It was destined that his wife could not live so leisurely. You may not like hearing what mother says, but even if you dislike it, I must still say it. Girls learn to read, play the qin, and play chess mostly to find a good husband. It's a way to raise their own worth. But after marriage, things cannot remain like that. You must be filial to your parents-in-law, manage the household finances, bear and raise children, and also help your husband by socializing outside, gathering information, and offering advice. It's not easy being a woman, and it's even harder to be the mistress of a marquis household. Moreover, the title has not yet been inherited. Everything still has uncertainties. You should understand this principle. Using poor health as an excuse to avoid these trivial matters is really inappropriate. Out of consideration for Tao Iran's dignity, she did not accuse her of pretending to be sick or being lazy. She only explained the stakes. No one can say that the couple next door has no ambition for the title. If the title were to pass to someone else, how would you establish yourself in the capital? Are you going to stay indoors for the rest of your life? Tao Iran did take some of the words to heart. During the more than 1 month since their marriage, she had clearly felt Tang Rong's pressure. Tang Rong had expectations for her. Relying on affection alone probably would not be enough to hold his heart. After a moment's thought, she nodded. Madame Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you understand. There's no need to worry too much. No matter what, the one next door cannot surpass you. Leaving aside the fact that the Xin family has such a low status, none of them are even in the capital. If something happens, she has no one to rely on. At the Shuihua banquet in a couple of days, you'll see her embarrassment. You have the entire Tao family behind you. As for your father's matter, mention it to your husband. If he can remain in the capital in the future, everyone will be able to look after one another. I understand. Feeling relieved, Madame Tao began gossiping about Wang Shi and Xin An. Between mother and daughter there was nothing they could not talk about. Especially when she heard her mother belittle Wang Shi and Xin An, Tao Iran felt somewhat better. Her mood gradually improved. She thought that it was time for her to begin going out again, so that Xin An could see that the title of the Marquis household's heir's wife was not something a mere salt merchant's daughter could hold. The mother and daughter talked for so long that they lost track of time. When Madame Tao realized it was getting late and prepared to leave, someone from Wang Shi's side came and invited her to stay for dinner and chat a little longer. Thus Madame Tao remained. As night slowly fell, Tang Gang and Tang Rong had not returned home, as both had their own banquets to attend. Only Tang Mo returned briefly to change clothes before taking Xin An out. Wang Shi was not surprised. She invited Madame Tao to sit down. When she saw that Xin An had not come, Madame Tao asked about her. Wang Shi smiled. The second son took her out to eat. Tonight it's just the two of us, no need to wait for them. Out to eat. Madame Tao could not help her curiosity. Just the two of them? Wang Shi did not tell the truth and simply smiled. The second son dotes on his wife. Whenever he has free time, he takes her out for a stroll. They've already gone to the night market twice. Who knows where they went tonight? When sons grow up, you can't control them anymore. Madame Tao finally understood why Wang Shi had been so enthusiastic about inviting her to stay for dinner. It was deliberately to show off and make their mother and daughter regret things. She wanted to save face and mention Tang Rong in response, but she did not know what to say. In the end, she could only reluctantly praise Tang Mo a few times. Even the meal tasted bland to her. Under the strong rule of the emperor for many years, the great Qian dynasty had grown increasingly prosperous. Countless merchants from distant lands traveled thousands of miles to the capital just to witness this flourishing age. During the day, the blazing sun seemed eager to bury itself in every street and alley, scorching the earth. By evening it reluctantly disappeared behind the clouds, casting countless rays of sunset light that dispersed the heat. People seeking cool air stepped out of their homes one after another. Lanterns along both sides of the streets were lit, and at a glance they resembled a galaxy of lights. Yueka Tower also welcomed its busiest time of the day. As the carriage stopped, a smiling attendant came forward to greet them. "Honored guests, have you reserved a private room?" Lai Lai jumped down from the carriage. "It's reserved, Dong Feng Zue." That was the largest private room in Yueka Tower. The attendant quickly brought a stool and placed it before the carriage. "Please step down, second young Master Tang." His attitude was extremely attentive. Tang Mo stepped down first, then reached out to help Xin An out of the carriage. The attendant led the way while Lai Lai handed over a tip. Erhan, who had followed along to broaden his horizons, stared wide-eyed. The attendant had only bowed a couple of times and already received several coins as a tip. The money came far too easily. Coming back to his senses, he straightened up and even tugged at his new clothes. He was now part of the Marquis household and would become the second young master's trusted aide in the future. He could not appear inexperienced. The private room was large, with 2 tables placed inside and a partition door in the middle. The decorations were elegant, with flower arrangements placed in vases. Down below, people came and went, and the lights glittered brightly. "Are you hungry? Have a piece of pastry to fill your stomach first." The pastries had been bought by Lai Lai outside, and the restaurant attendants had arranged them on a plate. After working all day, Tang Mo was already so hungry that his stomach felt empty. In just a few bites, he finished 1 piece of pastry. Ladies like Xin An rarely experienced hunger. Wherever she sat, there would always be tea and snacks. "Didn't you eat enough at lunch?" Tang Mo said he had eaten enough. Today Liao Ji came by and said he wanted to see everyone's abilities. "He trained us the entire afternoon. My legs are still weak." Previously, Xin An had asked him to wake up early every morning to practice martial arts. Lai Lai did wake him at the appointed time, but he could never get up. His grand ambitions vanished as soon as he spoke them. They never turned into action. Today the truth had been revealed. A bit embarrassing, but it's not that bad. Plenty of people were worse than me. When you pick the tallest among short people, that's about the only comfort he could give himself. Xin An stood by the window. "As long as you understand it yourself. Don't just talk without acting. In the end you'll be the one who suffers." "I know. I've always been rather lazy and never really endured hardship before. Suddenly becoming diligent feels uncomfortable. You'll have to supervise me more in the future." Just as he finished speaking, the attendant led Yan Shimao and his wife into the room. The moment Yan Shimao opened his mouth, he teased, "I was wondering why you came so early. Turns out you came to admire the night view with your wife." Newlyweds really do make people envious. Tang Emo smiled and greeted the woman beside him. "It's been a while." Sister-in-law looks even more radiant than before. "Smooth talker. Why don't you hurry and introduce your wife to me?" Yan Shimao's wife was named Lin Yao. She was not from the capital. Xin An had a deep impression of her. After Tang Emo died in her previous life, his group of friends had all come to trouble Xin An. Even their female relatives held strong hostility toward her. Among them, Lin Yao's hostility had been the strongest. Whenever they met at banquets, she would mock Xin An with sharp remarks and often spoke ill of her behind her back. She was a straightforward person with a touch of chivalry. It was said that her father was a military general. Tang Emo cheerfully introduced Xin An and then Lin Yao, adding in particular, "Sister-in-law has a straightforward personality and is very easy to get along with. You'll understand after spending some time together." After speaking, he clasped his hands toward Lin Yao jokingly. "Sister-in-law, please don't suddenly decide to teach my wife martial arts. She's already fierce enough. If she learns a few moves as well, my life will be impossible." Xin An's lips twitched slightly. That scoundrel, ruining her reputation. Chapter 94. Xin An makes new friends. Tang Emo not only understood Yan Shimao and the others, but also had some understanding of their wives. Otherwise, he would not have arranged this dinner. When Lin Yao saw his expression, she burst out laughing. "If you hadn't said anything, it would be one thing. But since you've said it, I absolutely must teach my younger sister here a couple of moves so you'll behave better in the future." Tang Emo clasped his hands in greeting, looking pitiful. "Sister-in-law, please spare me." Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yao smiled and reached out to Xin and "Come with me, younger sister. Let's sit at the table next door and talk. No need to waste words with these two rascals. They're all bad. Before we even arrived, we heard sister-in-law criticizing us. That truly makes us sad." Xia Changyu and his wife, along with Wei Yi and his wife, had arrived. As soon as they entered, they looked at Lin Yao with mock grievance. Sister-in-law must have seen Tang's second brother's beautiful wife and deliberately slandered us. Lin Yao laughed. "Do you even need to be deliberately slandered? Sister-in-law is right. They don't need slander." A clear voice sounded. Lin Yao pulled Xin An toward a woman wearing a teal dress. "This is our second master Xia's wife. Her maiden surname is Zhao. You can call her Sister Zhao. And this gentle beauty who looks delicate enough to squeeze water from is young Master Wei's newlywed wife. She got married only 3 months earlier than you, so you should call her Sister Han." The two women greeted Xin An politely, and Xin An returned the courtesy. Then the women went to the table next door to chat. Tang Emo also called his friends to sit down while Lai Lai urged the servants to bring the dishes. Lin Yao had a lively personality and was good at easing awkward situations. Very soon the slight awkwardness at the table disappeared. Xin An felt deeply moved. Thinking back, which of these people had ever shown her a pleasant face in her previous life? Now they were sitting together, chatting and laughing. The feeling was quite strange. All of them had heard their husbands mention the matter of the Tang family's switched marriages, so they were not overly curious. However, since it was their first time meeting Xin An, they inevitably looked her over more closely. Xin An simply smiled and allowed them to examine her. After all, anyone would be curious about such an experience. "Do you miss home, younger sister?" Lin Yao had received her husband's instructions and showed Xin An a bit more care. Xin An smiled. "I did miss home at first. But my mother-in-law is generous, grandmother is kind, and my husband treats me well. Besides, the Xin family still has a residence in the capital, so I occasionally go there to take a look. That makes it easier. We had heard earlier that you are not only beautiful, but also good-natured and generous. Even after suffering such a great grievance, you didn't resent the heavens or blame others, and you adjusted so quickly. That's truly admirable. The others nodded in agreement. The status of the Marquis household's heir far surpassed that of a second son who could not inherit the title. If they themselves had suffered such humiliation on their wedding day, they would probably cry endlessly. Even after crying, they would cause a fuss, and after that they would worry about being mocked when going out. They likely wouldn't leave the house for quite some time. Xin An smiled lightly, looking slightly embarrassed at the praise. Before my marriage, I had only seen the heir of the Marquis household once or twice. My impression of him wasn't deep. It was simply a marriage arranged by our parents and matchmakers. When the groom was suddenly changed, of course it hurt. But my husband is kind, handsome, and tall. Since the situation couldn't be reversed and crying or causing trouble wouldn't help, I simply accepted it calmly. Lin Yao teased her. So in the end, it was Tang's second brother's good looks and figure that made you take a liking to him at first sight. Everyone laughed again. At the table next door, the men all pricked up their ears to listen. Tang Mo looked extremely pleased. Whether Xin An meant it or not, hearing those words made him happy. It showed that his handsome face was still useful. And since she had given him face in front of others, he felt even happier. The dishes were gradually served. Yan Shimao poured wine and joked, "Second brother Tang must drink a few more cups today. After all, he's so handsome." The entire private room filled with laughter. Both Tang Mo and Xin An's ears turned red from the teasing, but the atmosphere became completely lively. Everyone present was about the same age and from similar backgrounds, so conversation came easily. Even though Xin An's family background was slightly inferior, she was now the Marquis household's granddaughter-in-law. Moreover, she had the experience of an extra lifetime. Whatever topic was discussed, she could easily keep up. Because of this, the women became even more willing to talk with her. After chatting for a while, Xin An learned that Wei Ye's wife, Han Waner, was actually the daughter of Grand Scholar Han's family, and that she was related by marriage to Qiu Wenyuan. "You've met young Madame Han before?" "Yes, once." Xin An explained how Yan Wenwei had invited her to watch an opera. The women sighed with admiration, saying Tang Mo was truly thoughtful. With that level of attentiveness, he's one of a kind in the capital. Which husband would worry that his wife had no friends and might suffer grievances, and then carefully arrange such opportunities for her? Xin An smiled. It must be fate. As soon as those words were spoken, she was teased again. After the meal, Xin An had a new understanding of Tang Mo. It was not easy for someone to have 3 or 5 close friends. Tang Mo's friends were truly good people, which showed that his character must also be quite good. Since it was their first meeting, Xin An had also prepared gifts for them. She had selected them from her dowry. They were not the silver flower tea this time. Items suitable for tribute lost their value if they appeared too frequently. Instead, she brought newly produced water pattern gauze from Huai River. "I've never seen fabric like this before. It looks quite beautiful." "Who doesn't like beautiful things?" Xin An explained. "It's made from silk produced by a new type of silkworm. When woven, it naturally forms water-like ripples. If made into clothing, it has a soft glow under sunlight or lamplight, and when you walk, it looks like flowing water. It has only just been produced and hasn't yet been brought to the capital because the quantity is limited." Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Gentle Han Waner smiled softly. "Such a lovely thing, why give it to us? We haven't done anything to deserve it." "Is this fabric difficult to obtain?" Xin An nodded. "The silkworms are difficult to raise, and they produce less silk than ordinary ones. Only 10 bolts were made in total. Since it's the first year, none were sent to the capital. With more experience, perhaps next year production will improve. I don't know many people in the capital, nor do I have close friends. Yet I wanted to attend the Shuiwa banquet. Tonight I came somewhat shamelessly, hoping the sisters here might look after me a little." Lin Yao and the others exchanged smiles. They all understood that this fabric would most likely become a tribute item next year. Turning back to Xin An, they laughed. "With the friendship between our husbands, why would you need to be so polite? Even if you hadn't asked, if we saw you at the banquet we would certainly invite you to sit with us." Xin An looked secretly delighted. Before leaving home tonight, I was very worried. I felt that this dinner invitation might be too abrupt. My husband comforted me and said all the sisters were good people and easy to get along with. He told me not to worry. And once again, he was right. Laughter filled the banquet. The women praised Tang Emo several more times. By the end of the meal, Tang Emo felt like he was floating with pride. After dinner, the slightly drunk men insisted on going somewhere else to continue drinking. But the loudest one, Yan Shimao, was directly pushed onto the carriage by Lin Yao, who even threatened to twist his ear. Since she was so formidable, the other women could not be any less so. Even the gentle Han Waner cast a meaningful look at Wei Yi. Wei Yi quickly stepped forward with a grin. I'm not going. It's already so late. Why would I go drink again? It's them. They're trying to lead me astray. Chapter 95. We should look forward. After seeing everyone onto their carriages, Tang Emo finally helped Xin An into their own carriage, preparing to return home. On the way, he couldn't resist giving himself some credit. How was it? Not bad, right? I arranged everything so that at the Shuiwa banquet, you won't be awkward meeting these people. Then he leaned close, lowering his voice so only Xin An could hear. If you had known them before and helped them out in advance, wouldn't that friendship be even stronger? Xin An raised an eyebrow. Those are all your brothers. Are you planning something? Tang Emo smiled. Planning? It's nothing like that. They're not children anymore. Maintaining relationships is just a matter of give and take. If you can help them, the bond will be even firmer. Xin An thought for a moment. The Xia family woman isn't going to live long. She seems ill, but I'm not sure. I didn't know them well before. Mainly they didn't get along with me before, mostly because of you, Tang Emo replied. Tonight she looked pale, Xin An said. Tang Emo paused. She's always been delicate. If her illness is serious, that's truly unfortunate. The Xia family could certainly hire a skilled physician, and being relatively wealthy, there was hope. If even the doctors couldn't help, it would be beyond anyone's ability. Suddenly the carriage jolted, and Tang Emo quickly steadied Xin An. His hand bumped against something, but Lilai outside explained there was a hole in the road. It was dark, so it went unseen. Tang Emo didn't blame him, and let him continue. But the jolt seemed to trigger a flash of insight in Tang Mo's mind. He stared blankly for a moment, then looked around slyly and whispered into Xin An's ear, You'll live a long life. Is the next emperor the crown prince? Regret washed over him. How could he have overlooked such an important question all this time? He had been so focused on Tang Rong or trying to establish himself in the Bea army that he hadn't considered taking shortcuts. Xin An understood immediately. Even she hadn't anticipated this. Her view had been too narrow, her perspective limited. Her heart raced. She pressed a hand to her chest and exhaled. In her previous life, she had been a backhouse lady, dealing mostly with domestic affairs. After Tang Mo's death, Tang Rong's attention had shifted to Tao Iran, and Xin An had rarely heard about court affairs. Even what she remembered from the backhouse decades ago was patchy. She could only recall fragments when meeting people. Yet she knew who the emperor was. I'm timid. Don't scare me, she said softly. Tang Emo grew excited, leaning closer. They were almost touching. I mean, without your help, Tang Rong's future will be chaotic. With just a little strategy, we can leave him flustered. It's nothing to fear. We should look elsewhere, aim higher. Weren't we talking about looking forward? He added. Xin An didn't reply. Tang Emo wrung his hands nervously, almost feeling his heart leap out. The thought of future glory made him giddy. He imagined Tang Rong speaking cautiously, the biased old father smoothing his smile before talking, flattering him politely. The scene was delightfully satisfying. When the carriage stopped, Xin An's legs went weak. Tang Mo's quick reflexes prevented her from falling. Once inside, they headed straight to Chiosher Court. The night breeze calmed them slightly. After washing up, they sat cross-legged on the bed, facing each other. I'm really timid, Xin An admitted. Tang Emo held her shoulders. You've survived a house raid. What could be worse than that? A long silence followed. Xin An's mind wrestled with the unknown, instinctively hesitant, yet a small voice urged her forward. She couldn't return home only to watch the neighbors' petty squabbles. Tang Emma whispered, "You don't need to worry. We know the outcome. We just make subtle connections, act naturally, and step in when necessary. There's no danger. If my father-in-law were here, he'd agree. If we handle it well, the Xin family could even change their standing better than relying on connections now." He knew how to persuade her. Xin, naturally wanting her family to improve their standing, agreed. Wealthy merchants in a hard world were always at the mercy of the powerful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to travel to the Marquis house, and her father wouldn't have had to bow and scrape despite his wealth. In a few moments, she realized the opportunity. Leaning forward, she whispered, "It's the second prince. I remember, the day after the emperor died, he led troops, fought the crown prince, and won. The city was under martial law for a month. Details are unclear, but the empress is now the second prince's consort. He succeeded only with the help of her father. If I approach the second prince's consort, there's a chance I could gain her favor. My father has money, and the second prince will need it. But if we act recklessly, we might fail and be discarded. It's dangerous." The reality was that neither of them were brilliant strategists. Their only advantage was foresight. The process required careful planning. Xin worried that their combined brains might not be enough. "Tell me, are you up to it, or am I?" Xin asked. "I could take out the neighbors easily, but this task is more difficult." Tang Emo thought for a while and then set the guiding principle: act subtly, don't stand out, approach with purpose, gain favor, achieve some merit, but don't draw attention. Xin rolled her eyes. "Just mediocre is fine. I can handle this. There are still 7 or 8 years before it comes to pass. Take it slow." As they calmed down, Xin laughed to herself. "In the carriage, I thought we'd have to draw swords tomorrow. I was terrified, nearly a soft-legged shrimp. Do you know that feeling?" Lowering her voice, she whispered, "I felt like you were taking me to plot a rebellion." Tang Emo froze, then laughed. "I had a little wine, but I'm not crazy. Plotting a rebellion?" She really could think the wildest things. Chapter 96. Pure Teasing. After laughing, Tang Emo let out a long breath, feeling much relieved. Though he spoke confidently, he knew his own limitations. He was just taking advantage of not being alone to entertain such grand ambitions. "Since we have this idea, we need to prepare. Tomorrow, you ask your mother to let you borrow Xiaogu from her household for a few days, so you can learn more about the outside world. I'll gather intelligence on court affairs, starting with Duke Engua's family, the Empress Dowager's maternal clan, the Emperor's maternal uncles, and the various princes. If we understand their family relations, much will become clear. We'll split tasks, and before sleep, we'll cross-check what we've learned. With the two of us, there's no way we won't make a name for ourselves." Xin agreed. If she didn't know something, she could learn it was still early. They would grow quietly and gradually show themselves in public. "Sleep, sleep. We have to rise early tomorrow," Tang Emo said. He needed to train at dawn, to make himself strong and presentable for the second prince. No matter how he tried to deny it, in others' eyes, Tang Rong had far more value. Any connections wouldn't fall on him. Xin yawned, stretching comfortably. "I need to organize my dowry tomorrow. See what can be given out, like that tea I nearly forgot. It would be a shame if it went bad. Once I attend the Shuiwa banquet, I can move around more freely, hear the gossip from various households. Of course, gifts will be needed." Tang Emo hummed in agreement. "The warehouse is at your disposal. If anything's lacking, ask Mother. If she can't provide it, tell me and I'll find a way." Xin suddenly remembered someone. "Your cousin, or is he a nephew?" "From the Wang family. Wang Shi. In a few years, he'll be a rising star in the imperial court." "Wang Shi." Tang Emo sat upright, excited. "My cousin? Wang Shi from the Wang family. You don't recognize him?" Xin smiled. "He rose quickly the second year after your death. You missed the prime time." Tang Emo grinned. "No matter, I can catch up now. I'm already close to him, and our bond will only grow stronger." I had planned to cultivate ties with the Wangs anyway. Perfect timing. Xin An yawned and rolled over. Sleep now. Exhausted, she soon fell into steady, long breaths. Tang Mo stared at the mosquito net, a satisfied smile on his face, before he too drifted into sleep. When Chun Yang returned to the bedroom, Wang Gu asked, "Sleeping in the same room again?" Exactly. Pure teasing. Their expressions were telling, though they hadn't consummated. They already lived like an old married couple. Wang Gu sighed. Even as someone experienced, she couldn't quite read these two. The next morning, Xin An was woken by Tang Mo. The morning training required proper attire, and Lai had struggled to find a suitable outfit. Frustrated, Xin An kicked him. If it doesn't fit, go bare-chested. And still care about appearances? Your fire hasn't reached your eyebrows yet. Go train. I'll supervise, you spoiled child. It's easier said than done. You've been reminded for days and haven't progressed. If Master Liao finds out, your life won't be easy. He's ruthless, and swords don't care who you are. Thus, Tang Mo, in his inner garment, was sent out. Xin An herself, wrapped in a thin robe, sat under the eaves, overseeing his practice. After all, this was a pampered young master. Aside from favoritism, the harshest experiences he'd endured were studying and childhood martial training. As dawn broke, Qiushi Court was illuminated. Xin An watched Tang Mo intently under the eaves. Though she didn't understand martial arts, she shook her head. Our precious second master hasn't practiced in ages. His moves are hazy, he almost tripped just now. He hadn't yet sought instruction from a proper master. Lai chuckled nervously. Actually, second master's skills were good, before 15. Xin An yawned. Just keep practicing. Tang Mo felt embarrassed yet anxious. Expecting to be a formidable warrior, he'd forgotten most of his techniques. If Xin An hadn't been there, he'd have given up. He needed to seek guidance from his master before resuming practice. After 2 incense sticks worth of effort, he finally finished, drenched in sweat. Xin An handed him a sweat towel. You're still weak. When my father sends his physician, you'll be properly cared for. Regulating your body is important. Daily practice will strengthen you, if not make you a master, at least keep you healthy. At this stage, encouragement was key. Lai brought hot water. Tang Mo felt vulnerable but valued the sweat he had shed. After changing, Xin An stepped back. So handsome. How different you look after training. Chun Yang, Chun Lu, see for yourselves. 2 maids nodded eagerly, praising him, and even Lai remarked, you look more vigorous now. Keep practicing, strengthen your bones and muscles, you'll be the most handsome young master in the capital. Tang Mo, floating on pride, pinched his waist. Recent indulgences had added fat, but beamed. Since everyone says so, I'll train daily. I'll become the #1 handsome in the capital. Xin An and the others smiled. Nanfeng then brought breakfast. After eating, Tang Mo left for his duties, full of energy. Xin An calmly prepared herself, calculating the time to visit and pay respects. Today, unlike usual, Tao Iran was already in the courtyard, waiting for the matriarch. Sister-in-law. How refreshing. She had thought Tao Iran would stay hidden in Chunhua Court forever. Tao Iran turned her head. Xin Jie? Coming to pay respects? Are you feeling better? Tao Iran eyed Xin An suspiciously. Just a little unwell, nothing serious. I see, Xin An said with a smile. You've been ill, and Aunt Tao said it's a congenital weakness. Only the best ginseng and rare tonics can nourish you. 1 bowl of those is hard for a normal person to endure. I truly worried about you. Meeting Tao Iran, Xin An couldn't resist teasing, feeling she had the upper hand. Tao Iran forced a smile. As the consort of a marquis, she would not concede, but compared to the salt merchant's daughter, she felt slightly disadvantaged. Chapter 97, Xin An versus Tao Iran. My mother and husband worry too much about my health. I've already said it's fine. Don't I know my own body? But my husband worries too much and insists I rest more. Tao Iran, wanting to show that she was valued, glanced at Xin An as she spoke. Mother is generous, and my husband cares for me. Naturally, I must be grateful, otherwise, Wouldn't that be ungrateful for their careful concern? Xin An pinched her handkerchief over her nose and smiled, lowering her voice slightly. Big brother really is a good person. A few days ago, on our way to pay respects to Mother, he even told me that if I ever run into trouble, I can come to him. He said that as long as I ask, he would never refuse. He really has the air of an elder brother. Lowering her voice even further, she continued, "Speaking of which, sister-in-law, you're lucky. It's rare for a groom on his wedding day to walk into the wrong courtyard, and even rarer to enter and not be able to get out. Yet you experienced exactly that. Truly, your fortune is remarkable." Tao Iran's expression changed, and the smile in Xin An's eyes grew wider. Big brother is extraordinary, with the bearing of an elder brother. Just having his words gives me peace of mind. In the future, if I encounter trouble, I can surely rely on Big brother. The main hall of Chuanrong Hall opened, and Gan Lu came out, inviting the two inside. The old lady smiled and asked, "What were you two sisters-in-law talking about in the courtyard?" "Grandmother." Xin An performed a formal bow of respect and smiled. "We were saying that Big brother is considerate of sister-in-law. He worries about her health and repeatedly insists she rests more." The old lady looked at Tao Iran. "If that's the case, there's no need to trouble yourself making this trip. Grandmother knows your filial heart and also hopes you both stay healthy." Tao Iran was almost at a loss for words from Xin An's few comments. She quickly performed a bow. "Grandmother's kindness is a blessing for your granddaughter-in-law. But now my health is much better and I should stay by grandmother's side. I shouldn't trouble my younger sister-in-law. You are a filial one." The old lady instructed that the meal be served. Having risen early and seen her reflection in the mirror, Tao Iran noticed her complexion had improved, which naturally put her in a good mood. "You two should sit and eat together. Eat plenty." Xin An helped the old lady sit and commented on how good the food was. "When grandmother was at the estate, my husband and I really missed your meals here." The old lady laughed. "So coming every day to pay respects is really just to eat breakfast here?" Xin An laughed heartily. "Paying respects is real, and wanting to eat grandmother's breakfast is also real. Grandmother's food is especially delicious." The old lady was greatly pleased. She gave Xin An a piece of taro roll. "If you like it, eat more. Grandmother hopes you come every day." The two laughed and chatted, ignoring the usual rule of don't speak while eating. They discussed which breakfast dishes were most impressive and which bakery in the city had the best pastries, planning to send someone to buy them tomorrow. Tao Iran, sitting nearby, could hardly eat. Her head was buzzing with irritation. Her dissatisfaction with Xin An peaked. She thought Xin An was shamelessly flattering everyone. After breakfast, Xin An didn't plan to leave. There was nothing to do at home, so it was better to stay and chat. Tao Iran didn't want to linger. She didn't want to look at Xin An even once more. The room felt too ostentatious. The old lady had changed the screen, embroidered with gold and silver thread, exuding wealth. "I see sister-in-law's complexion isn't very good. Are you feeling unwell?" Xin An spoke with consideration. "Mother has been busy the past 2 days, so there's no need to go over to pay respects. If sister-in-law isn't feeling well, you should return and rest early." Tao Iran forced a smile. The old lady glanced at her. "In the future, if you're unwell, you don't have to come. Resting and taking care of your body is the priority. Grandmother knows your filial heart." Tao Iran felt that there was a hidden meaning in the old lady's words, and also thought the old lady's taste was poor. After all, someone who could like Xin and so smooth and flattering couldn't have high taste. Their births were simply incompatible. The old lady looked at her briefly, then lowered her eyes to sip her tea. Regarding the situation between the two sisters-in-law, she didn't feel the need to insist they get along. As long as they maintained outward harmony and didn't make a public scene, she didn't care what they did privately. The Shuiwa banquet is approaching, and all the ladies of the household must attend. You understand how to behave, don't you? Tao Iran, ready to take her leave, felt a chill. She clenched her handkerchief. The Shuiwa banquet was a test for both her and Xin An. Although gossip about it had recently dwindled, the moment they appeared, people would take interest. She worried Xin An might say something reckless and create trouble for her. Tao Iran, as the elder sister-in-law, should speak first, but she didn't know what to say. The old lady's gaze fell on Xin and Xin smiled. Big brother is talented and a gentleman, fitting to be paired with someone as gifted as sister-in-law. It's truly a fated match. As for my husband and I, we happened to enter the wrong bridal chamber but met the right person. It's normal for people to be curious. As long as we face it calmly, others' interest will fade. This was exactly the attitude the old lady wanted. Xin An knew she would appear as the one at a disadvantage. Sure enough, the old lady was very satisfied. Well said. Truly a marriage ordained by heaven. Tao Iran exhaled in relief. Her greatest worry had been that Xin An would speak out of turn. Though Xin An's lowly birth made a few words irrelevant, she was now the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the Marquis's household and the wife of the heir. Her reputation was crucial. The sun rose, and those tasked with caring for the old lady's skin arrived. Xin An and Tao Iran took their leave together. Originally, Tao Iran had planned to leave first, but changed her mind, falling a step behind to walk with Xin An. She kept her eyes on the road ahead but said, "What's done is done. Younger sister-in-law, there's no need to hold grudges. If second brother knew your heart was unsettled, he might be hurt." Xin An didn't look at her either, a slight smile on her lips. "Sister-in-law may not know. I'm not the one holding grudges. You've already secured the person, but whether you can manage him is another matter. We are family. If there are problems, of course we help each other. Big brother is the future heir of the Marquis's household, so it's reasonable for him to care for me. Even if it spreads outside, people will only say he is loyal, considerate, and responsible." These were words Tao Iran had said to Xin An before. Today, Xin An returned them in full, letting her feel their weight. Tao Iran stopped walking and faced Xin An. Xin An returned a smile. "As the elder sister, you should be like a mother. You shouldn't be petty. If you are too calculating, you'll obstruct Big Brother's future. One must have the generosity and tolerance of a future head matron." These were also words Tao Iran had said before. Xin An smiled warmly, returning the sentiment. Big brother is destined for great deeds. Elder sister-in-law, don't control him too tightly, or outsiders will say you are jealous and unreasonable. Chapter 98. Attending the banquet at Dukin's mansion. Xin An's few words left Tao Iran's vision darkening, nearly causing her to faint. She could not utter a single retort. Xin An's bright, teasing smile only made it worse. These were the very words Xin An had felt suffocated by in the past, her husband taken by her younger sister-in-law, and yet Tao Iran had called her petty and narrow-minded. The most infuriating part, any small tear from her would draw Tang Rong to show her face, accusing her of jealousy and small-mindedness. Tang Mo reminded her to stop dwelling on the past and to look forward. Indeed, he treated her well, and she should consider his reputation, so she resolved not to bother with Tang Rong. Yet some grudges were not so easily set aside, some humiliations deserved to be felt by Tao Iran herself. Aunt Lu supported Tao Iran, hesitating as she tried to speak. Tao Iran's maid glared viciously at Xin An, only to be met with matching looks from Chunyang and Chunlu. Chunyang even rolling up her sleeves as if daring anyone to act rashly. Fortunately, Xin An did not wish to strike Tao Iran outright. She preferred a slow, steady approach. "I hear Chunhua Courtyard has gained a new concubine. Sister-in-law, you now have more sisters. Congratulations, you'll have someone to share your burdens. My mother has other instructions for me, so I'll take my leave first. Sister-in-law, take care." Once Xin An departed, Tao Iran sank against Aunt Lu, who hastily comforted her. "Young madam, do not take it to heart. The heir's devotion to the young mistress is clear. He does not feign it. Xin An is only putting on a show. She's a paper tiger, nothing to fear." The maids echoed this, emphasizing Tang Rong's true affection and Xin An's bluff, allowing Tao Iran to feel somewhat relieved, though she still rested for half a day afterward. Meanwhile, Xian An handled 2 matters assigned by Lady Wang and then returned to sort her dowry, setting aside gifts for distribution. That evening, Tang Mo did not return for dinner. Ershan informed her that he had gone to the martial arts hall for instruction from the master. Tao Iran had hoped to lament before Tang Rong, but with court affairs piling up and Tang Rong absent, even Tang Gang out drinking, she had no support and could only suppress her frustration. The Shuiwa banquet soon arrived. That morning, Xian An rose earlier than usual, attending to her hair and makeup meticulously. By the time she was ready, the sun had risen. Today, she looked resplendent, every detail of her appearance considered. She glanced at her reflection and smiled softly. "Let's go." As usual, she first paid respects to the matriarch before proceeding. Chunyang and Nanfeng had already prepared all items for departure: 2 sets of clothing, carefully selected cosmetics and jewelry, ensuring Xian An would shine no matter the ensemble. Tao Iran, not wanting to encounter Xian An alone, arrived earlier at the matriarch's courtyard. She too had dressed carefully in a tea-white and sky-blue ensemble, exuding a crisp, refreshing elegance. Her hair was adorned with 100 jade hairpins, one being a white jade lotus with delicate luminescent tassels, pure and refined. Her appearance, delicate with a touch of frailty, evoked a protective instinct. "Your outfit today is elegant and refreshing, sister-in-law," Xian An commented politely. The heir's wife had chosen not the path of dignity and restraint, but one that evoked admiration. Interesting indeed. Tao Iran glanced at Xian An, noting her bright red and crabshell green gown, vibrant yet festive. Her floral and gemstone hairpins, with white and green jade and pearls, shimmered in the light. "Sister-in-law, your attire is rather festive," Tao Iran remarked, though the banquet was her domain. She doubted Xian An could maintain composure today. Xian An smiled in response. Standing side by side, one serene and gentle, the other bright and vivacious, they complemented the Shuiwa banquet perfectly. The matriarch was pleased. Wang Shi noticed the subtle cues but remained silent, even praising both of them. In the summer heat, guests often arrived early. By the time the sun was high, it would be too hot to admire the lotuses, and most guests would already be inside Qingyu Hall seeking shade. The Marquis's carriage barely moved forward before a short incense stick's time had passed, encountering increasing congestion as countless carriages converged toward Duke An's residence. Xian An lifted the carriage curtain and saw a long line of carriages moving slowly ahead, people and horses filling the road. She slightly gasped. Even with experience, she was astonished by Duke An's overwhelming power. In the capital, outside of the royal family, few residences could match such a display of flowers and brocade. Unfortunately, all glory eventually fades. Considering the timing, the Empress Dowager was already old. When the second prince ascended a few years later, such grandeur would never be seen again. Lowering the curtain, Xian An briefly lost herself in thought. If she were the matron of Duke An's household, able to experience this annual splendor with successful children, she would be content. She'd leave the world without regret, her lifetime surpassing 10 ordinary lifetimes. Traffic was heavy, but the staff of Duke An's household were experienced. After an incense stick's worth of time, the Marquis's carriage reached the gates. The steward checked their invitations, and a maid led them inside. The Shuiwa courtyard, as the name suggests, was the Duke's lotus garden. Over 2 acres of lotus pond stretched before them, with green leaves and delicate flowers. Grass carp slid beneath the leaves, mandarin ducks played in pairs, pavilions and water terraces dotted the edges, and artificial rocks were arranged. Groups of ladies and young women spoke or painted amidst the scenery. Their laughter spread across the green pond, adding vitality to the serene setting. Everything unfolded exactly as expected. Upon entering the garden, they were met with many scrutinizing gazes. Some looked with interest, some whispered, others feigned disdain. The old lady led the way with a smile. Wang Shi supported her at her side. Tao Iran and Xian An walked side by side behind them. Facing the onlookers, the old lady remained calm, Wang Shi smiled subtly, and Xian gracefully allowed herself to be observed, relying on her experience. Tao Iran leaned slightly toward Xian, whispering, "You don't need to be overly nervous. Today's attendees are all prominent figures in the capital. We can't offend them lightly. Please speak carefully." "Thank you for your advice, sister-in-law." Xian smiled. "Today, I'll follow grandmother and mother entirely. I heard that last year, sister-in-law's performance of Flowing Light at the Shuihua banquet earned endless praise. This year, without your music, the banquet might lose some of its charm." Among the noble women of the capital, Tao Iran's musical talent had been top tier. Every time she performed, she received endless admiration. Now, married and unable to play publicly, she surely felt regret. "Sister-in-law, outstanding musical skill requires diligent practice. It's a shame to shelve it just because of marriage, but listening to other young women perform is also a pleasure." Chapter 99. The couple's plan begins to show results. Tao Iran tilted her head. She didn't fully understand what Xian meant by her words, but they struck a chord deep in her heart. Ever since she was 15, whenever there was a banquet she attended, she was always the most eye-catching young lady. If she could no longer play the guqin in public, all the hardships she endured to learn it would have been for nothing. Xian remained silent, her eyes fixed straight ahead as she continued forward. Tao Iran had always been proud of her musical talent. In her previous life, after Tang Mo passed away, she would often play the guqin late into the night, saying it soothed her sorrow and longing. At first, she truly believed that, but later she realized it was her way of enticing Tang Rong. Whenever her music played, Tang Rong would wake even from sleep, dressing quickly to come to her. The guqin's notes were pleasant, but Xian no longer wished to hear Tao Iran play. The young maid in green behind Tao Iran quickly glanced at Xian's back, then lowered her eyes, obediently following in her wake. After a short while, their eyes fell on a waterside pavilion. Thin veils of sky-blue fabric hung all around, fluttering in the gentle breeze, bringing the entire Shuihua garden to life. As they drew closer, a subtle chill met them. A quick glance revealed rows of three-legged tiger head vats filled with ice, the source of the coolness. Inside the pavilion, many people were already seated. Those from families of lesser status than the Tang family rose to greet them, while the old lady smiled politely and nodded. Then she walked directly toward the person seated at the head, a silver-haired matriarch, dignified and elegant. The old lady bowed slightly. "Madam Duke, how have you been lately?" "Very well." "Please, no need for formalities," the elderly woman replied. This was the Madam of Engua, the eldest sister-in-law of the current Empress Dowager, a highly respected matriarch in the capital. "From afar I saw you approaching. Your light steps speak of good health." She then looked at Xian and Tao Iran. "Are these the two new daughters-in-law of the Ho residence?" The question drew everyone's attention to the two young women. Tao Iran was already known to some, but Xian was new. Everyone knew she had originally been betrothed to Tang Rong, even formally married, only to end up as his younger brother's wife. This curious twist of fate sparked endless speculation. The old lady introduced the two. "This is Miss Tao from the Tao family, now my eldest grandson's wife. This is Miss Xian from the Xian family in Huijiang, now my second grandson's wife. You too, pay your respects to Madam Duke." Both stepped forward in unison, performing their formal greeting with perfect etiquette. The Madam of Engua praised them, one gentle and refined, the other radiant and charming, both beautiful, entering the Wei Yuan Ho residence on the same day. What fortune for this old lady! Many nodded in agreement. Judging by looks alone, these two were among the finest in the capital. One woman spoke up with a smile. "Madam, I heard that this Miss Xian from Huijiang was originally engaged to the heir of the Ho residence?" The speaker was Madame Zhang from the Jingji prefecture, perhaps holding a grudge against Tang Gang. Though smiling, her eyes betrayed ill intent. The old lady responded, "That was indeed the case. But sometimes fate's bonds cannot be forced. Through a twist of destiny, what seemed disrupted is now set right. All are pleased." Truly, the workings of fate are subtle and mysterious. Madame Yong from the Shuangbo household agreed. My son Zhuang is stationed at the Northern Guard. He often speaks of second young Master Tang, praising his steadiness and devotion, and noting how he always speaks of his wife with a smile. Clearly, his heart is sincere. This bond is indeed extraordinary. Madame Ho of the Qing Ho household also nodded in approval, praising Tang Emo further. Second young Master Tang truly cares. Concerned that his wife would be lonely in the capital, he hosted a banquet for friends, introducing female guests to look after her. Thoughtful and attentive, a rare young man indeed. Her son Yan Shimao had already informed her of Tang Mo's invitation and received generous gifts from the second young master's wife. Naturally, she had no objection to speaking well of him. With these endorsements, others gradually chimed in, praising Tang Mo as well. People tend to follow the tide. Madame Zhang and those seeking scandal in the Tang family found their efforts stifled. The old lady understood why several ladies were praising Tang Mo today, growing ever more impressed with both Tang Mo and Xin An. She wondered if Tao Iran could discern the subtleties and catch up. Just then, a messenger arrived with news. The second princess consort had arrived. Upon hearing this, Tao Iran visibly shrank, then discreetly stepped back half a pace. She likely feared the second princess consort would reveal how she had once sung and wept before the second prince. Xin An smiled faintly, remaining silent, stepping aside with the others to wait. From afar, a woman dressed in court attire approached gracefully, surrounded by female attendants. Her jeweled belt jingled elegantly, commanding attention. The crowd bowed. She stopped 3 paces from the madam of the Ngua household, slightly inclining her body. Duchess, I hope you are well. Though protocol would dictate addressing her as great aunt, she used the usual Duchess, a subtle signal of meaning. Xin An's thoughts stirred. She and Tang Mo had investigated the Ngua household. Though the emperor was born of Empress Dowager Zhou, and his sons carried Ngua blood, the emperor never favored the Zhou family. The princes preferred their maternal family, and no one wished to marry a Zhou daughter. A previous Zhou woman in the harem had suffered miscarriage and could no longer conceive. Crucially, the Ngua household had seen no one in a high position for years. Though Xin An had yet to unravel all the intricacies, she could already see that the current Ngua household was in a delicate state. Yet in her memories, the Ngua household had not fallen. The Madame Duke treated the second princess consort politely, but without closeness. After brief small talk, other guests arrived, the Princess of Qingjun and the Qingjun heir's wife. The Princess of Qingjun was well preserved, the years leaving few marks on her face. Beside her, Li Yuyan appeared transformed from the last time Xin An saw her. Carefully groomed, she exuded an added air of nobility and authority, making her seem difficult to approach. After exchanging greetings, Li Yuyan even addressed Xin An, Xin's sister, you look exceptionally radiant today. Thanks to the Huaijiang silver flower tea, she had made a favorable impression on the prince. Her husband also approved, suggesting more interaction. Huaijiang's wealthy merchants each held influence, and the Xin family had always been under the Ho residence's sphere. Though the Ho family's power had waned, Elder Tang's lingering prestige remained. Previously, they could only watch. Now Xin An had brought the opportunity herself, leaving no reason to refuse. Xin An returned the formal greeting with a faint smile. Upon seeing the heir's wife today, I nearly failed to recognize her at first. Her natural elegance is dazzling, impossible to look away from. Chapter 100. The Second Princess Consort's Invitation. Tao Iran was certain that Xin An would feel extremely awkward today. No matter how cleverly she spoke, it wouldn't change the fact that she was still a salt merchant's daughter. A lowly merchant girl crashing a grand Shueihua banquet would attract attention, and yet, who would have expected that she actually knew the heir's wife of the Qingjun prince's residence? The disparity between the Qingjun prince's residence and the Ho residence was enormous. The Ho residence owed its prestige to the old master's military exploits, whereas the Qingjun prince's residence was part of the imperial clan, completely incomparable. Xin An exchanged a few words with Li Yuyan, both of them smiling lightly. The breeze stirred the lotus leaves, and the guests' gazes followed the rippling pond. Someone, feeling slight resentment at Xin and cozying up to Li Yuyan, stepped forward with a teasing smile. I've heard Huijiang is prosperous. Second young mistress, could you tell us whether the lotus flowers there are as beautiful as those in the capital? Xin lifted her eyes, noting that the woman was unfamiliar. Normally, Tao Iran would have introduced her, but to avoid drawing attention from the second princess consort, Tao Iran pretended to be inattentive and said nothing. Instead, Li Yuyan took the initiative. This is Miss Zhang, daughter of the prefect of Capital Region. You may address her as Second Miss Zhang. Xin thanked her, thinking that the girl's mother must have lost face at the Tang residence earlier. Her daughter, thinking Xin easy to bully, had stepped forward to reclaim some pride. Smiling, Xin said to Second Miss Zhang, in Huijiang, most lotus are cultivated for their roots. The leaves stretch far and wide, numerous yet with few blossoms. The flowers vary in shape, mostly white or pink. Beneath the white flowers, the roots are crisp and sweet. Beneath the pink, soft and fragrant. I haven't seen much of the capital's lotus, but this pond before us, surely a summer marvel admired by poets. The deep green leaves alone are beautiful. Add this single bloom of flying-colored clouds, and it is like a celestial being, impossible to look away from. Both regions have beautiful lotus, yet they serve different purposes, so it's hard to compare them directly. Second Miss Zhang hadn't expected a merchant girl from out of town to silence her so effectively. Her expression darkened slightly, though her mother quickly diffused the awkwardness with a few words, allowing her to retreat with some grace. Xin still wore a faint smile, sighing quietly in her heart. She was from Huijiang and a merchant girl, yes, but that didn't mean she was an unsophisticated country bumpkin. On the contrary, wealth had exposed her to many things. Just because she couldn't use certain privileges didn't mean she hadn't seen them. Why did people think she was so easy to manipulate? Li Yuyan smiled at her before moving toward the second princess and speaking with her. After all, they were all part of the imperial family. As more prestigious guests arrived, Xin stayed behind Wangshi, observing quietly. She would not speak unless called, appearing obedient. With Second Miss Zhang's failed attempt to trap her earlier, no one underestimated her anymore. Once most guests had arrived, Yan Wenhui invited her to stroll through the garden. The Ngor residence has the finest gardens in the capital. Whether known by name or not, every flower can be found here. Some even call it the 100-flower garden. Xin feigned amazement. Then I must see it for myself. Perhaps at next year's Shuiwa banquet. Yan Wenhui led her along, pointing out scenic spots and introducing a few new acquaintances. Xin was grateful and put her full energy into conversation, ensuring others saw that Yan Wenhui had good taste and that she was no ordinary girl. Soon, Lin Yao, Han Waner, and others gathered. With them around, no one dared to ridicule Xin, making her attendance at the banquet much smoother. Originally, she thought the day would pass quietly, enjoy the banquet, watch the performance, and leave. But a palace maid approached quietly, offering formal greetings. Second young mistress, the second princess consort requests your presence. Xin was surprised. In her previous life, the Shuiwa banquet had no such invitation, and she had been ridiculed. What was this about meeting the second princess consort? Yan Wenhui helped her inquire, but the maid simply said, "You'll know once you arrive. If the second princess consort invites me, I shall go." Xin said she would find them afterward. Lin Yao reminded her to wait at the pavilion by the rockery, so she could head there directly. The palace maid led the way, Xin following behind, attracting many curious glances. After twisting through several paths, they arrived at another waterside pavilion. The southern wind and bright sunlight made her eyes ache from trying to memorize the path, afraid she wouldn't find her way back later. Second young mistress, please wait a moment. The palace maid went ahead to announce her, returning shortly to escort her inside. Inside the pavilion were not only the second princess consort, but also a lady who bore some resemblance to her. Xin An bowed respectfully. Xin of the Wei Yuanhou residence greets the second princess consort and Madame Su. Madame Su was the second princess consort's mother, a woman with a forthright demeanor. No need for formalities, second young mistress. Please sit. As soon as Xin An sat, the second princess consort spoke. You were chosen as the heir's wife of the Wei Yuanhou residence. How is it you became the second young mistress instead? The question was blunt. Xin An understood immediately and smiled lightly. It is fate. Don't use that excuse, tell the truth. The second princess consort looked stern, frowning. Xin An was silent for a moment, then gave a wry smile. It was simply the result of circumstances. Still, calling it fate is not wrong. I heard Tang Rong went into the wrong bridal chamber and never came out? Xin An nodded. It's in the past. Luckily, second young master is a rare good man. It turned out well in the end. The second princess consort's gaze shone brightly, silently judging Xin An as timid. Madame Su smiled. As the saying goes, a man fears the wrong career, a woman fears the wrong husband. Second young master Tang is handsome and good-natured. If he and the second young mistress forge a happy story, that would be delightful. It certainly will be, Xin An replied. The mother and daughter's warmth puzzled Xin An. They hadn't met her before yet were so enthusiastic, it must be strategic. But as long as they didn't speak further, she could feign ignorance. Her father had taught her, when currying favor, let the other party speak first. Hesitate and plan in your mind, but don't force it. Madame Su glanced at the second princess consort, then smiled. Second young mistress, I invited you over because there's something I wish to ask. If convenient, please answer. Please go ahead, Madame Su. I heard the Xin family not only trades salt but also sugar? Xin An was slightly surprised. Everyone knew the Xin family dealt in salt, but few knew about sugar, likely not even Tang Gang. This was a new business her father had started after returning from a 6-month trip a few years ago. Madame Su said, second young mistress, don't misunderstand. Our Su family is one of loyalty and courage. Years ago, we accompanied the late Lord Tang to Huijiang. It's a fine place, so we left some people there and thus learned of the Xin family's sugar trade. Chapter 101, Trying to Win Over the Xin Family. Madam, do you need sugar? Her father had spent so much time traveling to secure a stable sugar supply because, back then, Lord Tang had remarked that sugar was as important as life itself on the battlefield. For elite troops, exhaustion after battle left them vulnerable. If they were ambushed in that state, they could be easily slaughtered. He had once discovered that a bowl of concentrated sugar water could quickly restore spirits, and after a brief rest, soldiers could fight again. It was then that he secretly instructed her father to buy large quantities of sugar. Could the Su family have the same intention? Madame Su nodded without hesitation, not hiding anything. Yes, we need a batch of sugar, a substantial amount. I wonder if second young madam could contact Master Xin. Xin An asked, Madam, if you already have people in Huai River, why not just ask my father directly? But what if my father doesn't have enough sugar? Her father was extremely cautious. Whether buying salt or sugar, if the quantity was large, he would carefully investigate before agreeing to avoid causing trouble. My father occasionally sells sugar, but never in large quantities. And throughout the year, there are only certain times for selling, mostly after spring when sugar is most plentiful. Madame Su's visit indicated she had already acquired some reliable information, and she did not expect an immediate answer from Xin, and indeed, it may not be enough. I thought the capital is far from Huai River, and sending someone there to negotiate would be troublesome. Since second young madam is right here, I hope to go through you as a connection. If it works out, great. If not, we'll find another route. Xin and neither agreed nor refused. For others, I might ignore it. But since you, Madame Su, have come personally, I will write back to Huai River to consult my father. How much sugar do you need? Madame Su smiled. The more, the better. Xin now had a clear sense of the amount needed. Communication will take some time, so Madame Su, please be patient. No problem. The Su family truly wanted sugar, and they also genuinely wished to win over the Xin family. Though the Xin family had the Marquis behind them, the Marquis no longer held military power. Their troops had long been handed over. There was no reason to monopolize the Xin family anymore. Of course, whether the Xin family was worth winning over still required further observation. Once their discussion concluded, the second prince's consort steered the topic back. How is Tang Rong getting along with that Tao Tao girl? Very close. If Xin An hadn't known that Tao Iran had previously enticed the second prince, she wouldn't have understood what the consort wanted to know. Since they asked, she naturally answered, an enemy of her enemy is a friend. The elder brother is a man of integrity. On the day of the wedding, he accidentally entered the wrong bridal chamber and completed the match with sister-in-law. Once he realized it couldn't be undone, he took responsibility. They had already met at many banquets, so even if unfamiliar, they were acquainted. Furthermore, their appearances and talents are well matched, and sister-in-law's family is far more prestigious than mine. They make a perfect couple. That single explanation allowed one to piece together the truth. The second prince's consort now looked at her as if she were naive. You really have a broad heart. Seeing she was about to ask more, Madame Su intervened. They had just met, so it wasn't appropriate to pry into private matters. Smiling, she said to Xin An, today I delayed you from enjoying the garden. Please don't spread anything we've discussed. Xin An stood. You are too polite, Madame Su. If a transaction doesn't go through, there's no reason for others to know. You may rest assured. If nothing else, I'll take my leave. Madame Su rose to escort her out. Once she had gone, she glared at the second prince's consort. When will your impatience ever change? Mother also wanted to hear, didn't she? The consort picked up a piece of fruit. In the capital, it's not uncommon for 2 sedan chairs to arrive in a single day. But this is the only one that went wrong. The groom entered the bridal chamber and never came out. Who would believe that? Were all the maids and matrons in the household just for show? The groom was drunk, the bride was drunk, and yet he couldn't even recognize her? Not yet holding a high position and lacking life experience, she did not conceal her thoughts in front of a close family member. They had met before. This must have been Tao Iran's doing. Tang Rong is more valuable than Tang Mo, so if she came to entice the second prince, it shows she wasn't content to stay put. Tang Rong was delivered to her, so why would he have been sent away? She was certain Tang Rong had accidentally entered the wrong room. Tao Iran ensured he stayed, and now the situation was irreversible. Dogs never change their nature. Watch your words, Madame Su warned. No crude talk. This is a matter for the Marquis. Once married, she would have fewer thoughts about it. Tang Rong is one of the top young men in the capital. As for the Xin family, she continued, your father's men have investigated. At her family home, she helps with the family business. She is not foolish. Madame Su analyzed everything Xin An had said and reached a conclusion. If she truly didn't care, she wouldn't have said all that. Praising them as well-matched is really her way of letting us know that this was Tao Iran's doing. She merely compromised. There will never be the same friction between the Xin and Tang families as before. This arranged marriage is an insult to the Xin family. Tang Gang is not tactful or meticulous either. Your father's advisors carefully analyzed the situation. While the Xin family is still under Tang protection, they would lean more toward Tang Mo. Much of Tang Mo's reputation was tarnished by Tang Rong. People say he likes to snatch others, but how many have actually seen him do it? Most stories come from Tang Rong himself. They're all legitimate sons. Tang Mo would never be content. The second princess consort thought for a while. So mother means the Xin family is worth winning over? Madame Su sat down. A salt merchant, a sugar merchant, and vice chair of the Huai River Merchant Guild, they are indeed valuable. They had originally considered Madame Liao, wife of Liaoji of the northern garrison, the wealthiest in Xuzhou. But Liaoji was loyal to the emperor and most of the Su family's money had gone to support him. Without such financial backing, how could Liaoji have dominated over his uncles to retain control of the family? Your father's people searched around. The most valuable and obtainable target is the Xin family. As for the Tang family, not a threat. Although the old marquis had retired gracefully and preserved the Tang family's honor, without military power and capable heirs, their foundation was weak. This situation would not last long. This matter isn't urgent. Whether we can acquire this sugar depends entirely on the Xin family's attitude. Later, find an excuse to speak with second young madam more often. Help raise her profile. Business-minded, she will understand your meaning. The second princess consort nodded. As long as it wasn't someone coveting her man, everything was negotiable. On her way back, Xin An didn't dwell on it, mostly because she didn't have the time. Many eyes followed her curiously, some even tinged with pity, which made her somewhat intrigued. Yan Wenhui and the others in the pavilion saw Xin An return and approached with concern. How did it go? Why did the second princess consort summon you? Xin An smiled helplessly, just out of curiosity. Chapter 102. Tao Iran takes the bait. Curious? Everyone except Li Yuyan laughed. Your experience is certainly interesting, mainly because it's so rare. As they said this, they could already piece together part of the truth. They knew the Tao family coveted the second prince, and that the second prince's wife was probably asking about Tao Iran. Xin An picked up her tea and sipped it. I was prepared before coming, so I'm not surprised. But the second prince's wife is truly beautiful, not just stunningly beautiful, but she carries a captivating aura. Li Yuyan added, she was born into a military family and grew up on the frontier. It's said she even led troops against the enemy. She's certainly a woman of remarkable courage. Her perception was sharper than the others in the pavilion. She felt Xin and wasn't telling the full story. The second prince's wife must have said more, perhaps even intending to win over the Xin family. Wealthy merchants without powerful backers are rare, and lucrative positions at court are firmly monopolized by a few influential factions. The Xin family is an excellent choice, while the Tang family behind them isn't even worth the second prince's attention. Almost instantly, Li Yuyan realized Xin and was more valuable than she had imagined, and her attitude naturally softened a bit. As the group chatted, Lin Yao, who had gone for a stroll, returned. Many young ladies are gathered in Qianbi Garden. Some are playing the zither, reciting poetry, and painting. Shall we go watch? Then what are we waiting for? Yan Wenwei smiled. It's been a long time since we've seen such a scene. Who knows, one of the young ladies might play something truly exquisite today. The Shuiwa banquet is often seen as a matchmaking event. Many young men and women want to showcase their talents to gain attention and increase their chances of finding a match. Although the group members were all married and didn't need to compete, it was still enjoyable to watch from a different perspective. Qianbi Garden was lush with flowers and greenery. Exotic plants were everywhere. Cats and rabbits wandered about, adding charm. Rockeries, pavilions, bridges, and streams were arranged exquisitely, making every step a point of interest. To Xin An, this was a display of wealth and prosperity built from mountains of gold and silver. Many newly rich merchants flaunted extravagance, spending lavishly in brothels and gardens, boasting even over simple delicacies. Yet compared to the Duke of Angguo's mansion, their wealth seemed crude and stingy. Well, this Qianbi Garden is the most magnificent garden in the capital, Yan Wenwei said, gently stroking the delicate flowers beside her. This pot of 1,000 butterfly orchids costs 100 taels of silver. I considered buying one last month for my courtyard, but it was too expensive. I estimate there are at least 50 pots here, each with a different shape and color. The Duke of Angguo's mansion is truly wealthy. Orchids are delicate and not easy to cultivate. Growing them like this must have taken a great deal of effort, and they've never been cheap, Xin An said with a smile. The Duke's mansion is adorned with such beauty, it's the envy of all. I've heard there are 18 courses of tea today. I've already tried 2. Why don't we go taste the next one? And at the same time, Xin An smiled as the melodious zither music floated over them. We can also listen to the zither. The young ladies of wealthy families were all trained by masters, producing music that couldn't easily be heard elsewhere. In the largest pavilion of Qianbi Garden, Xiao Wenyuan waved to them. I've been holding this pavilion for a while. If you don't come soon, I won't be able to keep it. Lin Yao laughed. Everyone else has gone to the rockery to listen and paint. Who would chase you away? Please sit. The tea is ready. The group smiled and settled. From here, they could see a young woman in green playing the zither on a viewing platform atop the rockery, with a man playing the flute behind her. Though they couldn't see faces clearly, the couple looked striking and harmonious. By the artificial hill and flowing water, there were painting tables with men and women at work. Xin An remarked, "This scene is even better than the flowers and plants. If someone painted it, it would be so lively." "Sister Xin, why don't you try?" Xin shook her head, flustered. "Please don't. This is my first time at the Shueihua banquet. I can't embarrass myself." Lin Yao smiled. "Sister Xin, didn't you study painting in Huaijiang?" Xin laughed sheepishly. "I did. For a while, my mother even tried to train me to be talented, but she later gave up when she realized I wasn't cut out for it. I did study seriously, though. Unfortunately, even when my zither strings broke, I didn't master it." What she said was true. Some skills require innate talent. She learned accounting quickly and was good at needlework, but these refined arts, painting, zither, and so on, didn't come naturally. Her paintings were half-finished at best, though her teacher praised their spirit and vividness. Otherwise, she couldn't have depicted Tang Mo crying drunkenly. Xiao Wenyuan smiled. "At last, I'm not the only one like that." "I knew it. These things are so hard, how could anyone master them?" Yan Wenhui teased, "Finally, an excuse for your laziness." "Well," Xiao Wenyuan said earnestly, "these are just pastimes for young ladies when bored. After marriage, who still bothers with them? Isn't it enough to know accounting and bookkeeping?" The music stopped and everyone clapped. The zither player stood, and the painter stopped painting. Many gathered to compare paintings. Xiao Wenyuan muttered that joining in after marriage wasn't proper. Xin glanced around and saw several people near the rockery. Leading the group was Tao Iran, surrounded by several talking companions. Han Wanner nudged Xin and "Remember those around Tao Iran. They're all her lackeys, not good people. If you see them alone later, just avoid them." Xin turned with a smile. "My sister-in-law rarely leaves home. Sometimes I don't see her for days. Even if I wanted to offend her, I wouldn't get the chance. They probably wouldn't bother me." "Not see her for days?" Everyone in the pavilion looked curious. "Doesn't she have to pay morning and evening respects?" Xin shook her head. "She's not in good health. Both my grandmother and mother-in-law told her to rest, so she's exempt." Expressions varied. There were only two explanations for being excused so soon after marriage. Either she was as noble as a princess and the mother-in-law couldn't accept her etiquette, or the mother-in-law looked down on her and didn't want her appearing in public. Tao Iran was clearly the latter. "Her health is indeed fragile," Lin Yao remarked sarcastically. "I remember she fainted at a banquet once. Many young men rushed to help. Look at her today, frail as a willow in the wind. Her body seems even weaker after marriage." Xiao Wenyuan laughed. "No wonder Prince Tang couldn't leave the bridal chamber. She might have fainted then too." Xin had endured sharper tongues in her previous life, but this time, the criticism wasn't aimed at her, so it felt different, almost amusing. Chapter 103. Tao Iran ridiculed. From a distance, someone came down from the rockery and walked toward Tao Iran, speaking to her. The girl who had been playing the guqin earlier also paused, then moved in Tao Iran's direction. After a brief exchange, the green-clad maid stepped forward. Even from afar, the tension was obvious. Finally, Tao Iran turned toward the rockery and slowly ascended the steps. Xin curved her lips into a smile and whispered to Nan Feng, "Go see what's happening." Nan Feng moved forward, and Yan Wenhui glanced at Tao Iran. Is she really going to play the guqin? Trying to steal the spotlight even now? Lin Yao commented, "Her skill is indeed exceptional. Her music has been heard countless times at past banquets. But at an event like this, she probably won't actually play." After all, Tao Iran was already married. Unfortunately, her words were cut short as Tao Iran had already seated herself at the guqin atop the rockery. Her intention to play was clear, and even before a note sounded, She had already drawn attention. Nan Feng returned. Second young madam, the Guqin player is the second miss of the Changningbo residence. After she played, the crowd praised her. Miss Fong of the Ministry of Revenue's residence asked the first young madam to comment. The first young madam said the second miss's playing leaned too much on technique and was slightly awkward. The second miss then invited the first young madam to play a piece herself as a form of guidance. Xiao Wenyuan scoffed. She really went just because they asked? Nan Feng bowed. A few of the young ladies and madams behind her encouraged her, so the first young madam agreed. Xiao Wenyuan snorted. She's married, she should be discreet. Competing with unmarried girls in public, how petty. Several glances flicked toward Xin An. She smiled and said, my sister-in-law rarely leaves the house since marriage. She's probably just pent up. Xiao Wenyuan asked, if she likes playing the Guqins so much, doesn't she have something to do at home? Xin An nodded. She did once, on a hot afternoon. The cicadas were shrill, but her music eased the mind and helped one sleep. Too bad it was just that one time, Xiao Wenyuan remarked. Guess she's like me, listening to Guqin makes me sleepy. The music began again. Even Xin An, who wasn't well-versed in Guqin, admitted that it sounded far more pleasant than the second miss from the Bo residence. Gradually, more people were drawn into Qianbi Garden. Xin An lowered her eyes to sip tea. Some people needed no scheming, just a small provocation, and they couldn't resist showing off. The Bo residence's second miss played to display her talent and prepare for marriage prospects. Tao Iran, however, jumped in and overshadowed her performance. Now, even if the Bo residents took offense, which they surely would, as Madame Bo was notoriously protective, the damage was done. Her daughter had lost face at the Shuiwa banquet, and no mercy would follow. Halfway through the piece, Qianbi Garden had already gathered a large crowd. In the pavilion where Xin An and her friends sat, it became lively as familiar faces came to watch. The madams praised Tao Iran's playing, admiring her skill despite her marriage. She's the only one married whose music is still outstanding, isn't she? And the only one daring to play publicly after marriage. Everyone should seize the chance, who knows if there'll be a next time. Such talent should not be wasted. Even if others are willing, our heir's wife would be reluctant to sit this one out. Xin An smiled faintly but said nothing. Tao Iran's actions were clearly improper, but winning so many praises was rare proof she had often sought attention. Soon, the second princess consort arrived. Everyone in the pavilion rose to greet her, and Xin An's group offered her the best seats. Tao Iran, enjoying her moment of glory, glanced up and saw the commotion. Her performance faltered, mistakes followed one after another. The second princess consort's expression darkened. Has the Haiwan Marquis' wife taken issue with me? Was playing fine and I arrived, and suddenly it's wrong? Many in the pavilion seized the opportunity to mock her. The second princess consort's expression softened slightly, and with a small smile, she spoke with more force, even dragging Tang Rong into the conversation. Though he was upright and capable, he too could not resist a soft, charming woman. Tao Iran, accustomed to formal occasions, gradually regained composure and continued to play. But her mindset was gone, and her music, though technically sound, lacked its former brilliance. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, a twinge of regret in her heart. She knew playing at such an event after marriage was unwise, but provoked by others' words, the impulse had already passed. She slowly descended the rockery, met with ridicule. The Bo residence's second miss sneered, Madam Tang, don't be upset, missteps happen. After all, you spend every day strategizing to keep your clever husband. Missing a note is nothing. A few nearby young ladies laughed. Miss Fong of the Ministry of Revenue said, Sister Ning, stop teasing Madam Tang. Everyone knows the Haiwan Marquis married a Xin girl. She got her husband like finding a pie in the sky. Naturally, one must watch him carefully. The words provoked more laughter. Tao Iran's ears flushed red, her eyes welling with tears. She wanted to be angry, but was helpless. Her pitiful appearance might evoke sympathy, but unfortunately, All present were women, none inclined to pity her. Seeing Tao Iran mocked, Xin An pretended to rise to defend her. The second princess consort tilted her head. "Second young madam, are you going to rescue her?" Xin An felt awkward. "Well, she is my elder sister-in-law. I find her pitiful in this state." "Pitiful?" The second princess consort's lips curved in a cold smile. "If you dare act, you must be ready to face criticism. Know your place." She replaced the words she almost said dirty with provoking gossip by showing off at the wrong time. Why pity her? Don't worry, many will pity her. Strangely, Xin understood her meaning. Li Yuyan also advised, just sit and enjoy the view. Let them speak. If you intervene, things may escalate unnecessarily. The second princess consort glanced at Li Yuyan but said no more. Relieved, Xin sat back. The sun climbed high, and the heat made everyone lazy. They remained in the pavilion, chatting leisurely. Servants from the Gore residence brought ice-filled triangular basins, adding a pleasant coolness. After a short while, Lin Yao tugged Xian's sleeve, indicating the garden entrance. "Your guest has arrived." Chapter 104, Speaking Well for Tang Mo. Several ladies arrived at the entrance of Qianbi Garden. Among them was a woman in a light purple dress, with a gentle appearance and noble attire. She was the wife of Liaoji, the commander of the Northern Army, and the eldest daughter of the Su family, the richest family in Linzhou. Xin smiled and said, "Please help me with the introduction, Sister Lin." Lin Yao was not familiar with this Madame Liao, but she knew some people who could speak with her. Lin Yao got up and went out of the pavilion. Soon, another lady appeared beside her. Xin exchanged a few words with the second princess consort and then went out of the pavilion to greet her. Lin Yao introduced, "This is the wife of Physician Ma, the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. Physician Ma has treated Commander Liao's injuries many times, and Madame Ma and Madame Liao have become acquainted." Xin greeted her, "Madame Ma." "Second young madam." After exchanging greetings and a few pleasantries, Lin Yao explained Xian's purpose to Madame Ma, simply to introduce someone. Madame Ma was willing to do such a favor and quickly led Lin Yao and Xin towards Madame Liao. Madame Liao arrived late today with her 2 aunts and daughter. Upon seeing Madame Ma, she stopped. After everyone exchanged greetings, Madame Ma inquired about Liaoji's injuries. From her words, it was clear she had some knowledge of Huangqi Dao, a martial arts style. Madame Liao appeared gentle but was quite straightforward. After a few words, she looked at Xin and asked, "And this lady is?" Madame Ma smiled and said, "This is the second young mistress of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's residence. I am acquainted with the second young mistress of the Marquis of Qing's residence. We were just talking when we saw Madame Liao arrive, so we came together." Xin greeted her, "Madame Liao." "Second young mistress." In an instant, Madame Liao understood the reason for Xian's visit, assuming she had come to make her acquaintance. Xin smiled and said, "Knowing that Madame comes from the Su family of Linzhou, I guess that Madame must be a remarkable woman who is no less capable than any man. But seeing her from afar just now, I realized that she is so gentle and virtuous, making one want to get close to her." The meaning of her words couldn't be clearer, and Madame Liao's smile became even more gentle and kind. Second young madam comes from the Xin family of Huaijiang. The Xin family has a good reputation in the area, and even the Su family, far away in Linzhou, has heard of them. We both come from merchant families and have both married into the capital. It would be good if we could keep in touch often in the future. Unexpectedly, she would directly extend a gesture of goodwill, and Xin immediately seized the opportunity. "Madam is right. I can't stay idle, so I'm afraid I'll have to come and talk to Madam often in the future. It's too sunny. How about we talk in the pavilion?" Madame Liao nodded, and Xin led them back to the pavilion. The second princess consort had already guessed Xian's intentions and had no objection to Madame Liao and the others' arrival. However, the spacious pavilion, which was only about one person's width, suddenly became crowded. Just then, someone from the crown princess's entourage came to invite the second princess consort to speak. Once she left, the pavilion became much more spacious and everyone spoke less restrainedly. Xin An didn't say much, mostly listening to everyone's conversation and then chiming in with a few words. She never mentioned Liao Ji and Tang Mo, which made Madame Liao, who was sitting next to her, a little curious. After all, anyone could see that she was only approaching them because of Tang Mo. I heard that second young Master Tang has arrived at the Northern Army. Is he settling in well? Madame Liao didn't speak, but she directly steered the conversation towards Xin An, wanting to see her attitude. Xin An smiled and said, I am a little uncomfortable. I used to be so carefree, sleeping until noon every morning. Now that I have to work, I have to get up very early every day. The first 2 days were quite difficult, but now it's better. Not only can I get up early, but I can also practice a set of boxing techniques after getting up. He says he needs to practice so he won't embarrass himself when on duty. She smiled to herself while holding her handkerchief. Madame Liao became even more curious. She had already asked her the question, but she didn't respond. Could it be that she didn't understand what she meant? Xin An looked around, then lowered her voice and said to Madame Liao, Madam, do you know why my husband practices martial arts every morning? Isn't it because he's afraid of losing face? Xin An covered her mouth and nose with her handkerchief and chuckled. Actually, he was provoked when he saw Commander Liao. He said Commander Liao isn't much older than him, but he not only has military merits, but also firmly commands the Northern Army. He's handsome and has excellent martial arts skills. Everyone who sees him thinks he's incredibly impressive. After returning home, he sighed deeply and then started practicing martial arts again. He says he doesn't need to catch up, but he just wants Commander Liao to look up to him. Madame Liao also laughed. Young Master Tang is quite interesting. His ambition is the most precious thing. Second Madam should encourage him more. Thus, she no longer wondered why Xin An didn't speak well of Tang Mo, because she had already said so, which was truly clever. At noon, people from the Duke's mansion came to invite everyone to the hall for a banquet. Xin An followed the group to the 1,000 guests hall, the largest hall in the Duke's mansion, usually used for singing and dancing. Today, the weather was sunny, but also hot. An ice basin was placed against the wall of the hall, and the cool breeze separated the inside and outside of the hall into two worlds, a true contrast of ice and fire. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and many people inside the hall were shivering from the cold. The banquet was not the usual 8-person round table, but rather, following the example of the ancients, each person had their own small table, and they were seated according to age and social status. Each table had 8 dishes of snacks and cold dishes, mostly in the style of various flowers, different sizes, and different meanings. There was also a set of wine pots and a serving of chilled pears. It was said that these dishes were specially made for the Shuiwa banquet, and they were different every year. Because of the Marquis of Wei Yuan's status in the capital, Xin An's seat wasn't too far back. To her right was Tao Iran, and to her left was Lin Yao. Everyone's attention wasn't on the food or the graceful dancers, but rather on the host and the princesses and consorts of the princes, lest they be impolite when raising their glasses. Halfway through the banquet, Tao Iran unexpectedly offered Xin An a toast. Seeing her smile, Xin An raised her glass in return. "How are you, sister-in-law?" Before even taking a sip, Xin An sighed softly. Sister-in-law's musical skills are outstanding. Everyone knows that. A slight accident is nothing to worry about. Just now I saw Aunt Tao talking to my sister. With Aunt Tao's comfort, I suppose you're at ease, sister-in-law. Tao Iran had already readjusted. Madame Tao was also present today. The mother and daughter had met, and with her advice, Tao Iran naturally felt reassured. However, for some reason, the glass of wine in her hand swayed slightly. "Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. It's nothing much. I just happened to run into Mother and chatted for a bit. I'm a little sorry, sister-in-law. You're from Huijiang and don't know many people in the capital. I should have introduced you. Please forgive my lack of care," Xin An said with a smile. Madame Tao is very intelligent, and what she says makes perfect sense. As for taking care of me, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. After all, you haven't been out much lately, so you should talk to your sisters more. She then moved slightly closer to Tao Iran and lowered her voice. Sister-in-law, what if I accidentally get my clothes wet and embarrass myself in front of others, and then some bad news about me gets out? What should I do? Chapter 105. Threatening Tao Iran. The moment Xin An said this, the cup of wine in Tao Iran's hand trembled even more violently. Her face was tense, yet she forced herself to appear calm. Second sister-in-law is overthinking things, she said. Xin An smiled and leaned a little closer. Sister-in-law, I've been terribly bored lately. I want to do something, but I haven't found a suitable excuse. If someone were to give me a reason, even I'd be curious to see what I might end up doing. Perhaps you don't know this about me, sister-in-law. I'm easily impulsive and don't care much about the consequences. And now that my parents aren't here to restrain me, who's going to stop me from making a scene? She continued with a gentle smile. So if someone who doesn't know their place tries to provoke me, and I end up causing trouble here at the Shueihua banquet, sister-in-law, remember to hold me back. She spoke pleasantly, smiling the whole time. Anyone watching would think the sisters-in-law had a good relationship. Only Tao Iran understood what Xin An really meant. A flash of disbelief crossed her eyes. She had only just discussed this plan with her mother. How did Xin An know? Earlier, after Madame Tao learned that Tao Iran had been ridiculed by the crowd for playing the guqin, she knew the mistake lay in Tao Iran trying to show off. Still, they had to salvage the situation somehow. The best solution was to make Xin An, the uncultured country girl from Huijiang, lose face in front of everyone and embarrass herself even more badly. If that happened, Tao Iran's own incident would seem trivial by comparison. Afterward, they would shift all the blame for the bride swap onto Xin An. They would claim she had long been involved with Tang Mo. They had even prepared evidence. After the wedding, Xin An had frequently gone out with Tang Mo naturally. Tang Mo could be said to covet the enormous wealth of the Xin family. As for Xin An, it could be said she valued the fact that the Ho residence was run by Madame Wang. The two of them must have been secretly involved for a long time. After all, what girl who had her marriage swapped would calmly accept it and happily go out strolling afterward? It could only mean it had all been premeditated. And Tao Iran? Of course, she would be portrayed as the magnanimous one who endured everything for the sake of the Ho residence's reputation. If this scheme succeeded, Madame Wang, Tang Mo, and Xin An would all be pushed to the center of public scrutiny. At that moment, Tao Iran set down her wine cup somewhat guiltily. Second sister-in-law must be joking. Xin An raised her own cup and lightly clinked it against Tao Iran's. Whether I'm joking or not, sister-in-law knows best. I hate suffering losses. And even if I do suffer one, someone must pay alongside me. I just wonder how many lives that person has to lose. A maid from the Duke's residence came forward to serve hot dishes. Xin An straightened her posture, turned to the other side, and chatted briefly with Lin Yao before calmly watching the singing and dancing in the hall. Tao Iran felt uneasy but forced herself to remain composed. Xin An's few words had already shaken their original plan. She feared that Xin An might truly retaliate if pushed. In Tao Iran's eyes, Xin An was nothing more than a rustic country bumpkin, someone barefoot who wasn't afraid of those wearing shoes. If she were really provoked, neither the Ho residence nor the Tao family could withstand the wrath of the Duke of An's household. Madame Tao was seated farther back, her gaze fixed on the two of them the entire time. When she saw them still smiling and exchanging a few words, suspicion crept into her heart. But when Tao Iran showed no sign of acting, Madame Tao grew anxious. If someone was going to make a fool of themselves, it had to be in front of everyone. The more people, the better, and the more distinguished their status, the better still. If they missed today's opportunity, it would be far harder to make Xin An lose face again. Unfortunately, no matter how impatient Madame Tao became, Tao Iran made no move. In the end, Xin An's few casual words had clearly frightened her. When the banquet ended, the guests shifted slightly, and the Qianke Hall quickly transformed into a theater. People sat down in small groups, chatting and laughing. Many praised the immense wealth of the Duke of An's residence, while others admired the meticulous arrangements. Despite hosting so many guests, everything was organized perfectly, and the atmosphere remained comfortable and refined. Well, did you run into any trouble? Madame Wang pulled Xin An to sit beside her. Ever since entering the Duke of An's residence, she had barely had a moment to rest. Too many ladies needed to be greeted and entertained, and she hadn't been able to pay much attention to Xin, and everything went well. There was a small problem, but it should already be resolved. Xin smiled. Madame Wang nodded with satisfaction. Before the opera began, she introduced Xin and to the familiar ladies seated nearby. These women were well-practiced in polite conversation and naturally offered Xin and a few compliments. Seeing that Xin remained calm, neither humble nor overawed, neither excited nor flattered, many of them quietly nodded in approval. Not far away, Madame Tao pulled Tao Iran down to sit. "What happened?" she asked. Tao Iran shook her head and lowered her voice. "She seems to have discovered it." "How could that be possible?" Madame Tao was extremely shocked. Their plan hadn't been premeditated, they had only come up with it after Tao Iran had been humiliated earlier. At the time, there hadn't been many people around. "Wait, your maid." Tao Iran thought for a moment, but still shook her head. Her maids had been with her since childhood and were absolutely trustworthy. They would never betray her. "She saw us talking. Maybe she guessed it herself." There were too many people around for them to continue whispering like this, so they had no choice but to temporarily drop the subject. Madame Tao felt deeply regretful. If the consequences of the bride swap weren't dealt with quickly, Tao Iran would be gossiped about wherever she went. Even her position as the heir's wife would seem illegitimate. Not only in the capital, even within the Ho residence itself, she wouldn't be able to speak with her head held high. Her gaze swept toward Xin An, who was currently chatting with others, and she sighed softly. She was clearly just a merchant's daughter from out of town, yet somehow she possessed such cunning. Today's banquet was excellent, the opera was delightful, and the atmosphere cool and comfortable. None of the guests were eager to leave. Many households didn't have ice in such scorching weather, so being able to enjoy such comfort today made everyone want to linger a little longer. By mid-afternoon, the entrance of the Duke of An's residence became lively once more. Officials who had finished their duties early began arriving one after another. More handsome and elegant young gentlemen also appeared at the Shuiwa banquet. Instead of going directly to admire the lotus flowers, they headed to another hall specially prepared by the Duke's residence. It too was filled with large basins of ice. The moment one stepped inside, it felt like entering a cool spring breeze. Small groups gathered, chatting animatedly. Tang Rong arrived together with several colleagues from the Ministry of Rites. The moment he stepped through the door, someone teased him. "Heir Tang, you're truly fortunate." Thinking they were teasing him about entering the wrong bridal chamber on his wedding night, Tang Rong laughed and cupped his hands politely. "Brother Wen, please don't tease me. Another day I'll host a banquet and treat you to some wine." "Heir Tang, Brother Wen isn't teasing you." Another man stepped forward with a grin. "Your wife's Guqin skills are unmatched. It's a pity such a beauty has already married someone else. We thought we'd never hear such music again, yet today we had the pleasure once more. Our Heir Tang is like the bright moon, broad-minded and generous. Today we all benefited from his good fortune." Everyone burst into laughter. These men had all attended the banquet earlier and had personally witnessed Tao Iran playing the Guqin. Tang Rong, being one of the most outstanding young men in the capital, always drew the attention of countless young ladies at banquets. Many had long been displeased about it. Now that they had the chance to mock him, they spared no effort. Tang Rong was utterly bewildered. It was only after a friend quietly explained the situation that he finally understood. His fists clenched tightly. Yet he had no way to defend himself. After all, what man could tolerate other men joking and gossiping about his own wife? Especially when their words were filled with contempt, reducing Tao Iran to the level of a performing courtesan. Husband and wife shared honor and disgrace as one. Tang Rong felt profoundly humiliated. Chapter 106. Tang Mo steals the spotlight. I thought I arrived early, but it seems everyone else came even earlier. At that moment, more people entered the hall, including Tang Mo. As soon as he stepped in, he began greeting everyone, and the atmosphere in the hall became even livelier. Tang Mo had deliberately gone home to change clothes before coming. Xin An had arranged for someone to make him a new outfit. Wearing it, he stood tall with his back straight, looking dignified and impressive. He was extremely pleased with himself. Yan Shermao laughed. Second brother Tang, you came so late, did you go back to dress up? This outfit really looks good on you. It makes you look even more dashing. Xin An had several decades more experience than most people, so she naturally knew what styles would become fashionable in the coming years. The outfit she had made for Tang Mo was very different from the loose, easily wrinkled brocade robes he used to wear. The material was also different. It didn't wrinkle easily and held its shape well, giving the wearer a more upright and imposing appearance. The only drawback was that it wasn't very breathable and could feel stuffy. But compared to looking handsome, what was a little heat? Tang Mo had already been feeling proud, and Yan Shermao's comment only inflated his pride further. He flicked open his folding fan and struck a stylish pose. Well, my wife made it for me herself. It's a style that didn't exist before. Doesn't it look especially unique? Men's banquets rarely involved discussions about clothing, but that didn't mean they didn't quietly observe each other's attire. After Tang Mo said this, many people's gazes fell on him. They had to admit the outfit really did look good. Not a wrinkle could be seen, and the material looked quite novel. Yan Shermao stepped forward. Later I'll have my wife go ask your wife for advice. Let her make a couple of sets for me too. We're brothers, after all, you can't be the only one looking this stylish, right? Just as he finished speaking, Lu Mingyuan strolled in. Yan Shermao immediately had him look at Tang Mo's clothes. His wife made it for him. Look how proud he is. But honestly, second brother Tang does look impressive today. He deserves to be proud. Lu Mingyuan smiled as he looked Tang Mo up and down. Earlier, Xin An had sent him a piece of calligraphy written by a renowned scholar, along with some rare Huai River silver blossom tea. Because of this, he now had a very favorable impression of Tang Mo and Xin An, especially Xin An. He thought she was not only socially adept but also generous. Combined with the gentle persuasion of his wife at home, Lu Mingyuan naturally didn't mind giving Tang Mo some face on such an occasion. Smiling, he said to Yan Shermao, second brother Tang truly does look impressive today. Next time, just have your wife visit his wife for advice. I guarantee you'll look just as impressive soon enough. Yan Shermao laughed proudly and said that his wife had already met Xin An last time. They hit it off very well. When she got home, she kept talking about sister Xin. I bet they're together again today. Just then, the heir of the Qing prince's residence arrived. Everyone quickly stood and greeted him. Tang Mo's new outfit was simply too eye-catching. The heir praised it with a few smiling remarks, leaving Tang Mo both delighted and flustered. He hurriedly returned the courtesy with a respectful bow. For a moment, Tang Mo even wondered whether he had been a little too high-profile today. But then he thought about it again. Things were different now. Not only did he have a capable wife supporting him, but he also had a father-in-law whose wealth was like a mountain of gold. His circumstances were far better than before. Those who attended such banquets were all people of status, each possessing keen judgment. Since the heir of the Qing prince had taken the initiative to speak with Tang Mo, regardless of the reason, others naturally followed suit. Soon, more and more people gathered around Tang Mo to chat. One man laughed and stepped closer. If we're going to look handsome, we should all do it together. I may not be as handsome as young Master Tang, but everyone loves looking good. Ha ha, of course, Tang Mo replied cheerfully. He welcomed everyone without reserve. Later, I'll have my wife arrange a gathering and invite all your wives. She hasn't been in the capital long and doesn't know many people yet. When the time comes, I hope your wives will look after her. He laughed heartily but never neglected his manners, which caused some people to begin reassessing him. Tang Rong felt a knot tightening in his chest. At past banquets, whenever he was present, everyone's attention had always centered on him. When had Tang Mo ever received so much attention? And the heir of the Qing prince, When had he ever paid Tang Mo any attention before? Xin An going out and building connections with the noble ladies had clearly produced results. At this moment, Tang Rong truly regretted it. When the princes arrived, the entire hall immediately fell silent. Everyone quickly stood up to pay their respects. Even if the princes weren't particularly handsome, their bearing alone set them apart from ordinary people. Each one carried himself with the elegance of imperial blood, though they still put on a show of modesty. Tang Rong quickly adjusted his expression. Establishing connections with a prince would bring him immense benefits. But when he bowed to the second prince, he noticed the prince looking at him with an indescribable expression, something between teasing and pity. Unfortunately, before Tang Rong could figure it out, the second prince had already begun speaking with Tang Mo. In the eyes of these princes, officials like Lord Tao were as common as cattle. Their usefulness was limited, far less valuable than wealthy merchants like Xin Quan. Furthermore, the Tang family held little real power in court and had already lost its military authority. There were still a few people in the army who remembered the old Marquis of the Ho residence, but he had long since died. The Tang family now had no successors in the military. Tang Gang was incompetent and of little use. Under such circumstances, Tang Mo was actually slightly more valuable than Tang Rong. Tang Mo was overwhelmed with delight. In just a few words, he managed to please the second prince and ended up standing beside him. He was already thinking about how he would go home and boast to Xin about it. The future emperor had taken the initiative to speak with him. What an incredible honor! The smug look on Tang Mo's face made Tang Rong's expression darken. Tang Mo met his gaze, his heart roaring with arrogance. "I'm openly competing with you now. What can you do about it?" That naked provocation made Tang Rong clench his fists and take a deep breath. What he didn't yet realize was that his reputation had already begun to plummet ever since he entered the wrong bridal chamber on his wedding night. This was largely thanks to Madame Wang, who had quietly spread the truth behind the incident. If the real story about the wrong bridal chamber was going to come out, it mattered who heard it. The goal wasn't a wide spread, only a small circle was needed, but with maximum impact. Now, combined with what had happened to Tao Iran earlier that day, the couple's reputation had taken another severe blow. They simply didn't know it yet. By evening, Madame Wang brought Xin An to bid farewell to the host family. The old madam had been out enjoying herself all day and was now getting tired. "Young madam," a servant said, "second young master said he'll return later tonight. He asked that you don't wait for him." Most of the men had not attended the banquet at noon, so they would inevitably stay late drinking tonight. Xin An nodded. "Tell him not to drink too much." Guests continued arriving and leaving. Xin An helped the old madam out of the residence. When they arrived earlier, the streets had been crowded, but the traffic leaving was even worse. Outside the Duke of An's residence, carriages and horses stretched endlessly. At some point, someone's horse had lost control and left a large pile of manure in the street. Servants hurried back and forth trying to clean it up, wishing only that these noble guests would hurry and leave. By the time they returned to the Ho residence, night had already fallen. After entering, Madame Wang instructed Xin An to escort the old madam back to Chuanrong Hall. Then she called Tao Iran to follow her. Earlier that day, Tao Iran had ignored etiquette and deliberately tried to outshine the daughter of a earl's family in public. Because of this, Madame Wang had spent much of the afternoon apologizing to the Earl of Chongning. If she still said nothing after that, it would truly be letting Tao Iran's showy behavior go unchecked. As soon as they sat down, Madame Wang asked coldly, "Do you know what mistake you made today?" Tao Iran bowed respectfully. "Mother, please calm your anger. I was thoughtless today." Chapter 107, Another Invitation to Watch Kuju. Tao Iran had expected this outcome. She only regretted listening to those people who had flattered and encouraged her. Now that things had reached this point, all she could hope was that her inexpensive mother-in-law would raise the matter sternly, but let it go lightly in the end. Madame Wang looked at her coldly, inwardly thankful that 2 days before the wedding she had schemed to change the bridal courtyard arrangements, thereby securing Xin An as her daughter-in-law. If Tao Iran had still been her daughter-in-law, she would surely regret it to death. Thoughtless. Madame Wang's voice rose. Not to mention that you come from an official's family and grew up surrounded by books. Even ordinary women know that after marriage, their behavior and bearing must change. Why do unmarried young ladies and gentlemen play music and sing for amusement? Do you not understand the reason? Knowing it was inappropriate, yet still pushing yourself forward, you have trampled the reputation of the Ho residents under your feet. Tao Iran had never been reprimanded so harshly before. Tears welled in her eyes, and she looked extremely aggrieved. But Wang Shi was not moved by such displays. You are the heir's wife of the Ho residence. You possess both status and dignity. Do not imitate the behavior of those who are unfit to appear in respectable society. The path you chose yourself. You should know clearly what you ought to do and what you ought not to do. I confine you to your quarters for half a month. Reflect on your actions behind closed doors. You may leave. Tao Iran bowed and turned to go. She even stumbled slightly, leaving the room in a miserable state. Wang Shi lifted her teacup and took a small sip, a faint smile curving her lips. Soon afterward, Xin An arrived. Calm and composed, she sat down and drank some tea. Madame Wang dismissed the servants and asked, "You mentioned earlier there was a small incident today. What happened?" Xin An didn't hide anything. She explained Madame Tao's plan and told Madame Wang how she had learned about it. Nanfeng bribed one of the maids beside eldest sister-in-law. Madame Wang raised an eyebrow. Is she reliable? Those who served closely were usually the hardest to bribe. Madame Wang worried they might be bitten back later. Xin An replied, whether someone is reliable depends only on how much benefit they receive. Eldest sister-in-law is frugal, so naturally her maids aren't well provided for either. Madame Wang nodded. It seems Nanfeng has been quite useful in your hands. Nanfeng had originally been prepared as a concubine for Tang Mo. Tang Mo had never taken her in, and somehow she had ended up under Xin An's control. At least that meant the effort Madame Wang had once spent cultivating Nanfeng hadn't been wasted. Mother trained her well, Xin An said with a smile. But Madame Tao is quite scheming. If her plan had succeeded, it would have been like killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. Fortunately, eldest sister-in-law is timid. After I frightened her a little, she didn't dare act. But Madame Tao likely won't give up. Madame Wang sneered. I'll handle this matter. If she dares make a move, Mother will treat you to a good show. Judging others by her own methods, she had long guessed that the Tao family would make a move. She had already made preparations. Then I'll have to trouble Mother. You and I are like mother and daughter. No need for such politeness. You've been busy all day, go rest early. Xin An stood up. I had Aunt Wang stew some bird's nest soup and keep it warm. I'll have it sent over shortly. After Mother finishes it, you should rest early as well. Has your grandmother's portion been delivered? Aunt Wang has already sent it over. Madame Wang felt increasingly satisfied with Xin and you handle matters thoroughly. I'm reassured. Go on. Xin An bowed and left. Madame Wang was right, she was truly exhausted today. Her back and waist ached, and her whole body felt weary. After returning to Chiosher Courtyard, Aunt Wang immediately brought over the bird's nest soup. You probably didn't eat much at the banquet today. The small kitchen has prepared some plain porridge and side dishes as well. You can eat a little later. Xin An kicked off her shoes and reclined sideways on the beauty couch. Taking the bowl, she tasted a spoonful. At first, she had only felt slightly hungry, but once the bird's nest soup entered her mouth, her appetite suddenly surged. She finished it in a few bites and then instructed Aunt Wang to give Nanfeng 5 taels of silver. Aunt Wang didn't ask questions. She simply fetched the silver and handed it to Nanfeng. After receiving the money, Nanfeng came to see Xin and Xin An smiled. You did well today. But you mustn't relax in the future either. Don't rush things, take it slowly. Nanfeng nodded. This servant understands. Since young Madame values me, Nanfeng will certainly not disappoint you. Xin An smiled. I trust you. You've also been busy all day, go eat something. Aunt Wang added with a smile, we stewed some white fungus soup today. It's perfect while it's still warm. Miss Nanfeng, have a bowl first to fill your stomach. The meal will be ready shortly. Thank you, Aunt. She had only rested for a short while when faint commotion came from the neighboring courtyard. Chunlu hurried in. Young madam, the eldest young madam next door has fainted. Xiaonan smiled. She didn't know whether the fainting was real or fake, but Tao Iran had become increasingly skilled at playing the fragile and delicate role. Tell the kitchen to prepare some hangover soup for second young master. Let him drink it when he returns. Soon the gates of Chiosher courtyard were closed. That night, Xiaonan didn't even know when Tang Emo came back. By the time she woke up the next morning, he was already preparing to leave for work again. You're awake? Tang Emo asked. Xiaonan blinked sleepily. When did you get back last night? Very late, Tang Emo said with a grin as he sat on the edge of the bed. You were already asleep when I returned. I didn't want to wake you, so I slept in the next room. I drank the hangover soup, and just now I also had a bowl of porridge. My stomach feels much better. Xiaonan found it amusing. Had she asked about his stomach? Tang Emo continued enthusiastically. I'll be back for dinner tonight. Also, tomorrow is my day off. There's a Kuju match tomorrow. We should go watch it together. Sure, Xiaonan replied happily. I'll rest properly today. Then tomorrow we can go out and enjoy ourselves all day. How does that sound? Tang Emo agreed. Seeing that it was almost time, he stood up. I'll tell Mother when I get back. You should rest. Mother sent someone earlier to say you don't need to go greet her today. You can visit grandmother a little later. You were busy all day yesterday too. Rest well. I'm leaving. Watching him leave with a spring in his step, Xiaonan could tell that things must have gone well at the banquet, even though she hadn't asked about it yet. Second young master came back with the heir last night. Both of them were very drunk, Chunyang said while helping Xiaonan dress. Second young master could still walk, but the heir had to be carried into Chunhua courtyard. He drank the hangover soup before going to rest. Aunt Wang had bird's nest porridge prepared early this morning. Second young master ate 2 bowls. He seemed very happy when he came back last night. Today Xiaonan dressed relatively simply. She wore the preserved flower ornament Madame Wang had given her earlier and didn't add many other accessories. Gently touching her hair, she said, "Let's wash my hair this afternoon." Chunyang replied that a new hair washing paste had been prepared. They added several medicinal herbs. They say it leaves the hair dark and glossy. After breakfast, Chuanlu came in with news that another doctor had been summoned next door. It's really strange. The doctor has come several times, but only wrote a prescription once, and it was just tonics. This time he didn't even write a new one, just told them to keep taking the previous tonics and rest more. She's already not leaving the house, how much more rest does she need? Chunyang laughed. After what happened yesterday, how could she avoid the matter without falling sick? Why say such blunt truths? Xiaonan teased. The 2 maids were usually quite relaxed in Xiaonan's presence. Xiaonan lifted her eyes and reminded them, you can say such things inside the room, but once you step outside, not a single word of it should be mentioned. The 2 quickly nodded obediently. Yes, young madam. We understand. Chapter 108, Madame Wang vs. Tangang. Madame Wang was indeed very busy today. Early in the morning, she had already sent a visiting card to the residence of the Earl of Chengning. Although Tao Iran's actions at the banquet yesterday had embarrassed her, they had also disgraced the Ho residence. Naturally, Madame Wang had to bring generous gifts to smooth things over and see whether she could shift the blame onto the Tao family. Aside from that, the banquet had also brought some gains. She had received several invitations and now had to prepare gifts in return. By the time Xiaonan arrived at Chuanrong Hall, the sun was already high in the sky. When she got there, the old madam was still undergoing her skincare routine. Yesterday her complexion had looked good, and she was very satisfied with the results. Seeing Xiaonan arrive, she teased, "Coming at this hour, have you decided to come here to mooch a meal?" Whenever the men of the household weren't present, lunch was usually eaten in their own courtyards. Xiaonan stepped forward with a smile and bowed. Grandmother truly has sharp eyes. I've been thinking about the braised fish and sauce here since early morning. That's why I deliberately dawdled for half the day before coming. The old madam laughed. Xiaonan had a healthy appetite and ate everything with gusto. The old madam had practically found herself a dining companion and was more than happy to let her join. Turning to Ganlu, she said with a smile, "Quickly go tell the kitchen to make braised fish in sauce. We can't let our second young madam come all this way for nothing." Xin An bowed again with a smile. "Thank you, grandmother." The old madam laughed heartily, but soon her smile faded as she remembered something. "Your elder sister-in-law played the guqin at yesterday's banquet?" "Yes." Xin An briefly described what had happened, then added, "I was sitting far away and didn't hear what they said. Perhaps they invited elder sister-in-law to play." The old madam's expression darkened. Xin An added, "After we returned yesterday, mother kept elder sister-in-law to speak with her. Not long after she went back to Chunhua courtyard, I heard that she fainted. It wouldn't have been appropriate for me to visit, so I don't know how she is today." The old madam took a deep breath. Still, she refrained from scolding Tao Iran in front of Xin An. Instead, she asked about Xin An's experiences at the banquet. Xin An didn't hide anything and said she had met several new people. Some even said they'd invite me out to the opera. "No one gave you trouble, did they?" the old madam asked. Originally, she had planned to keep Xin An by her side the entire time, but seeing how well Xin An behaved yesterday, she hadn't insisted. After marriage, whether man or woman, each had their own responsibilities. "I mostly stayed with Sister Yen and Sister Lin yesterday. We've watched operas and had meals together before, so no one said anything unpleasant." The old madam nodded. She mentioned that several more banquets would be held soon and told Xin An to attend them as well. At the same time, she took the opportunity to praise Tang Emo a little. Madame Wang returned in the afternoon, just missing Xin An at Chuanrong Hall. She had already received a reply from the Earl of Changning's residence. They had not refused her visit. "I've already prepared generous gifts. This matter cannot simply be ignored. I'll go there early tomorrow morning." The old madam was very displeased about the incident. It's proper to apologize after something like this happens. But you, as her mother-in-law, also bear some responsibility. You've been too lenient with her. I know you were concerned about her status and didn't want to reprimand her too harshly. But indulgence only ends with the Ho residents losing face. Madame Wang bowed slightly. "I've already reflected on it. I've punished the eldest daughter-in-law with half a month of confinement. When the Marquis returns tonight, I'll discuss inviting the imperial physician tomorrow to examine her. Tomorrow happens to be a rest day. The Marquis and the eldest son will both be home. If she truly is ill, we must treat it properly." The old madam lifted her eyes. "When the diagnosis is made, inform the Tao family. Just send a servant to relay the message." The Tao family needed to know that the Ho residence was dissatisfied. Madame Wang nodded in agreement. After a busy half-day, she was exhausted. The old madam told her to go rest. Once she left, the old madam sighed helplessly. Ganlu stepped forward to help her lie down. "Everything is being handled by madam. You shouldn't worry so much. Taking care of your health is what matters. The Ho residence will not remain peaceful for long," the old madam said. Madame Wang was no longer willing to endure silently. The current situation was that Madame Wang and the younger son's couple were working together. Meanwhile, the other three still seemed to be living in a dream. If Tao Iran could stand her ground, perhaps things would be different. But the old madam looked at her again and couldn't understand. "What kind of person do you think the eldest young madam is?" Ganlu thought for a moment and shook her head. "The eldest young madam rarely appears, so it's hard to tell clearly." But she hesitated. The old madam sat on the edge of the bed. "Do you feel she doesn't resemble the legitimate daughter of an official family?" Ganlu didn't dare nod and could only say, "Perhaps the eldest young madam simply hasn't adapted yet." The old madam sighed. Even if the legitimate daughter of an official family isn't especially clever, she still understands propriety and knows how to behave with moderation. These girls may grow up pampered, but they carry the responsibility of prospering their families. From childhood, they are taught to place the family's interests first. After marriage, they honor their parents-in-law, raise children, and support their husbands. Few live however they please. Someone like the younger son's wife is understandable. But the one from the Tao family, why doesn't she seem like that at all? The old madam was deeply puzzled. Ganlu said everyone was different and urged the old madam not to think too much. As long as you remain well, the Ho residents will remain well. Leave the worrying to the Marquis and Madam. The old madam lay down and closed her eyes. I must take good care of myself. I need to live longer. As long as she remained alive, she could remind others outside of the old master's achievements and provide protection for the younger generation of the family. Not long after Wang Shi woke from her midday rest, Tang Gang returned home, anger written across his face. After sitting down, he gulped a mouthful of tea before asking about Tao Iran's situation. Earlier that day, after the court session ended, several officials had gathered around him to tease him. The Earl of Chongning had even glared at him coldly. Only after asking around did he learn that Tao Iran had offended the Earl's daughter at yesterday's banquet. Acting so recklessly and seeking attention without regard for status or propriety, she has no sense at all. Why didn't you stop her? Madame Wang's expression darkened. Yesterday's Shuiwa banquet had countless guests. Not only did I have to accompany Mother, I also had to entertain other ladies. She's a grown woman and not attending a banquet for the first time. Do I still need to watch her every move? By rights, I should have been watching the second son's wife. It was her first banquet. But did I have the time? Did you punish her after returning? Tang Gang pressed on. I scolded her and punished her. I confined her for half a month, but the moment she returned, she fainted. Who is she putting on a show for? Madame Wang was furious. With a body that collapses at the slightest breeze and fainting at every turn, if word spreads, won't people say I'm a harsh mother-in-law? The more Tang Gang thought about it, the angrier he became. He even blamed Madame Wang for failing to investigate properly when arranging the marriage. When the marriage was arranged, didn't you make inquiries? Didn't you look into things more carefully? With such character, how could she enter the gates of the Ho residence? Madame Wang laughed in anger. Wasn't this marriage arranged by the Marquis and Lord Tao? Weren't you the one praising it to the heavens back then? You even acted as if the second son had gained an enormous advantage. Now I'd like to ask you, she ended up marrying the eldest son. Could it be that you, her good father-in-law, set this situation up? Back then you despised the Xin An family for being merchants and said they couldn't provide any support to your eldest son. You repeatedly praised the Tao family and spoke of Tao Iran's talent, even saying the second son marrying her would be reaching above his station. After such a huge incident, your eldest son only knelt once in the ancestral hall. You made a big show of punishment, but then let it go lightly. The more I think about it, the more it seems that's exactly what happened. She stared at him coldly. Marquis, would you care to explain? Chapter 109, The Strong and Healthy Tao Iran. Madame Wang's counterattack was both sharp and reasonable. Her words were logical and well-supported. Tang Gang was left speechless and could only raise his voice angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it the truth? Madame Wang pressed on relentlessly. There are far too many suspicious points in this matter that simply cannot be reasonably explained. The more Tang Gang failed to defend himself, the more irritated he became. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's been so long already, why keep bringing it up? In truth, he suspected that Tang Rong had arranged the whole thing. At first, he hadn't thought it unforgivable. The Tao family was an official household, and Tao Iran had a good reputation. Compared to Xin An, she was naturally a better match for the heir of the Ho residence. Who would have thought that the Tao family girl would be all show and no substance, beautiful on the outside, but rotten within, and now she had become a liability. Worried that Madame Wang would pursue the matter further and crush Tang Rong completely, he hurriedly changed the subject. Now that the second son and his wife are getting along well enough, why keep bringing up old matters? We should think about how to reduce the impact of yesterday's incident on the Ho residence. Madame Wang curled her lips slightly and sneered inwardly. Being sick all the time isn't good either. The doctor has come again and again, but never prescribed anything, just keeps saying she needs more rest. Why not invite an imperial physician to the residence? We can say it's for Mother's routine pulse check and let him examine her as well. Mother suggested that once the physician finishes the examination, we simply send a servant to inform the Tao family of the results. If they didn't raise their daughter properly, they should bear the responsibility. And tomorrow I will personally visit the Earl of Changning's residence. I'll handle matters with the Countess. As for the Earl himself, Marquis, you'll have to step in personally. Tang Gang found the plan acceptable. His mood finally eased a little. Thinking that Madame Wang had to personally clean up the mess and would likely return furious, he softened his tone and said a few kind words. He even gave her several rare items he had recently acquired. Madame Wang accepted them without hesitation. She couldn't help noticing that ever since she stopped treating Tang Gang politely, he had become much easier to deal with. That night, as soon as Tang Rong returned to the Ho residence, Steward Zhang invited him straight into the study. Tang Gang scolded him fiercely from the moment he entered. After all, because of this matter, Tang Gang had already lost several rare treasures as compensation, and in his mind, it was all Tao Iran's fault. Tang Rong himself had already felt humiliated at work that day. He felt that anyone who glanced at him was secretly laughing at him. Already full of resentment, being scolded like this only made him feel more stifled. When he returned to his courtyard, he went directly to Concubine Yu's room, and once he entered, he didn't come out again. Tao Iran, left alone, felt miserable for a long time. In the neighboring Chiosher courtyard, Tang Mo and Xin An had both finished washing and were sitting cross-legged on the bed. They exchanged information about what they had gained at the Shueihua banquet and discussed their next steps. When Tang Mo heard that Madame Tao and Tao Iran had planned to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, he became furious. Fortunately, Xin kept him in check, preventing his temper from exploding. Grinding his teeth, he said, whether their plan succeeded or not, the fact that they intended it is enough. Since they dared to do this, they shouldn't blame me for striking back. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will make the Tao family pay a price. Xin raised an eyebrow. And how do you plan to do that? Tang Mo snorted coldly. Tao Iran's elder brother, Tao Jiawei, is the future of the Tao family. Since that mother and daughter want to ruin me, I'll ruin him first. I already have a plan. Just wait and see. Since he said that much, Xin didn't press further. The two then began discussing the second prince, whispering together deep into the night. The next day was a rest day. Originally, Tang Mo planned to take Xin out for some leisure, but when he heard that an imperial physician would be visiting the residence, he decided to stay and watch the show. The imperial physician first checked the old madam's pulse. Naturally, she was perfectly healthy. Next came Tao Iran. Before this, Tao Iran had received no warning. By the time she learned about it, the physician was already nearly at Chiosher courtyard. She had no chance to refuse. After taking her pulse for quite some time, the physician delivered a rather mysterious explanation. But the key point was clear. From the pulse, the eldest young madam shows no signs of weakness. In fact, her physical foundation is quite good. As for the feelings of chest tightness and dizziness, they are likely caused by excessive worry. No medicine is necessary. She should avoid lying in bed all day, walk around more, keep her mind relaxed, and avoid overthinking. The imperial physician was tactful. He practically stopped just short of saying outright that Tao Iran was actually strong and healthy, and that her discomfort came from overthinking and being narrow-minded. There was a subtle hint of satisfaction in his tone. Tang Mo's expression was almost identical to Tang Rong's. After all, one had been the former fiancé and the other the current husband. Both had experienced Tao Iran's so-called weak health, and both had believed it deeply and worried over it. Madame Wang quickly thanked the physician. Pressing her palms together, she murmured Amitba several times before happily turning to Tao Iran. You heard what the physician said. Physician Wu's medical skills are exceptional. His diagnosis cannot possibly be wrong. The doctor you saw before must have been a quack. A complete misdiagnosis. Your body is perfectly healthy. That's wonderful news. We must inform your mother so she can be happy too and not worry about you all the time. Before Tao Iran could refuse, Madame Wang had already given orders. Go to the Tao residence and personally inform Madame Tao of this good news. Tao Iran was completely stunned. It felt as if the veil hiding her embarrassment had been ripped away in public. Nanny Lu instinctively felt they couldn't allow Madame Wang's people to deliver the message, but as a servant she had no right to speak. Tang Mo personally escorted the imperial physician out. Halfway there, he secretly slipped the physician some silver and asked him to check his own pulse as well. After all, in his previous life he had died young. This time, he wanted to live longer. The physician examined him and said calmly, "Young Master Tang has no serious illness, only a slight deficiency. But this deficiency cannot be cured with medicine, you must exercise more. Practicing the 5 animal exercises regularly would be beneficial." Most young noblemen in the capital were somewhat weak physically. Someone like Liao Ji, whose vigor was so strong he looked capable of killing a bull with his bare hands, was extremely rare. The physician was long accustomed to such cases. Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly asked for more health advice. The physician assumed he was asking on behalf of the old madam, so he generously shared several tips and even praised Tang Mo for being filial. The servant sent to deliver the message to the Tao residence was a sweeper from the front courtyard. Being entrusted with such an errand, he carried it out with great enthusiasm. Tang Gang's anger had not yet subsided when the Tao family received the news. Since it was a rest day, the Tao family's sons were all at home. When they heard someone from the Ho residence had come with a message, curiosity spread quickly. As a result, the entire household learned that Tao Iran was actually strong and healthy. Madame Tao nearly blacked out. Steadying herself, she asked calmly, "Why did they suddenly invite an imperial physician? Is the old madam of the Ho residence unwell?" The servant had been carefully instructed beforehand. Bowing respectfully, he replied, "Madam, the old madam is perfectly well. Yesterday the eldest young madam suddenly fainted. Our madam was very worried, and the marquis was concerned as well. So today they invited the imperial physician under the pretext of checking the old madam's pulse and had him examine the eldest young madam. When the physician confirmed that the eldest young madam's health was perfectly fine, our madam was overjoyed. She therefore asked this humble servant to come inform Madame Tao as well, so you may share in the happiness. Our madam also said that perhaps you were deceived by a quack doctor before, causing you to worry unnecessarily all these years." Madame Tao felt a sharp pain in her chest, but kept her composure. "Which imperial physician did they invite?" she asked. "Physician Wu." Madame Tao nodded, then examined the servant closely. "You served beside the Marchioness? I don't recall seeing you before." The servant quickly explained, "This humble one is a sweeper in the front courtyard of the Ho residence. The household was busy today, so the stewardess sent me to deliver the message." Madame Tao paused. "A sweeper from the front courtyard?" Chapter 110. The Countess of Chongning speaks like a blade. A sweeper from the front courtyard? Madame Tao suddenly understood everything. The housekeeper stepped forward and gave the sweeper a reward, then had someone escort him out. By that time, Madame Tao had already collapsed back into her chair, her face pale as paper, pretending to be ill, only to have it publicly exposed by her in-laws. The Ho residents clearly saw through everything, which was why they had deliberately sent a mere sweeper to deliver the message. They said it was to share the good news, but in truth it was a way to express their dissatisfaction. The members of the Tao family exchanged uneasy glances. The messenger's status alone made the whole matter impossible not to overthink. Lord Tao's face turned ashen. He cut off his children, who were about to ask questions, and warned them not to spread a word of what had happened. Then he returned to his room with Madame Tao. Their backs looked heavy and tense. "What does the Ho residents mean by this?" Lord Tao asked. Sending a sweeper to deliver such news, was it intentional or just negligence? He still didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. Madame Tao glanced sideways at him and gave a cold snort. "You still can't see it? They deliberately used a sweeper to remind us." Lord Tao frowned, confused. "They already know Iran's health is poor. What are they trying to hold us accountable now?" Madame Tao took a deep breath. Since the age of 3, Iran was raised at mother's side. When she turned 12, she began frequently complaining of dizziness and palpitations. "How many doctors did we invite?" At this point, she no longer wished to endure in silence. That dizziness and weakness that appears whenever she feels unwell, it's exactly the same as Mother's. Lord Tao flew into a rage. Enough. Don't speak another word. If I keep silent, will this matter simply disappear? Madame Tao lifted her eyes with a cold laugh. Think about it carefully. Isn't it true that whenever you refuse to satisfy Mother's demands, she suddenly developed those same symptoms? As a daughter-in-law, I shouldn't criticize my mother-in-law. But ask yourself honestly, are these kinds of tricks respectable? When you walk among the officials at court, do you truly feel no shame? Lord Tao frowned slightly, but said nothing. Madame Tao grew angrier the more she thought about it. When Iran first arrived at the Ho residence and that incident happened, she was too embarrassed to face people, so she claimed to be unwell and stopped attending the morning and evening greetings. She stayed in her courtyard without stepping out. But once you tell a lie, you must keep telling it. Someone who supposedly suffers from shortness of breath and palpitations at the slightest provocation suddenly steals the spotlight at the Shueihua banquet. The Ho residence isn't the Tao family. They won't indulge her. And now she's been publicly exposed by an imperial physician. Madame Tao closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. It seems I must personally go to the Ho residence and explain everything clearly. Opening her eyes, she stared at Lord Tao. Iran is talented and beautiful, yet noble families rarely come to propose marriage. Tower is handsome and accomplished, yet every attempt at arranging his marriage meets obstacles. Do you really not know the reason? My daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Whether the child is a boy or a girl, I hope Mother will not be allowed to interfere. How many more people in this family must she ruin before it is enough? These words struck directly at Lord Tao's sorest point. He wanted to speak, but felt as if something were lodged in his throat. In the end, he could only keep a grim expression and remain silent. Back in Qiushi courtyard, Xin An clicked her tongue in amazement. Mother's move this time really strikes straight at the heart. Using a servant to deliver a message and express dissatisfaction, she herself had never thought of such a tactic before. This is pure mockery toward the Tao family. Tang Mo had already adjusted his mindset. Other than despising himself for having been blind and foolish, what else could he do? It would have been better if this had remained hidden forever. Being exposed so nakedly like this, too damaging. This was a man's honest feeling. In his previous life, he had died without ever discovering the truth. Aside from regret, he had felt no particular resentment at the end. Tang Rong, however, was different. He had been played like a monkey for days, and now everything had been exposed. My happiness really does seem to depend on his misery, Tang Mo said with a grin. Come on, let's go out and have some fun. Today, all expenses are on me. Xin An tilted her head and answered seriously, when I go out with you, I never plan to spend my own money. I'm fully prepared to empty your purse today. They looked at each other for a moment, then both burst out laughing. Soon after, the two happily left the residence to enjoy themselves outside. Meanwhile, Tang Gang, still furious, remained in the study cursing Tang Rong. He scolded him for being blind, for scheming so much only to end up like this. Tang Rong's mind was in complete chaos, so he didn't even notice the deeper meaning behind those words. His silent demeanor only made Tang Gang more convinced that the bride-switching affair had been Tang Rong's doing, which made him even angrier. Wang Shi, on the other hand, was in an excellent mood. After lunch and a short rest, she left the residence. She had already arranged to visit the Countess of Changning that afternoon. The Earl of Changning's residence was some distance from the Ho residence. Although Madame Wang appeared calm and confident, she was actually quite nervous. The Countess of Changning was not someone easy to deal with, and she doted especially on her youngest daughter. That daughter had been humiliated yesterday. Who knew what harsh words the Countess might say today? Originally, Madame Wang had thought about bringing Tao Iran along with her, but then she worried, what if that foolish girl fainted again in someone else's residence? That would only make matters worse. What a troublesome creature, she muttered. Fortunately, Tao Iran wasn't her biological daughter-in-law. Just as she expected, entering the Earl's residence was easy, but seeing the Countess of Changning was not. Madame Wang was deliberately left waiting for the length of a stick of incense. When the Countess finally arrived, her expression showed little courtesy. "I've kept Madame Tang waiting." Madame Wang forced a smile. "I was simply too eager and arrived early." "Madame Ning, I came today mainly to apologize for the inappropriate behavior of my eldest daughter-in-law. Please forgive her for the sake of her recent marriage and refrain from holding it against her. I also wish to apologize to your second young lady. I've brought some fashionable fabrics and a set of jewelry. Please pass them along to her." Normally, one doesn't strike someone who offers a smiling face. And Madame Wang's gifts were far from perfunctory. Logically, the Countess of Changning should have softened, but she merely glanced at the items before asking why Tao Iran had not come personally. "Madame Ning may not know," Madame Wang explained, "but my eldest daughter-in-law has poor health. After returning yesterday, she fainted. It's very sunny today, and I feared she might not endure the journey, so she stayed behind to rest." The Countess of Changning curled her lips into a smile filled with ridicule. "She fainted? With such a weak body, she still has the strength to steal someone else's man. Isn't she afraid of dying in bed?" Truly, the family tradition runs deep. Madame Wang froze. The Countess of Changning's words were so blunt and fierce that she didn't even know how to respond. But the Countess hadn't expected her to reply anyway. With a cold snort, she continued, "Madame Tang, it's not that I'm deliberately being difficult. Frankly speaking, the sincerity of your apology is sufficient. Under normal circumstances, I should smile, let this matter pass, and allow both sides to save face so we can meet again in the future without awkwardness." Her tone suddenly shifted. "But what happened at yesterday's Shueihua banquet humiliated my daughter far too greatly. Though we aren't particularly close, we've attended many banquets together. You know very well what it means for a young lady to display her zither skills at the Shueihua banquet." Madame Wang was beginning to understand just how troublesome the Countess of Changning could be. She had assumed that, for the sake of the Ho residents, the Countess wouldn't push things too far. Yet despite Madame Wang's repeated apologies and humble attitude, the Countess refused to let it go. "My daughter is 15 this year, exactly the age when marriage arrangements are most crucial. You've delayed her marriage prospects. Do you think a few soft words from you can make up for that? The daughters of the Tao family are born cheap and promiscuous. If someone else had overshadowed my daughter, perhaps I could have tolerated it. But to be insulted by someone like her, how can my daughter show her face outside in the future?" The Countess of Changning's words were merciless, each syllable cutting like a blade. Madame Wang suddenly felt an uneasy suspicion. Could it be there was more to this matter than she knew?